I didn't become a little bit of a slag. I became a total slag.
You don't have future here. You don't have future. You can never make it. You're supposed to be a dinner man, serving dinner to the students in the secondary school. Because you cannot do basic 1+1. You are here breathing heavy like a dog. Think about your life. You are a failure. You are a failure. You can never make it. You know you cannot make it. You need to be cutting grass, making this place fresh for the actual footballers that want to use this place. You are tired, you are here. What have you done? Useless. Me with my pregnancy, I'm better than you. Idiot.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my god, stop fucking lying.
I'm addressing you, Wendy, and I hope you're listening. Considering that you're high and mighty in the British society, I would like you now to do your mate look a favor. Wendy, I would like you now to do your mate Dave Smith a favor. Wendy, I would like you to do your mate Veli a favor. Wendy, I would like you to do your mate Nanifa a favor. Wendy, by giving them the highest paid QC or KC in this country, their services to take me to court. You understand me? As per usual, what you people do, people like look, people like...
You don't have future here. You don't have future. You can never make it. You're supposed to be a dinner man, serving dinner to the students in the secondary school. Because you cannot do basic 1+1. You are here breathing heavy like a dog. Think about your life. You are a failure. You are a failure. You can never make it. You know you cannot make it. You need to be cutting grass, making this place fresh for the actual footballers that want to use this place. You are tired, you are here. What have you done? Useless. Me with my pregnancy, I'm better than you. Idiot.
I do not give a fuck. I really do not give a fuck. I didn't give a fuck and still don't give a fuck.
Give me wife, give me children, give me this, give me that. Kill my enemy, kill my enemy, kill my enemy. Give me, kill my enemy, give me. Anyone that doesn't want me to succeed, die by fire, die by fire, die by fire, die by fire, die by fire. Give me this, give me that. Kill my enemy, give me that. Give me this, give me die by fire, die by fire, die by fire, die by fire. Give me.
Out to the ladies. Beach settings, infinity. Okay, the birthday gang. Okay, Shannon. Out to Ammo.
I am a money maker, hands to the edge, I'm a money maker. 4 1 time, you're a money maker. If you're on this train, money maker. Hands to the air, money maker. 4 1 time, money maker. On this thing, money maker. You see us terminal. You see me, you see me. I ain't watching you, I ain't watching her, I ain't watching him. I got to dance and go and sing. Terminal 4 with a terminal 3. Terminal 4 with a power of those. When you come to my house, just respect my house. Don't touch my house, don't put the other out of the house. When you come to my house, just respect my house. Talk to them. What's wrong with them? What's wrong with them? Hold on, hold on. I'm like, no. I'm like, yeah. Play sleep, hold on. Play wiggy, hold on. I'm like, no. I'm like, yeah. Can I please have your attention? I said, this is the captain's weekend, and I'm in the terminal 4. Can I please have your attention? Hurry.
To tell the Mexican people what I really think about President Trump. President Trump is a very unique man. He is a big, sexy man. And he does this sexy Trump dance where he shakes his big booty. And he looks absolutely handsome and beautiful. Look at that sexy beast. Oh my God, he is so sexy. Mucho caliente. Yes, keep moving it. Muévelo, papi. Move that big booty for President Claudia. Anyway, I really don't care about the 25% tariffs. If he wants to tariff me, he can tariff me all night long. Tariff me harder, papi. I get to tell the Mexican people.
Ja, dat is saus, ja. Zamiti afsnit. Ja, dat is.
Man, Yaga. Oh, God. Hey, you know, it's a rap, because if you bring my man to a comedy show, it's a rapper, like, man, yo. If you bring my man to a comedy show, it's a cool G Reza. You get me? Yeah. Trust me. Man. Yeah, you mean? Oh, my days. He's not disabled or nothing. He just got a fucked up laugh. Yeah, because like, they put all people with the maddest laughs in the world, well, in England, all together. I got them to laugh still. Yeah, man, so what go on? Huh? What's been going on? Yo, you see what I had to tell some boy? Yeah, this is what some man's dad told them.
You don't have future here. You don't have future. You can never make it. You're supposed to be a dinner man, serving dinner to the students in the secondary school. Because you cannot do basic 1+1. You are here breathing heavy like a dog. Think about your life.
You are a failure. You are a failure. You can never make it. You can never, you know you cannot make it. You need to be cutting grass, making this place fresh for the actual footballers that want to use this place. You are tired. You are here. What have you done? Useless. Me with my pregnancy, I'm better than you. Idiot.
No, you said you can never make it. Man, hey. Oh, but this, we said the speed limit went up, yeah? And I didn't even recognize. Yeah, we say hi to Latcher Service. Anyway, we got the people them in the place, man. Slap the like button, share the stream, all that, man. Yeah? Make this chat a little bit bigger. Yeah, how you mean? There you are. Man like Simon Harrison, like number one, no. How you mean? Man like Lewis in the building. Hannibal Rash Trizzle. How you mean? Well, I never. How you? Outside. There you are. Rika Bizzle. Come on, Reeks. Jeez. Assad Z3. There you are. I want them feel like. Come on, old type Barry Cougar, I said. Helicopter. Lord. Old type rubber dub, light number 9, you know. How you mean? Jeez. Come on, old type way, man. Gal, my pray, man. Light number 7. Yeah. Yes, we got in there. Shivite Juggernaut. Got the gal in our art. In our yard. Man. Oh, what cunt, man. Now there's fucking traffic building up on this bitch. Yeah, come on, shout out Debla, like 11. How you mean? Come on. Shut your beat, cuz. We got roads to beat. You hear me? Alright, let me run this, man. Run the track.
BRICS, B-R-I-C-S. You don't hear as much about it as you ought to. It started a few years ago. Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. 5 countries. A year and a half ago, 6 more joined. And 3 weeks ago, 13 more joined. The BRICS together is more than half the population of this planet. The United States is 4.5%, not 50% of this planet. The total output of goods and services in the BRICS is significantly larger already than the total output of the United States and its major allies known as the G7. The United States, Canada, Japan, Britain, France, Germany, and Italy. So now every country in the world, every company in the world is reassessing and redesigning its strategy for the future. And what do I mean? They're redesigning because the dominant player in the world of the last 70 years, the United States, isn't the dominant player anymore. There is a bigger player, richer player in the BRICS, which means if you're going to build a railroad in your country, you don't just go to Washington or London or Paris. You may go to them, but you're going to ask them what offer they can make, and then you're going to compare it to what you can get from Beijing, New Delhi, and Sao Paulo. And in case after case, the choice is made to go with the BRICS, not the West. So what do I mean? I mean to tell you all that if you ask me to tell you what is the biggest reality we now have to face, it's the end of the American empire. What we inherited from the British because they had the last empire before this one, is now over, and there is zero chance it's coming back. It ought to have been a central issue in the presidential election we just had. Instead, the two candidates and their parties worked overtime to practice denial. No such a thing. The war in Ukraine, just to take one of countless examples, will show you how costly this denial is. When the war begins in February of 2022, President Biden told us, along with all of his officials, Russia would be brought to its knees. The Russian currency, the ruble, would collapse. The entire West would side with Ukraine against the Russian invasion and would defeat the Russians. None of that happened. Every part of that prediction proved false. Why? Because the way Russia was to be brought to its knees was by denying the market for Russian oil and gas, whose export the Russians depend on. It's a major industry for them. And they exported all of that energy to Western Europe. When the Western Europeans, under pressure from the United States, closed their markets to Russia, the expectation was that Russia would collapse. Instead, Russia went to its allies in the BRICS, above all China and India, and arranged to sell to them the oil and gas they no longer sold to the Europeans. As a result, Russia is growing faster this year than the United States, and it has grown at a faster rate than the United States throughout the war. You couldn't be more mistaken than this. That's what it means if you deny a reality. The Chinese have built an alliance called the BRICS, B-R-I-C-S. You don't hear as much about it as you ought to. It started a few years ago, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, 5 countries. A year and a half ago, 6 more joined. And 3 weeks ago, 13 more joined. The BRICS together is more than half the population of this planet. The United States is 4.5%, not 50.
Yo. Yeah, man. So, jeez. Mad news there from Mr. Wolf. Yeah. Talking about the BRICS. Hey, listen, yeah. Will the BRICS be known as a threat when it becomes too late? Or is it like, you know, obviously China's looking like they may be the next bosses, and obviously if Russia's linked with China, hear me, past that, and Russia's population is large, China's population is large, brother. England leaving European Union is a mistake. Yeah. Gonna mash up the dance. Yeah, because. Hey, what going lady D fam? We say, man.
Hey, what kind of title is that you got up there?
Now there's a yeah, you're gonna find out soon still, man. You know?
I'm waiting. Let me pull
yeah,
back.
man. You started the chav bashing and all that sort of stuff there. Now I can't, you know, I don't use them words that so and so's the chav and all that anyway. Yeah, so I'm not really trying to corner anyone still. So we're just getting back to normal business, innit? You know, we had a little bit of a chatty patty yesterday. We just crack on with normal how we usually do the next day anyway. So
Come on.
yeah, man. But big on yourself though, man. Alright, so yeah, man, that's actually a good segue, right, into the next video. Yeah, shout out A1000. Yeah, big up yourself. See your light number 9. Yeah. What if they actually replace the dollar? Right, so a lot of countries within the BRICS and people that are trading with BRICS nations are making deals where they trade in their own currency. So obviously it builds up the strength of theirs. You know what I'm saying? The fire gets too hot. Food. You gotta win. You know what's funny, yeah? What's strange about this? You know, like a situation like this, scenario like this, yeah? If you see all the people that want to point out, oh, you should call so-and-so out, yeah? When it's time to call other people out, yeah? All this different evidence that you're going to have to provide for them to open their mouth and start talking, like, so, yo.
Wait, what are you doing, Velly? What is that noise?
I'm on the motorway, man.
Oh.
Yeah. But you know when they're doing the motorway thing, yeah, they do this thing where they've got a little dent in the road. It makes like a little and it's on how fast you're driving and everything. So I don't even know how long this is going for. But let me slap on the what's it called? Oh yeah, Ultra. Walk on, brother.
Yo, talk to me, walk up.
It's
I heard you've been telling Pabs that
Crypto.
you're gonna burn fucking white folks, man. Like
You heard what?
huh?
What?
That's what Babs put on her post. Something about
I put on the post what?
white folks.
Ultra's gonna burn white people. These people are sick.
Yeah.
I'm
What the
telling you, they're
fuck?
sick. I told you, Ultra. Welcome to our world. Welcome to our world.
Hey. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait. Babs put on her post that I'm gonna barbecue white slices.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Do you know what?
Something about
I'm gonna call the police. I'm gonna call the police.
But Ultra,
Oh
bigger you know what that
man.
is, though, right? You know what that is, right,
No,
Ultra?
Wait, hold
I've
on.
n-
Why
I've
is she
no idea.
even
Let me
making
help
a
you out here,
statement
because
like
I've
that?
been
Yeah.
here like 1,000 times already. Let me just give you a quick words of wisdom.
Hey, Lady D, your
You
mic's
see,
kind of low, you know.
oh, is it? Okay. Do you not hear me now?
Yeah, it's kind of scratchy though. Like it's like your
Is that
mic
me or
scratching
is
the
it
zipper
Velly?
button.
It's like you're
Oh, is it
kind of
Velly?
far.
Velly. Oh man, that sounds terrible.
That's Velly, man. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you know.
Okay, so I'll tell you what that is,
But it's still
yeah.
low though.
No, I can hear you, Lady D, clear.
Yeah, I'm good today. I'm good. I don't need to be loud today. But hear what? All that is that whenever you come for Gummy, you get me. That's what it is. You're attacking white people. You can't be
Ooh,
just
the
attacking
gumshoe.
her. It's white people.
Oh,
Hey, you gotta chat
so
about the gumption.
I'll tell you the truth though. I did disrespect two white people today. Jordan M, always, because for me he's a bigger cunt than Jupiter. But I also slew Jupiter
I
as
don't
well
think so.
because no.
Nah, I don't think so.
What?
Not
Do you know what,
like,
Belly? Listen, hold
I've got a few
on.
views I disagree with him on, man. But I don't think he's worse than
What?
you.
All right, hold on a second, Belly. Are we both T block?
Come on, General.
Right. Is it okay if we have a difference of opinion?
No, you lost your spanner for that.
Okay. Now,
You're not
is it
allowed.
so? Are you saying you don't want to punch my mum in the face?
Nah.
Imagine that.
I don't want to racially abuse
Imagine
you either.
that.
I don't want to racially abuse you either.
Ah, man. You know what's funny, right? T Block has consistently been the moral authority on fucking YouTube. For the record, I'm not a cannonball. I'm not a cannibal, and I don't want to barbecue any white people. However, if this was like a Walking Dead scenario,
and I fancied some ribs. Boy, I don't know, whatever. Like,
Yeah, I don't know if you
if
might
there's
want
no,
to touch that though, Ultra, differently, car. You know, some of them don't even use seasoning, like Wendy's told us. So
nah,
I might
to be honest with you,
you
to
might
be
want to
honest with
rethink
you,
that, bro.
I don't mind. Nah, I don't even mind because I'll tell you the truth, right? I don't mind if anyone says anything about me. I'll tell you why. I kind of enjoy it. Like, I kind of enjoy it, even when someone says shit. I kind of enjoy it, and that's the truth. Like, if someone's gonna say some dumb shit, I don't care. If you're gonna say things that are true, then I'm gonna like stand up and think, wait a minute. But if someone's just gonna say some stupid bullshit, I don't care. I should call my wife and say, babe, what are we having for dinner today? White woman.
No, you're gonna get her started now.
I fancy white ribs for dinner. These YouTube people are so fucking stupid, man. Oh my
Too much,
god.
cuz. That's gonna be a clip.
Oh, mate. I don't know what's wrong with these fucking people.
Babs is gonna have the clip of that guy. Ultra said he's
He
gonna go
said
and
he's
eat
gonna eat white women.
Yeah.
He said
I'll
he's
be honest.
going to eat a white woman.
Yeah.
Fuck.
White woman. Nah. Oh shit. Fucking Babs. Oh my god. So now I'm gonna barbecue white women, yeah? Alright. Okay.
Basically, what
Oh
it
my
is,
God.
they're basically trying to make that any sort of insult, or joke or whatever that you make, they're gonna try to make that a comparison to one of them saying the P word and one of them saying that and the other two saying the N words. So that's basically what
I
they're trying
see
to do.
what's going on here. And you know what? I will just say, if that's how far you've fallen, and if that's the level you're on, then fine. Nah, listen. To be honest, Velly, I really don't care. But quickly, Lady D, what are you doing to Buddha, man? How are you beating him up so bad? Leave him alone, man. Leave him alone, man.
Don't
What
leave
do you
him alone,
mean?
nothing. I'm not leaving him alone, nothing. I heard what I need to hear. Big up Nixie anyway, by the way, yeah, cause she unprivate the thing so I can hear it in my own
You're
PA.
beating him up too bad, man.
No, I'm not beating him up too bad. He needs to come up here and come and confess his bumper clock sins. That's what he needs. And he confess his lie then. Confess your lie then, pussy. But you're a Buddha. You need to go and flip and pray, but you're a Buddha. Go, you lying piece of shit.
Listen, man, you should free up Buddha, man. Free him, man.
I'm freeing up nothing.
I can't believe it.
I'll leave
Velly,
that to the 90s.
Velly, can you do me a favor?
None of that.
Go on.
No, Velly, do me a favor. Can you pull up the post that Bab said I'm gonna barbecue white peeps?
Yeah, let me see.
Yeah, please. I need to see it, man. That's crazy. Do you know what the funny? Do you know what the funniest thing is about this comment, right? That I've only kind of lost my temper with a couple of people on this internet, right? And at
You're
no
the biggest
point did I
racist
bring
out
their
there.
racism.
Stop. You're racist.
Well, apparently, I'm worse than Tommy Robinson, like according to some dickheads. And then there's other dickheads who are saying now I'm some sort of serial killer. I'm like, what?
Oh, I think it's gone.
Oh, did she take it down?
Must have. I might have blocked I can't see it.
Oh, she might have blocked you. That's the thing. These people are so dumb. So
Why
dumb.
don't you block me? Block me, block me. Why don't
you
Velly, block me?
Velly, Jordan M's worse than Wendy.
Worse than
No,
Wendy.
you gone too far. You gone too
You
far.
got mad, man. That's what she's trying to say, cuz like. The worst comes to worst, yeah. Jordan says stuff that's annoying, yeah. But Wendy uses racial insults, cuz man. You get her into the right mood. She's calling someone a kizzy.
No, I hear that. Yeah, Wendy's
Yeah,
fucked.
because
Wendy's
To
fucked.
make
Yeah,
sure
yeah,
she
no,
put you on in front of
no, no.
Jungle Book
Listen,
characters. Yeah,
no,
man. No,
I
don't
hear
do
Hey,
you.
nothing
I
listen,
like
hear
yeah.
you.
them.
I hear you.
Wendy watches Roots and thinks that's soft porn.
Nah, listen. Nah, listen. Wendy's fucked, yeah, we know this. But I will contend that Wendy can be saved. There's some people that are beyond
By who?
redemption. Yeah. Huh?
By who?
Huh? Nothing more than
Yeah,
some
by who?
jerk sauce in that shit.
Yeah, Ultra,
Who's
what are
gonna
you
save
drinking?
Wendy?
Like for real, 'cause whatever that is you're drinking with your high spirits for Wendy, yeah.
There's
I
a
need some of
tape
that.
of Wendy
I need
saying the
some
I'm
N
of
gonna
word for
that.
save Wendy,
45
man.
minutes. 45 minutes of Wendy's racist rants, bloody. Are you mad? I don't know what you're
Yeah,
talking
I
about,
hate you.
bro.
I hate you. No, listen, I'm gonna
That's not.
save Wendy. I'm gonna save Wendy from Jupiter, man. I'm gonna save her.
Look here, the best thing. Let me tell you something. The best
Watch
thing
it.
the best
You're
thing
gonna save
Zara
Jupiter,
ever
you know.
did, yeah, was put out Wendy's face out there, so we can see why that bitch is so bitter and twisted and not. We can see she's not well. Just
Wait
look
a
at her
minute.
image.
Somebody doxed. Somebody
Hey,
doxed
wait.
Wendy.
Hold on.
Come on.
Hold on. No. That's not true. Do you know who doxed Wendy? Yeah. I'll tell you who
No.
doxed Wendy. Yeah. Banksy and
Oh shit.
Sophia
Oh
Lewis.
shit.
That's who doxed Wendy. Yeah. Get the hell out of here.
What?
Yeah. 'Cause I was there when they was doxing
What?
them lots. Yeah. Banksy and Sophia Lewis doxed Wendy. Yeah. Ask Banksy that. Yeah.
Whoa.
I didn't even know
Whoa.
that. I
Hey,
just knew when
that's
Zara
why
put
anyone's
and
got
had
that
it on the
picture
DP
of
pic.
Wendy's face.
Oh shit.
Yeah, the main
Oh
reason why
shit.
anyone's got any of those pictures is because of Banksy and Sophia Lewis. They're the first ones
Oh
that got it on
shit.
Facebook. They got it on
Wendy, how
Facebook.
comes you've been doxed and I don't know what you look like? That don't make no sense.
Wendy definitely looks like she's happy.
Oh shit. Do you know what's funny about
Nah,
that? This is what I'm saying.
Wendy looks like she's got a
All these
reason to be
people do the
unhappy.
worst shit. No, but bruh, no, this is what I'm saying. These people do the worst shit to each other and then vex with fucking Lady Divine because of her black face. I can't lie, Lady Divine. That was day
You know what
Jupiter
we
was
should
like
do? We should
black
actually, you
face,
know
yeah.
what I
That
should
was
do? I've
what.
thought about it many a times, you know. I thought about how about we stoop as low as they go and let's talk about who's the worst.
Nah, nah, nah,
Then I
nah, nah.
thought,
Hey,
no, I'm better than that. I'm better than that. Because it's easy for us to do what they do, you know. It's easy for us to pull up all
hey,
their bumper club pictures and go
Lady
over it.
D.
But we've never done it. Never done it.
Hey, Lady D. Have you ever wished child abuse on their family?
I don't wish child abuse on no pitney.
No,
That's right.
No pitney,
Yeah.
none.
In fact, Lady Divine, do you remember a lot of
Hey,
people fell out with the members of G Block because we
Lady
said
D,
no to child abuse? How much man they come up on G
And
Block
we
and
forgot
try and chat shit?
When Gummy
Oh,
Pitney them was getting beat up and cussed out here for taking them to Sarah Garvey. We were the ones defending her Pitney them. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it.
there's no point. Lady D, let me tell you something. One thing I realized with Jupiter is there's actually no point bringing up anything that's been done in the past that shows good exemplary character because she doesn't like your black face. That's it. She hates you differently. I
No,
don't know
she
why. I
wants
don't know
to
why.
be the Lady D to the point that even now, if you listen to it now, it's imitating us. It's trying to speak like us. It's using our words. It's just a joke watching it. I just find it hilarious. I actually do. Like you're never gonna
Yeah,
be me.
I don't
Just
know.
cut it out. Cut it out.
I don't know. What I'll tell you one thing though. Jupiter got the shit kicked out of her by Isabella. But here's the thing: people were laughing at Jupiter when she got kicked and scratched, right? But Jupiter didn't flinch, right? You know, she didn't flinch. I'm telling you, Jupiter's a monster. Don't mess with her in real life, Lady D. Trust me.
Oh yeah, as
seen-
we're spreading lies. Wait, hold on. Ultra. As we're spreading lies about each other, that fight happened because Jupiter tried to give Braden a blowjob. That's why Isabella wanted to beat her up. Yeah, as we're spreading lies. We're spreading lies, right? It's all right to spread lies, right?
No, it's not, sir.
Right? You was there.
No,
you was
it's
there
not.
when she got beaten.
Never
You
right
was there
red
when she
line.
scratched the herpes off your face, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, bro. Mad thing. She
Hey,
scratched the
bro.
herpes off
Nah,
your face.
listen, Lady D and
Scratched
Nynifa.
the
I'm
way.
telling you now.
Hey, wait.
I know how. I
Ultra,
know the
ultra,
war.
ultra.
Don't get
Let me
involved
just
with
sing
Jupiter
this.
in real life.
Hold on. Let me sing this one
Go
for
on,
you,
go on,
fam. Not for you
go
anyway,
on.
yeah, but for the crew. She scratched the herpes off your face. Man. Yeah, that was it, bro.
Boy, you, Valley, you can't sing.
La.
Look at him. Look at him up there trying to sing. Like, who's he think he is? He's up there trying to
Hey,
sing. Isn't that what was a couple of days ago? Isn't that what it
she
was?
scratched the herpes off her face. Man.
Hey, what the fuck is wrong with BMW drivers? They're fucking assholes. No, listen, Lady D, yeah.
Hey.
Just tell Nynifa I said, yeah. Don't get involved with Jupiter in a real life. Let me tell you. I saw Isabella fly kick her. Right, and Isabella was a big chunky slice. She fly kicked Jupiter. Jupiter didn't budge. She didn't move. She's a monster. Listen,
Not
bruh.
even a
Listen,
nuclear bomb can move that bitch.
nah,
Let me tell you,
nah.
shock
Listen,
absorbers. The shock
I'm
absorbers.
telling you, you don't want it, bruh. You
Yeah,
don't want
without
it
the
with
shock
Jupiter
absorbers.
in real life. She's a monster. Now, don't get me wrong. She's a super cunt. Her personality is trash, but in real life, she's like a building. She's like 8 foot tall. She's like 8 foot.
It's the football. It's the football and the okra. You hear me?
Oh, Jesus,
Trust me.
man. Listen, Jupiter,
Hey,
stop
but
the
listen,
fuckery now.
let's run.
You're
Let me
making me
run
sick.
this. Let me run this video, man. Like, you know what? Yeah, like I keep trying to say, people give these nutters too much attention, and they're actually nutcases, isn't it? So, what we should do, yeah, is just actually run the reason for the show. Let's play the video, chat shit about it, and then we can chat shit about Jupiter later. If we got enough
Run the
time.
video, bro.
All right.
Run it.
Let it play.
I don't know if we all agree about what a chav actually is. I mean, we're clearly not a subculture in the way that we understand subculture. People do not identify themselves through dress and behaviour in a recognisably what I would call subcultural way, which is why it can be used as a term of abuse. If you've studied subcultures or indeed been in one, you understand the appropriation of clothes from one class to another. Dick Hebdige used the anthropological term bricolage to describe such borrowing. So, for instance, when gangsters or bling or hip-hop guys took up Burberry, it was because they were making a statement about a very old-fashioned English label. And this was seen as some kind of irony. When the significant moment is when Daniela Westbrook poses head-to-toe in Burberry. This now signifies something quite different. The white girls pushing pushchairs with their Croydon facelifts and their fake Louis Vuitton also signifies something that we really don't like. Because we understand the uniform, we know what the juicy couture tracksuits mean with the Chanel bags. But somehow, for some reason, I disagree with Jeff. I think this is an aspiration, desire to consume. Now, how do people spend money and why do they spend money? And who are we to tell people how to spend money? Why are we chav bashing at the sort of conspicuous consumption of this class of people and not at bankers who also spend money? How did we come to despise the white working class? In talking about chavs, we're actually talking about our own confusion because we don't have a way to talk about class because we have been told under New Labour that class doesn't exist anymore. So, if class doesn't exist, what does it mean to be common? What does it mean to be vulgar? I might find the pictures of the Bullingdon Club people vulgar. But, of course, the Daily Mail, the Telegraph, and indeed the Guardian find it vulgar to see girls in the street drunk showing their knickers. I think, well, the bottom line about all this is that this chav thing is a return of the repressed being class hatred, pure class hatred. I think the question you have to ask is, when did being poor become a moral choice? I think it happened in the mid-90s. If you're on the left, in the mid-90s, when Charles Murray published his essay on the underclass, we gasped in horror. The underclass, we didn't even use that term then. He told us that the underclass was not about poverty, it was defined by a type of poverty. Poor people weren't people who lacked money, they were defined by their behaviour. Murray called them the new rabble.
Hear me, yeah? All right, so Charles Murray, eh? Charles Murray, eh? The underclass, eh? The same, is he the same done the IQ thing? Okay. Mad. Yeah, man. I wonder if it's the same guy. Cause I don't actually know still. And you know it was hiding now, you hear me? Hey, wait, this is you know what's mad about it, yeah? Don't be a know-it-all and then start crying when you get called out. Huh? Don't be a fucking know-it-all and then start crying when you get called out. But don't type in and act like a flipping know-it-all, like you know every flipping answer to every question. You hear me? Man, I'm crazy. Lord. Council House of Violence, yeah. I know what CHAP
So
stands for.
what's this chat thing about? What is all of, I don't understand what's going on here.
Well, this was a documentary from the early 2000s about, because remember before I was saying, yeah, there was a time when there was Jeremy Kyle show, there was Benefit
Listen,
Street,
there was fear,
there was all this
there was
stuff,
fear,
all
there
these
was,
TV programs that was just taking the piss out of poor people. Anyone on benefits, anyone that's got more than 2 kids. Do you hear me? Anyone that don't earn a certain amount of money, or anyone just living in a council area. Yeah, like that was just all over telly and taking the piss out of it. And this is basically showing how this sort of happened. You know what I'm
okay,
saying?
yeah.
And then also, I've made this point previously when we've been having this. You know what it is? That's what I keep trying to say. Enough of these people are so disingenuous, yeah, when we're speaking about what we're talking about. I've made this point previously as well, yeah, about at the time, yeah, Labour started moving like wanting this middle class talk and all that. You get me? Middle class people and so and so. Instead of speaking to the disgruntled people that weren't middle class, they sort of left them to get sucked up by BNP and anyone else that was sympathetic to hear or saying this is the reason why, or giving you someone to point out as the reason why things ain't working out for you. So in them times there, especially in them times there, Labour should have been making more of an effort with not just the white working class, all communities of working classes areas, yeah, wherever working class people reside, yeah, or the poorer communities reside. In them years there should have been the stretch to remove the underclass from being in existence. So let's get everyone skilled up. Let's make sure that no one can be leaving school without reading unless they've got like a disability, which means they can't read or, do you know what I mean? Like people know how to use basic English, grammar, literature, all them sort of bits and pieces. Like the basics that you're supposed to be able to have as a flipping basic functioning human in your arsenal. So,
Bro, I'm not gonna lie, I'm
you're less
struggling
likely.
to hear you. Bro, I'm struggling to hear you.
You can just about hear me. Alright, but
It's
then
just
shut,
that
man. You know what, yeah?
it's the
It's true I'm
rattling
on
in
the
the
motorway,
background.
innit?
Yeah.
Does that
No,
sound better?
Gelly, it's the scratching. No, it's the scratching, man. It's the mic
Alright, one
scratching.
sec,
It's
yeah.
horrible.
Let me do. Is that better? Is that better?
Yeah.
And you know what it was, yeah? It was in the it's in the in car holder, innit? Like I took out the car holder now. So yeah, so like I was saying, yeah, if they done that, you know, like a generation of change, like where they were saying, making sure that, like they done now, you have to be in school to a certain age. But this is the generation of change, isn't it? Because you have to be in school to a certain age, like 18. You have to have education if you want to leave school early. But before you could leave school early, innit? Like when you were 16, you could decide just not to go to school. Innit? Car, I know bare people that done that. They was like, raw, man's 16 and I ain't going to school. You hear me? Not even realizing the benefits of just this free education that other people in other places had to pay for us. You know where it was, yeah? Imagine, yeah, even myself, I didn't take full advantage of it the first time round. And I was able to go back and forth. I went to Jamaica more than once, yeah, on a good few occasions. I knew that people had to pay for education, had to pay for medical bills, and so and so. But you know, because you're not really in that age where you're paying any bills or whatever, it's not even registering in your head like that. You hear me? Like, it's not like raw. So, all that should have been the reason that I definitely should have tried harder in school anyway, yeah, but again, with this underclass thing, Chav and Roadman, I don't know, the lads, the boys, the man them, all that, and people that live in close proximity, not everyone's gonna come off the roadside or stop doing crime or whatever, really. Yeah? But if you give if there's opportunities there will be less people doing that. Innit? Some people will take the opportunities. Basically, yeah, 1, 2 people will take the opportunities and they'll just disappear in it. You won't see them again. Like that crowd won't see them again. Yeah, or they'll just see them a year later and be like, right, man's changed, man's got this, man's got that, man's da da da. You hear me?
Wait, is that your internet, bro?
Yo. Yeah, it's back now still. You know what happens, yeah? Anytime the video cuts out, yeah, it goes choppy. I tell you what, yeah, fuck that. Let me just play the video, innit? Okay, it's trying not to let me chat. So, go on, man. Go on and play.
New Labour has enabled, it has not decommissioned this discourse. It's a total failure. Gordon Brown's demented speech at this year's Labour Party conference about locking up teenage mothers is simply a return to the workhouse. So it's up to anybody who's oppositional to make the case for the unrespectable, for those people who do not want to work like Gordon Brown 24 hours a day. And I'd say the most visible class hatred or tackle is aimed at women. I give you the holy trinity of Jane Goody, Katie Price and Kerry.
Bro, I can't pause. Sorry, I can't hold it any longer. I tried. I really did, yeah, but it's not working for me. Bro, are we honestly watching this woman looking the way she does talking about chavs? What are we doing? Bro, what are we doing?
Yo.
Have you seen that?
You can't see the name of the title. The name of the title of the show.
I can't
It's showing the reason how the chavs ended up being named chavs and the underclass was developed and the disdain that's shown and looked at. And it's crazy that the same group or people that was being scapegoated at that time are now happy to scapegoat other people. That's the point of why I'm showing these sort of things. Like, you gotta understand there's a method to what happens out here. Yeah? Like I'm trying to say, remember, Man don't like the scapegoat thing, innit? Or the bully thing, or where it's like we could just stamp down on these ones because of so and so, so and so. So it's mad when people get the chance to turn into bullies or to turn into the people to do them sort of things. They actually take the opportunity and will do that. You know what I'm saying? Like other people won't. Yeah, I think that's actually far and few between it. Yeah, not a lot of people won't. A good few people will. Yeah, or what they will do, yeah, is they'll be silent and let others do it because and not stand up because obviously they don't want to get stepped on. They just want a nice, calm life. Go work, go home. You hear me? So, yeah, man, that is what we're doing, man. Yeah, we're sharing our scapegoating has been developing from early, yeah, and been a populist tactic to be able to point at these people as the reason why, while the people that actually have the power or have the funds or actually cause crashes, like the bankers in America cause crashes around the whole fucking world. The UK went under from that. The UK still ain't recovered from that. Yeah, because as it was recovering, something else happened. Yeah, then something else happened. You hear me? Like, raw. As it was recovering, as things were starting to get, you might starting to stand back on their own 2 feet or whatever. Bumperclot, Ovid. You get me? Yeah, the bread and them thing, yeah. Mad, Hovis. So, then after that, all the spices voted for Bumpercloud Brexit. Oh my diddy.
Bro, are you trying to get me angry? Bro, you trying to make me angry?
Hey, you're mute.
Don't make me fucking angry. Oh, listen. These dickheads and the
Hey,
Brexit
listen,
man.
hold on. Hey, ultra, listen, yeah. You see Brexit and sovereignty, yeah.
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 What sovereignty was on offer before and after Brexit? What was the
The
people
thing
that
is, listen,
going to be
there's
able to?
no sovereignty. The only thing that's sovereign is Parliament. You're not a fucking sovereign citizen. You're a dumb cunt. All of you lot, all of us are dumb cunts. We are all dumb cunts. All of us. But especially you dickheads who thought sovereignty. The only thing that is sovereign is Parliament. Fuck, man. Parliament has always been sovereign. It's never lost sovereignty, even during Brexit or before Brexit, prior to Brexit. Parliament was still sovereign. Oh, Lord, have mercy. And, bro, listen, ask anyone about a singular Brexit benefit. Go on. Go on.
I've been for about 3-4 months. Hey, but when it was sunny, I was asking the man for when it's been sunny till now it's cold. And the man, you get me? Warm days, warm nights, and I feel so cold. Whoa, whoa, cold, whoa, whoa. You get me?
As far as I'm concerned, Brexit has been one of the worst things done to this country. As far as I'm concerned, I'm done. I ain't got time.
Lady D, I told them don't vote for Brexit, and no one listen. Why don't people listen to me? Because everything I say turns out to be true.
Too much sense, ultra simple. You talk too much sense.
Hey, you know what it is, yeah?
Take your sense and go away. They don't want to hear sense. They want to hear nonsense. Like, can you stop it?
Do you know what, Lady D? Do you know what? I think that's a thing on me, right? Because honestly, I don't give a fuck who says it. Even if fucking Jupiter has got the fucking formula for turning lead into gold, it doesn't matter that it's Jupiter that's got the formula. I'm taking the formula. But these dumb cunts won't take the formula if the formula's coming from someone they don't like. That is insane.
Hey, ultra, let me tell you for free. Jupiter definitely ain't got that formula.
Bruh, Jupiter's a dickhead anyway. It's so bad. I can't believe how far She's fallen. Oh, hang on. Wait. Okay.
Banksy's even been going mad lately because he's on a Superman conspiracy mode, yeah? He was on to me about, well, you even think the
no.
Jippy Jabby was safe and all them sort of stuff there. I'm like, whoa, hold on, bro. I'm not even debating you about it, or whatever. But when it was that time, you was on the same side as Scientific Method and Rob, Speaker's Corner.
Mm-hmm.
You hear me?
Yep.
Now, all the conspiracy dons are about kind of taking over and have the loudest voice. It's like you're flipping over to that side. You hear me? I'll say that's not the traits of Andrew Tate, Banksy, or Alpha Male, Banksy. You hear me? Yeah. That's the traits of a bitch.
Yeah, I can't lie.
And Banksy
Banksy,
is a
since
bitch. Yeah, we have to
he
post
mixed
that.
up, no, Banksy ain't a bit. Banksy has got sense, right? But
Was the gods came in
Whoa.
and just took
Hey, man
atheist
said, he
ultra
just
up out of here.
slapped him away, cuz. I said, slap it, slap it, slap
He said,
it.
shut your mouth back, you're defending Banksy. Where boy? That's what they said.
What you mean? Why? You can't defend Shia? Man.
Oh, the internet gods took him out of here, boy.
How you mean? Imagine like we got like one Shia in the chat and he's the biggest pagan in the world. Counter 708. Oh my days, he's just extra pagan. Pagan
Counter
sauce on top.
708. Oh my days.
Yeah.
No, it's the
that
other one in
Counter
there. Look
708
at
is
that. Look
like
at that.
super
Look at that,
pagan.
bro.
Ronald.
No, but look at the pagan chess moves though. Watch well in the chat now. Lady D, Motion said that you're an angry dog last night on Nine's Live. No, he didn't. I listened to that show today. I don't know what you heard, but I did not hear what you just wrote in that chat. Them pagan chess moves don't run over Yasa. Move angwe.
Trying to just fire off before not knowing that you've listened to the shit yourself already. That's what I was saying with the other
Exactly.
thing.
That's why I said to Nick, I want to hear it
Tell everyone
myself.
else what they've said or whatever. This is racist or they've said something racist or whatever. Yeah. When I've not heard what they said or whatever. And you're outraging. You're outraged at trying to say that I need to be outraged. That don't even make sense, bro. It's dumb still. You know what I mean? And now why is it this special, specific, particular time that you need to be outraged? Huh? Why? Because you can leverage that what it is, whatever you think you can within this argument. This is probably one of the only arguments that you feel like you've got some sort of leverage in any sort of racism or whatever. So this is why you've picked this specific argument to be extremely outraged about. Outrage out of all outrage. You hear me? That's how that go, man.
Mad thing. But yeah, bro, run the video, man. Let's see what going on. But that woman took me out.
There you go. Yeah, man. Trav life.
Katona. I mean, really, you have it all here. You've got it. This thing that feels slightly out of control: sexuality, mental illness, ignorance, death, money. It terrifies the hell out of everybody. Look at these ladettes. They've grown up, they're out there, and they are producing their feral chav children. This is the way female sexuality is policed, and it isn't policed in absolute class terms. I think we need to think what it is that we really hate about chavs, because middle class.
Yo, you see that? Yeah? That's what I was talking about, the scapegoating. So, when these men are getting scapegoated, yeah, man saying the same sort of shit like, yo, that's blatant scapegoating, right? These were just singling men out and acting like these are the worst people in the world. Even though other people are spending money on things that they might not should be spending money on in other sectors. Yeah, right, it's mad still, cuz. And then now, a group that was getting scapegoated wants to start scapegoating other people, man. It's crazy, cuz. That don't even make sense. A group that was getting scapegoated now wants to join the people that were scapegoating them to scapegoat other people. How does that?
But bro, ain't that the age-old story? The victims become the victimizers.
It's true. It's true. Yeah, man. Yeah. There you go. All right. Let it playeth.
Just consume in a different way. Chavs exist so we can look down on people and say their priorities are all wrong. You've got to go back to 1995, Jarvis Cocker's Common People. We celebrated common people. He said, you'll never fail like common people, you'll never watch your life slide out of view. These were brilliant lyrics because they were celebrating something that we now hate.
We're all middle class now, New Labour announced triumphantly in 1998, and not everyone rejoiced. Many of those increasing numbers of people who were economically defined as middle class refused to identify themselves as such. They were proud to identify with their working class histories. Like them, my position was anomalous too, but for different reasons. As a middle class woman, living and raising my children on a council estate in Bermondsey, South East London, I was defined economically as working class. But I was struggling to understand what working class pride was all about. Of all the things I learned in Bermondsey, what surprised me most was to discover that relatively poor people were not united by a shared preoccupation with their difficult.
Hey, I don't know what this lady's name is here, but she's actually a good, gives an honest account, should I say. A more honest account of what's happening or how the people view each other in it. So, a middle class lady that was a journalist that lived in Bermondsey with working class people. So it was in between sort of two worlds, isn't it? Certain times you might be mixing with some mad rich people like, yeah, sometimes, yeah, man will go to some people's yards, yeah. Like I was saying, I've been to certain people's houses, yeah, where their house managers, like the person that manages their house, yeah, that house is bigger than people's houses that other people live in, yeah. The house manager's house, the person that manages the house, yeah, the house they bought for them that is on the property, that house is bigger than a house that someone might live in today, yeah, with their use, yeah. So,
Sorry, bro. 1 second. Sorry, bro. Sorry. 1 second, bro. Motion, I don't know why you're addressing that, you know. I don't even know why you're wasting your time. That's exactly what happened to Nanifa. Them not understand how we talk. So don't even explain yourself, bro. Let them do what they do. Just know that you're not falling for it. Sorry, bro. Carry on.
Yeah. So that's what I was saying, like about I can't remember what I said still. What was I saying? What was I speaking about? Sorry,
I got sidetracked by the chat.
I'm looking on the road. Keep my eyes on the roadside. Clap, clap, clap on the roadside. Yeah, I was talking about but the basics of it was that the scapegoating thing is just some age-old bullshit, and it's mad that people that previously get scapegoated or have been the ones that get targeted are usually some of the easiest people to be turned into people to start scapegoating others as well. That's mad to me.
And that's a fact, because before, in the late 80s, early 90s, even through the 90s actually, it was that the word on the streets was, oh, England ain't performing well because of all these dossers and flipping chavs and all these things that they had out here. They had Jeremy Kyle doing it up. They had Little Britain doing it up. They were doing the most, yeah, blaming all the problems of the United Kingdom on the fucking dossers and chavs and benefit scroungers, and Jeremy Kyle was out here doing the most. Now, fast forward on how many years later, now all the problems of Britain's because of the immigrants. You don't see how it works? Come on now. It's all the immigrants' fault.
rewind back here to Danny Roscoe's favourite time, yeah, when Enoch Powell was doing the Rivers of Blood speech. That's about the Caribbean migrants. You get me? So there's always been someone to scapegoat. So you can point out and say, it's because of them is why you haven't got what you've got. But I live in this fucking service department or flipping mansion with butlers. But it's them over there that are your issue. Yeah? Don't worry about my mansion or butler, cause I'll come and check you in the Fiesta that I rented out for the week. You hear me, cuz?
Don't worry about all the politicians that run off with all the money 4 times over, right in your face. No, don't worry about none of that. Yeah. Just worry about them immigrants. Them bloody immigrants.
Economic position. On the contrary, I found white working class people divided amongst themselves across fiercely defended notions of territory, across distinctions between different kinds of working class families on the estates. And at the same time, they were lamenting the death of their idea of community and struggling to defend their way of life against the increasing influence of immigrants from Asia, Africa, Caribbean and Eastern Europe. Here in Bermondsey, despite the success of multiculturalism, which was rightly being celebrated nationally as a fantastic resistance movement against racial and cultural prejudice in Britain, were white working class people crying out in defiance of this victory, what about us? Why are we feeling under threat in our own neighbourhoods? What about our way of life? And even, what about our culture? So New Labour's task, it seemed, was to hold the centre ground, to maintain and increase the size of the middle class vote, to raise the aspirations of the poor and their living standards, and to undermine the privileges of the upper classes. Whilst Bermondsey people were lamenting the death of their idea of community and were preoccupied with trying to defend their way of life, learning now how to have an explicit...
Yo! I swear this lady just said that Labour basically just forgot about the, air quotes, white working class people and concentrated on others. Right, that sounds kind of like what people are trying to say about today as well. So, again, another area, I think, the UK has an issue with having uncomfortable conversations today. Uncomfortable conversations. That's definitely a conversation that needs to be had, right? With people in power. Have a group just been forgotten about? Actually, yeah, but you know what's funny, yeah? How some people are open to take criticism and critique in what's happening. Some people don't ever critique even something that they might feel like is a good or benefit or whatever, innit? Like, but some of us do though, innit? But we got a funny stuff. But God, man, let it play it.
Cultural identity in order to compete in a multicultural climate, the political and economic struggles, which have historically defined what it means to be working class in Britain, were forced into the background and concealed. And this highlighted the present danger, symbolised now by the growing influence of the British National Party, which is that even as we celebrate multiculturalism, there is no institution, political or economic, through which relatively poor people, black, white, Asian and mixed race, can come together to know themselves collectively as working class. We struggle to imagine that the working class is a multiracial phenomenon. A focus on employment forces us...
Whoa, 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 whoa. That's actually something that I speak about, right? Like today, I say that it's annoying when the working class is spoke about. It's like the white working class, but a lot of people from other backgrounds work in medium and low paid jobs, living in council estates, living in overcrowded housing, living in high crime areas. But are not a part of the crime and them sort of things there. Are not just working people, innit? Yeah? Think about this, yeah? If you've come here on a visa for a job or something, yeah, the last thing that you want to happen is to get arrested for something, innit? Yeah, so anything that you can do to not get arrested, i.e., every law that you know that you could break, you would make a conscious effort to definitely not break them, innit? Because obviously that fucks up your work visa. You're only there for 5 years. You know what I'm saying? You've come there for a specific purpose to work in this next place where you get a certain amount of money. So when you get back, you can do whatever you need to do for your next plan. It's mad still. But... Alright, so let's get back, man. Get back to business. Let it play.
To have to think not just about what is going on culturally in contemporary working class communities or neighbourhoods, but also about what has happened in them historically. The battle for improvement in the appalling living and working conditions of the poor in Britain was fought largely through self-organising collective action. It is this collective struggle to fight against poverty and its associated limitations, together with intense loyalty felt towards closely knit communities, which have traditionally...
Hey! That's what I keep saying, cuz like in these areas what are deprived or whatever, why there's bare different little bits and pieces to argue about. Yeah? If we don't, as the people that live in the areas or whatever, if we don't do our thing to like keep the place tidy, pick up the rubbish off the floor, make sure it goes in the bin, keep your little area tidy and all that, no graffiti and no brought down cars and so and so, and you know, I don't know, no, if you see anyone looking like they're not from the area trying to dump rubbish there, make sure that you run out and tell them, like, you can't do that there, and all them sort of shits there, you know what I mean? Like, if all of us make an effort to make our own little areas all nice and clean and so and so, then, oh, to make your ends a whole lot better, innit? You know? The whole place a lot better still. And the same sort of thing like we're saying, if the working class people are able to work together in a bit more of a collective to get the things that people can recognise that are issues in our areas for the children, all them sort of different bits and pieces. We can get all that sorted out then, you know. Whichever party does that, innit, yeah, they're basically just winning term after term, innit, because at the end of the day, yeah, There's more middle and working class people than there is like 1%, isn't it? That's why they're the 1%. The 99%. You know what I'm saying? Even top 20%. Yeah. 80s, like, yeah, because. Alright, go on. Let it play.
Been the reasons for working class pride. It is about survival when all the economic odds are stacked against the poor. And it is about the struggle for dignity in a country where, relative to dominant social, economic and political values, the working classes are at the bottom of the heap. This is why working class people who have done well for themselves don't necessarily want to be identified as middle class. Being middle class means looking down on working class people, and working class people supposedly don't look down on their own.
Bang. That's how you know Randy was never working class, innit, yeah? He loves that middle class label, right? So he can't get associated with a, you know what I'm saying, dirty fingernail crew. You hear me, cuz? Yeah? Chip tooth massive. You hear me, cuz? How you babe? Yeah, man. Oh, man. What's the matter? No one around here works. Wait. Definitely like this. You definitely, I don't know if you work in it. You man on catching every single stream 24 hours a day. Some of you might just be like Russian bots. Because I don't know how you men are able to either earn a decent living and be on every single stream 24 hours a day. That's mad. You get me? A work from home thing. Obviously, some people are working from home. They do that little thing there still, but brother, some man are in every chat, and then they're in. Yo, you see, like people like Mr. Lottie, yeah, and lunatic will jump on the panel and start spazzing out, yeah. It will type out, "Oh my God, that's so and so," yeah, and you're like, "But how the fuck do you know these people? And where do you know them from? How did you know them? How did they know to come here?" You parties have been over there chatting off ally. That's what they've been doing, isn't it? Over there, mad spots chatting off. Have you heard of J Block? Have you heard of J Block?
Mr. Lottie is the second Jafar Black. What's his name? Jafar who? What's his name again? Jafar something.
Jafar the Patty. Jafar the chatty patty
the messenger guy.
He
yeah,
is
the messenger
super
guy.
patty, cause I'm like, God damn, you work for Royal Mail. How much patty you're delivering? Like, you're out here just delivering mail every day. You hear me? I'm like, yo, man, wake up here. About 5:30, 6, yeah. Do whatever in that. Have a quick look on the what's it called? The YouTube so and so app. You know, it gives you the updates of what's been going on. God damn it, I know this could, jeez, man, like Kale, you know.
Yes, son, brother, son, sister. Yes, man. Yes, Vima, you back on now? Back online now, yeah?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Yeah. This is good, man. Yeah, man. How's things, man?
Yeah, but not massive shows though. Still, man. Just kind of short ones.
Good.
Still.
Yeah. I hear that
Good
one
though,
still.
you know?
It's time consuming, isn't it? But it's beneficial still. Lady D, how you doing, beloved?
I'm doing blessed. How are you?
Yeah, I'm alright. You know, I've just been like.
We've missed ya.
And I love that, man. It's just the projects, and I'm at the country sometimes, and little things, and and sometimes I can't get to go on the YouTube all the time because it's, as I said, it's time consuming. But
It's a good thing that is a good thing.
When you got time, innit? When you ain't got time, then go ahead.
Yeah, that's it, man.
You know what I'm like anyway, like I'm saying, yeah? Let fucking one of my investments start going mad, because I'm like, hey, listen, I'm changing the channel to a plumbing channel or something. I'll go, you hear me?
Yeah.
I'll start going mad. Yeah.
Mm. No, it's true, man. But sometimes, man, boy, the way the system is and the way you got to do something is tricky. It's tricky, man. Mm. So what's the topic about?
I don't
Yeah,
know.
man.
Then he's going
So,
on about these chavs, yeah. I don't know
yeah,
nothing
man.
about these
Basically, yeah.
chavs.
Yeah.
What's happened is that right now with this populist rhetoric and even populist MPs,
Right.
parties that are able to seem like they're galvanizing a lot of support on the ground level.
Right.
And it seems like it's all coming through scapegoating though. So what I'm showing you is that the people that are getting galvanized or that are getting groomed to start scapegoating now are the same set of people that was getting scapegoated by the people that they're being groomed to scapegoat others in the first place.
Okay. Like the ripple
Working class
effect.
was scapegoated. Yeah, they were saying the chav, these men are scapegoated. Yeah, in this thing, they're specifically talking about the white working class. Like,
Yeah.
obviously, my thing is like, rah, working class is the working class, isn't it? Like, rah, all the poor people them need to get rised up and lift up. So,
Yeah.
especially over here or whatever, like in the separate countries or whatever, the same sort of thing, innit? Yeah. You might never forget rise up in home in the world or whatever, innit? But like, yeah, poor people that are at the bottom, especially like homeless people living on the street, like people that are dependent on benefits and public services to some people, yeah, like say imagine you got like a proper disabled child or whatever. There's like an actual one of them school buses that come to pick up your kid and all that.
Oh yeah, I remember that. I
That's
used
a
to see
public
that.
service and all that. You know what I'm saying?
It is, yeah, it is, yeah.
So if public services get cut, squeezed, and all them sort of things, yeah, imagine that's one of the services that gets lost. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
that's something that's squeezed on. So that's why I kind of like, yo, the man that should, not the man them, but the people that are in the working class level, especially if you're like, if you got a job and you work for someone and that's your main income, then you're basically working class, isn't it? Yeah? No matter how much you're earning. Again, if you now you get injured at work and not be able to go work, then your job's gone sooner or later, innit? Because you're going to be on sick pay for a certain amount of time. And if you're unable to, you know what I'm saying, you get medically retired. Yeah, because. So,
Yeah. I even they're not even paying people that properly as well. Oh, that's gone down a bit now, the sick pay.
yeah,
So, because
that's
I
what
remember
before,
like,
yeah? When we used to do just building site work, yeah? Only just building site, you're basically working self-employed, innit? Yeah? But I used to work for a company and you just move from site to site with them, innit? But you're self-employed, innit? So you don't get holiday pay. But they just make sure that whenever this job's wrapping up and they get into the next job, you're one of the people that they bring into that next job or whatever. So,
yeah, of course, yeah. That was a link.
In that's like self-employed, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know, you earn a little bit more, yeah, and you pay a little bit less in tax. Because obviously you can get the tax returns, you can claim for stuff, but you don't get holiday pay, innit? So
No, you don't.
when
Especially when you got your own
the money
business.
that you get in tax return, I usually use that as holiday money or whatever.
Yeah,
Not
you gotta be
all of
smart
it,
about
but
it.
some of it still, we use it towards holiday money, and put some of it towards savings, innit? So like, really and truly, I do think wherever we're going or whatever, we just like, pay it off instead of having
And
to
you gotta
pay
be
a big lump in it. Just pay it, like, I don't know, like 4 or 5 deposits or something like that.
And you need a good accountant as well, man. That's another thing. You know, so you have to be careful. Certain accountants you have can rip you off, man.
Yeah, man.
Mm.
Oh, decent
Well,
accountant still.
you know, you can see it's starting to backfire on them anyways in this country, man. Like, exactly, man. The people who are the scapegoats, they used to discriminate, put down, and you know, now they're being used. You see, especially in the parliament situation and this thing going on with you know, the rioting and certain. You see it, man. It's you know, it's hitting them back. You know what I mean? You know, they're always trying to compare other
Saying
European
that
countries and it like
this
Holland and all that, but
this thing, yeah,
yeah,
where we're just being used out here, yeah. It's that, like I'm just pointing their finger at that, right?
yeah,
Differently, the way you're scapegoating others right now, you was one of the people that scapegoated if you're from this class or from this elk. You know what I'm saying? If you're from this working class group or people or whatever, then when they're doing these documentaries and they're speaking bad about chavs and speaking bad about people with flipping Burberry hats, blah blah blah, like,
yeah,
who are they talking about? They're talking about people that might support a gang, a brother like Tommy Robinson and all them sort of people. So right now, these men are talking bad about asylum seekers. You hear me? So I'm like, yo, why are you scapegoating them for these guys when these guys were scapegoating you fucking 4 weeks ago? But the man never got short memories, innit? That's why you have to show the timeline of how long the man them can get groomed for before the people them start turning and scapegoating others.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm. But it's true. How long do you allow yourself to be groomed for until they come for you? It's temporary, isn't it, man? Like with your own business, if you're working for someone else, you know what I mean? It's really, if you're able to, for you to get your own business, or you'll be groomed a certain way, isn't it? So it's how long you allow yourself to be groomed, man. You know, it's because the youth they've got it, man. With all these apps and things that's come out, man, they're starting to be the bosses now. It's like we don't want to follow the kids of the the 60s, 70s, 80s, even the 90s. It's like now we're gonna do the grooming. We're gonna groom you like to follow our way now when it comes to business. So it's we have to find a way, man, because we've definitely been exploited as usual. You know what I mean? So imagine if they did take away that, because in Brom they call it ring and ride. You know, when they pick up the disabled,
They pick up the
yeah, they call it ring and ride.
the people
Yeah,
that live in like retirement homes and all them sort of
that's
things.
right. Yeah, and there was a thing back in the days where like they needed to come out and get fresh air and go to certain get certain facilities.
Yeah.
So they work hard. So imagine if you took that away, and in this country and that, with all due respect, and that some of
Things like
us,
that did close. Some of those
yeah,
centres for old people and children and others, they did
yeah,
close. They're gone now. It's far and few between that there is them centres like youth centres or a
right,
hall where there's having those old people meetings and they'll
right,
come there and have dinner and have a soup or have a dance day, have
right,
music and do their exercise and you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, yeah,
yeah, better them gone, bro. So,
yeah. It's
gone
yeah,
because conservatives said, yo, selling that. Ain't nobody try to wear Burberry. You hear me?
yeah,
So,
yeah, man. There's even a new movement, man. I was obviously like the kind of work that I do, and it's logistics and that. So I must have been speaking to one European guy and that, man, and he was saying that he wants well, basically, it's happening now. Like he wants a lot of the British, those who are born here, to take on this. I can't remember exactly what he said, but it's to do with this security firm thing where you're allowed to basically protect yourself from immigrants, man. I can't remember what it's called, but it costs a lot of money. I think it's $4,000. Do you know what he's on about? Yeah.
No.
Yeah, it's $4,000. Yeah, it costs $4,000.
Yourself from immigrants.
So you can kind of basically, when they're coming over the borders and that, the government will pay you to prevent them from coming in, illegally, and you can kind of do what you need to do to prevent that. It's some form of security thing, man. I can't remember exactly what he was saying, but that's the new movement now. So that's very interesting. That is, man. Like you're getting paid to harm the immigrants.
Yeah, you know what though? It's like with the asylum seeker dudes. Obviously, unless they're like not looking to claim asylum, or they're going to just work illegally or whatever. Because there is people that work on the black market, blah blah this and that.
Yeah.
That ain't claiming. So. Yeah, but if they're trying to claim asylum, then even if you citizen arrest them or hold them or whatever, when the authorities come, they'll be able to make an asylum claim still.
Right.
So you want to double check what my man's saying, innit?
Yeah, it was new to me, man. You know what I mean? It's just thinking, okay, well, something to do. You can earn, man, you can earn a lot of money. So I think it's something to do. I've never heard of it with the security because obviously, like, I do them things, but I've never heard that particular.
That would be these man's nightmare. Imagine I was out there trying to stop asylum seekers. Who me? Yo, this time say I'm like, yo, hey, listen, I'm supposed to stop you, but if you make your way to that office down there, claim asylum. Hey, you. Joking stuff.
Yeah, man.
Imagine, we're holding a sec, yeah? Imagine these lunatics, keep trying to make claims, saying that I'm saying that England should have just open borders and anyone and everyone should just be able to come in, walk in, and walk out whenever they want. Like, I've never even said that. I've never said that one time. So that's strange.
Oh, is that what they're trying to say? That they're claiming that you're saying them things, yeah? Yeah, they make up a lot of. As I said, man, I went on Sister Naifa's show the other day, man. When the Sister Naifa show the other day, because obviously I haven't been on the YouTube. So having a conversation, man, and I can't believe what she was saying on there, man. You know what I mean?
It's phone ringing. In regards to. So your phone ringing, Cal. Mike's got low cuts. Yo. Do that still. Alright, let me run the rest of this video, man. There's bare video left, Ain't even done yet. It's all done.
This understanding of economic history allows for a subtle but significant shift away from the cultural strategies of the white working classes, away from the naive middle-class point of view which makes education the only legitimate aspiration, and towards a renewed political perspective. It becomes clear that being relatively poor makes work, not education, the focus of life's ongoing struggle. The problem, however, is that in the last 30 years, the industrial and manufacturing economies have been ripped out of the heart of working class neighbourhoods. These are the areas where Nick Griffin is winning votes. Surprise, surprise. And the influence of all those integrating collective movements, which were the source of working class strength and a defensive sense of self-respect, have been gradually undermined. To be valued in Britain at the beginning of the 21st century, a person now seems maybe to have to be either middle class or ethnic. And with no viable way to participate publicly as themselves, this leaves white working class people feeling that rather than being valued as the primary movers against unfair hierarchies, they have become, ironically, a block to equality, Meanwhile, when made synonymous with the so-called underclass or the non-working class, the white working class way of life, which some right-wing conservative commentators feel would best be left to die out, is increasingly portrayed as a cultural disgrace, a disgrace encapsulated in the often heard insult, chav scum.
The almost drooling response to the Shannon Matthews and Baby P case, isolated incidents of depravity are held up as proof that the UK's council estates are dangerous, degenerate areas that the state must declare war on. And in many areas of life, the state has intervened to an unprecedented scale in working class people's lives, and particularly around the area of children. So in this sense, chav bashing isn't just merely prejudices, it isn't merely saloon bar bile and traditional class hatred by trust fund journalists, but the means through which politics and the state has become organised around. So in this sense, chav bashing is the ideological justification for the erosion of civil liberties for all of us. So rather than just feeling sorry for the small section of society, the whole debate around chavs and chav bashing has become the mechanism through which all our civil liberties are being under threat, because it's the justification through which all kinds of behaviour becomes controlled. But is there any truth in the claims being made against the white working class? Well, firstly, there's always been small sections of the working class who perhaps indulge in antisocial behaviour. That in itself is nothing new, but it has its roots in society and social position, and it's a permanent feature of capitalist society. But instead, it's a matter of perception from politicians and commentators. There's a tendency to expect the worst from anyone in a tracksuit or a single mother pushing a pram. And in many ways, it always says more about the political elites than it does about the white working class themselves. So, far from the working class being a tense, boisterous, menacing mob, I would actually argue that the working class have never been so passive and so privatised. Football hooliganism is very rare these days. People are not rioting on the streets over unemployment or against authoritarian measures such as smoking and drinking bans. They, in actual fact, are accepted with no opposition at all. So I find it very difficult to believe that the working classes are somehow more aggressive and more menacing than they were in the past, where all the evidence seems to suggest the opposite. So, as ever, chav bashing debate reveals more about the middle classes and political commentators than it does about the marginalised section of society. There is the usual and unsavoury aspect of demarcation, whereby well-to-do commentators can feel good about themselves because they don't live in Essex, Walthamstow or wear tracksuits. But it also reveals how far the apparently educated middle classes are divorced from basic social theory of how environmental factors play a big part in shaping behaviour. By reducing themselves to the level of screeching hysteria, such commentators reveal their own banal mindset and their inability to think socially. More disgracefully, such commentators are also losing sight of their humanity. The final point is that alongside chav bashing, you also have a sort of mocking championing of council estate chic. In areas of East London, wearing tracksuits and jewellery was de rigueur as a sort of ironic fashion statement. Prince Harry and royal aristocrats had a fancy dress party dressed up as chavs 3 years ago. Sections of the media, such as Channel 4, also like to flirt with what they perceive to be as unrespectable behaviour as a way of pointing the finger and mocking the respectable sections of the working class. So the flirting with so-called chav behaviour alongside the chav-phobia is a way of mocking the respectable aspirations of the majority of the working classes. And I think, unlike the marginalised sections of the working class with jobs, mortgages and credit cards are the one people who don't know their place.
I'm just sort of interested, I guess, in why it is that the white working class is racialised in ways that the middle class, the white middle class, for example, we never hear that term, we never hear the white working class. And I think Gillian and, Suzanne, I think your point about the working class being a multiracial class is a way that we can really intervene in the idea, this kind of mythology around the chav. I think that mythology sort of relies upon two kind of related, intertwined strands. First of all, that the white working class is too white, So they're not embracing multiculturalism, they vote for the BNP and they're racist, for example. And then also that they're not quite white enough. So in terms of, the Chavet, who has mixed race children and who associates with other races in ways that are sort of considered polluting. And I'm interested, I guess, in the ways that those two strands can be seen as a kind of middle class projection onto the working class, which is then racialised as white rather than multiracial. And perhaps how that sort of reveals things about the middle class's own insecurities about multiculturalism.
I'm not sure that I prefer the defensive chavs to the attack on chavs. They seem to share the same assumptions. The attack on chavs is revolting, and I wouldn't defend that. But defending chavs as leading a lifestyle that we should be isn't a good response, I think. I think we should be defending people's civil liberties, but at the same time we should be questioning some of the problems in society. So, to the extent that young people don't have anything to look forward to, they don't have any values which they can aspire to, I think that's a problem. And I don't think that we can just get into this kind of round of talking about chavs and people in the underclass as if they're part of a culture and that it's never going to change. We need to introduce a social critique and a political critique of that.
I've had the lucky experience of being able to move freely amongst probably some of the most poorest people in Britain and some of the richest, and to be able to compare and contrast. And it seems to me that the only difference between the poor and the rich is that the rich can afford to be immoral. One of the main differences is that the toffs, who, if we assume, are also immoral, have this aspiration to rule, and they are ruling. And so if there really is, if basically they're as the very poor.
So you hear that there? The man them can afford to be immoral. The poor people can't. Mate. Yeah, man, it's crazy still. Like I've been saying for a minute, man, the working class makes up a wide variety of communities, man. And not everyone that wears a Burberry hat is out here trying to do crime or cause violence. So, but still. But yeah, man, you see how the stereotyping thing goes, man. Like, and the people, no one likes it. Yeah, when it's the fingers are trying to point at you and the people are taking the piss out of you and it's so and so, obviously you don't like it, innit? You're like, fuck that. So you definitely shouldn't join in when it's your time to get the foot off your neck and start to put the foot on someone else's neck. You hear me? I thought more people would be like, raw, you tried to do this with us. You hear me, cuz? But nah, man, never willing to go ahead with it. But there you go. Latif. Blaif.
Or what kind of leadership does that give us in this country? That's what all I'm trying to say is, who is leading?
I think examining the composition of class and class power is key to unravelling this debate, very much along the lines of the gentleman at the back. Somebody asked the question, why aren't the middle classes becoming racialised? Because essentially their values are the ones that are in power. If you look at the 20th century, it was essentially a tug-of-war between the left and right, the working classes and the elites, the capitalist classes for want of a better word. But once the elites had defeated the working classes so systematically, politically, the traditional elites collapsed with them. If you think of it like a tug-of-war, once one side collapsed, the other side collapsed as well. So in terms of the values that have arisen to the top, unfortunately, it is the middle class's values that predominate in society at the moment. Historically, the working classes had social power. They had a degree to enforce their collective will on society and attempt to shape society. Likewise, the ruling elites had social power and the ability to make decisions and their ability to shape society as well. And what that means is that they had a social outlook. The working classes and the traditional elites had a social outlook, whereas the middle classes, squeezed between the two major social classes, have always had a very individualistic outlook on society. Now, as a consequence of that, they have tended to gravitate towards this very petty morality, whereby they would see the plebs as uncouth, vile, uneducated mob, but they also see the toffs as corrupt, lacking in decent values and all the rest of it. And what flatters the middle classes is that they become somehow classes.
Who does that sound like? Sounds like one of our ginger mates. Same hair colour as Donald Trump. You know what I'm saying? Looks down on the working class, looks up to the upper class, but still thinks he's better than them. You know what I'm saying? These people using insults. They're not like me. I'm middle class. My house is in a posh area. Us middle class, we get bottled milk. Oh, mate.
And therefore, their morality, their independence, their hard-working decency are the ones that the rest of society should follow. And that's the kind of position that we're in today. Essentially, the collapse of left and right, the collapse of the old tug-of-war between the major classes has led to the middle class's values rising to the top. And I think that that's perhaps the best way to understand it. So in that sense, I would actually defend the toffs, because they are the section of society who are also vilified for daring to have the arrogance of having social power, which the working classes once had.
I think there's a problem in deciding who we are. I mean, when you decide to attack someone, this has to be from a position of knowing who you are. And I think that the fundamental problem for Britain is that it's not a proper country. It's the former metropolitan hub of an empire. And we don't have all the ingredients within Britain for being a proper country. Specifically, we don't have a peasantry. Most proper countries have peasantries, and the peasantry is the sort of default population. It is the repository of core values and ways of doing things of a national culture. And Ferdinand, in his book Mind the Gap, which was about chav bashing, essentially, suggests that in order to become a proper country, what we need to do is to develop a peasantry. And he would do this by getting the remaining landowners in the country to donate land for people on high-rise estates who don't have access to land to settle and become smallholders and grow their own food, and Britain.
Hey, this dude here is actually taking the piss. In the working class man's ends, talking about we need to develop a peasantry. Is he alright, cuz? He's got mad. Yo, he's lucky he's an old man. They would have rushed him. I lie? How you mean? Yo, they should have rushed his blood clot. He's got mad fun. He's taking the piss though. Develop a peasantry.
I don't think that's realistic, but I don't have a better solution. I'd be interested to know if anyone here has a better suggestion about how we could become a proper country, because short of doing that, I don't see any realistic solution to the problems that we've got ourselves into.
The discourse about the Labour Party is like, forget it. We're talking about the Tories being in not for one term here, but maybe 2 or 3. I think you've really said, if you want toff bashing, you will be ruled by Etonians. This is what is happening. The new Labour project has failed because the coalition that brought it into power has split apart. And some of those people, were the working class, were chavs, or whatever we want to call it. They are not going to vote Labour. They're not going to vote, in fact. So what is now important is to understand that the values that will dominate and will be cutting your frontline public services will be handed on from high, from the ruling class, who, yes, they've been bashed a little bit in the newspapers, but as Julian says, they are in power.
Last year I came to a debate here about is poor parenting a class issue. Some of you may have gone to it. And the funny thing was nobody on the panel was prepared to admit that poor parenting existed. So there was no dialectic. Now, I completely obviously deplore condemning or stereotyping any group of people, but do the panel think it's legitimate to condemn certain behaviours? All right, we've talked about people getting drunk on a Friday night, but do you think there is actually such a thing as antisocial behaviour or violent behaviour or public disturbance? Do you think we should make more judgments about people having lots of children with lots of different fathers and expecting the state to pick up the tab? Because you can condemn the behaviour without condemning a group and tarring them all with the same brush.
I would never deny the fact that there are isolated acts of antisocial behaviour, but the thing is they're not a social threat. That's the thing, they're not a threat to society, and I think this is what's often lost with this debate. Even something that was fairly kind of wide-scale in the 70s and the early 80s in terms of football hooliganism, it was not a social threat. They are isolated acts dressed up as a social threat in order to justify measures that actually do have a detrimental impact on society. Isolated behaviour does not have a detrimental impact on society overall, but the response to it does. I think that's what's problematic.
One of the problems with meritocracy, especially interventionist meritocracy that I referred to at the beginning, is that focusing on the process of winning. Who is doing well, who's benefiting, that sort of thing. It takes away any debate, really, about what should we be doing collectively and how can we collectively benefit, and that is something that we need to get back to, and probably will as the economy continues to collapse over the next couple of years.
We do sort of know what we're getting, don't we? We're going to get extremely right-wing fiscal policy combined with the social liberalism that everybody sex, drugs.
Pause it there still, yeah, but we can say that is what we actually had, right? Very right-wing, unsocialist politics that closed loads of public services, didn't reduce the debt. Actually, how does the debt double but create bare millionaires, and new billionaires? How does that happen? Even billionaires. Alright, how do we owe trillions in debt while creating billionaires? That's mad still. Trust me. Yeah, man. Alright, yo, so. Yo, Lady D, you there still? Don't know if you're still there still. If you're there still. But.
Yo, sorry, bro. I was doing something. Yeah, what you saying?
Yeah, no, it's alright still, man. No, I was just seeing, I'm gonna done with that video now still, man. I've basically got.
Oh, wait, Brother Kel's gone. I didn't realise he went.
Yeah, it flicked out still. But True is doing, basically just showing the development of scapegoating, innit? Like how I remember before, previously on panels, it's been said about how, remember they used to scapegoat, England's got the highest teen pregnancy in Europe and Scotland's got the highest knife crime and so, all this, that and the other, and all these different issues got solved, innit? Like, so. I don't know if they've solved the issue of Scotland having the highest knife crime in Europe. They should be able to solve the knife crime stuff within the UK. And I'm not even going to say London, because London isn't the highest knife crime spot. Well, sorry, London isn't the highest violence spot in the UK. Like I said, the most dangerous place in the UK was Cleveland. When Talk TV done their documentary, the first place backed at is Bora straight away. Like, you know, knife play all day in it, because That's what's going on, innit? Well, you can tell, innit? Yeah. Differently. The way man backed out his Bora on camera. Different. In his normal clothes that he rocks every day. But just with his face covered. Like no one don't know who he is. That's mad.
Fenny, you're just wicked, you know. Look where you paused this damn video. Now the whole chat's cooking this woman. I'm like, hey. Look, somebody passed her a tangled teaser. This can't run. This can't run.
Yeah, man. This is from early 2000s, though. So, although it was getting recorded at lower budget thing mobs, they didn't bother with making sure you had your finest and best. Your finest and looking your best and all them sort of shits there. You know what I mean? So, jeez, is that nines, yeah? Oh, go on, nines, man. What are you saying?
Yeah, bless up, bless up, bless up. Happy what we on Tuesday. Yeah, man. Happy Tuesday, man.
Bless up, but did you survive? I just want to make sure, take the temperature. Is the barbecue cooled down? Was it still heated midway? Where are we at with this barbecue at this point?
Well, yesterday I had to ask if you lot could smell me. So can you smell me?
A bit smoky still. I'm not gonna lie. Did they smoky this time?
You can still smell a bit of smoke, yeah.
Yeah, like you know,
Oh,
there's
gosh,
smokes.
man.
Yeah, man.
Oh gosh, maybe by tomorrow it might cool off. But yeah, boy.
Don't worry, sis. We'll ear you out to and get you that nasty smell off you. That scummy smell, that stench. Yeah, we're gonna get that off you. We got a couple incense
Don't worry,
and a
man.
couple
We
things
should
for
slap
work
some
with.
jerk sauce on it. Like Ultra said, a lie. We could just slap some jerk sauce on it, cuz.
Listen, I got a brethren called Afghan. He's got the hookup with the Arab oils, yeah, and the perfume. I'm gonna get you together, sis. Don't worry. Yeah, Heil. You see it there?
Highland powder. You know what I mean?
But you know, I think you was playing before. I think you was mentioned something about the Brit Nation thing, yeah. Have you heard what Trump's been saying about like the BRICS and that, and like the sort of threats he's been making to the people them that might be signing up to it? Have you heard him?
No, what was he saying? That anyone that's signing up to BRICS is on for them.
Exactly. It's basically on and
Yeah.
popping. Hold on. I don't know if I can find it, but yeah, man.
You signing up to the BRICS, then it's on for you bitches. Because we can't be having that sort of disrespect. The BRICS is making sure they don't deal in the American dollar. That is going to affect our economy.
Boy, it's like you know the man. Good boy.
Yeah, because McDonald don't play that. Man, you know what's mad here? That these men are cocking for that. It's like, yo, their man ain't spending the pound. They're telling you better spend the dollar. There ain't no extradition treaty with the USA. The USA has an extradition treaty with people from the UK, though. You hear me? So, when I'm talking about the actual
So
empire.
do you think it's better for the dollar to remain, you know, the primary currency, or do you think the competition's good?
Yeah, I think competition's good. But I need more competition, man. Oh yeah.
In terms of the BRICS, yeah?
Yeah. And which just any other viable competition or whatever. Because like one person or one team having a monopoly on a set, I don't know, a set product. You see how that goes already. Speak out here.
Yeah, that's it. Tariff threats. That's it. He's been threatening them with tariff threats. Exactly that.
Yeah.
You know,
you see what Mexico said about the tariff threats? Huh? You see what Mexico said about the tariff
my
threats?
man's a gangster already, man.
to tell the Mexican people what I really think about President Trump. President Trump is a very unique man. He is a big, sexy man. And he does this sexy Trump dance where he shakes his big booty. And he looks absolutely handsome and beautiful. Look at that sexy beast. Oh my God, he is so sexy. Mucho caliente. Yes, keep moving it. Muévelo, papi. Move that big booty for President Claudia. Anyway, I really don't care about the 25% tariffs. If he wants to tariff me, he can tariff me all night long. Tariff me harder, papi. I get to tell the Mexican.
Yeah, man. So, update from Mexico for Trump. You know me? Mad.
Boo.
They said tariff me all night long. No ways, yeah, because obviously Mexico don't get on with, well, that Mexican leader doesn't get on with Trump, innit? So, it's
Anything Trump.
parody-styled.
Boo.
Yeah, man. Parody-styled piss-taking. Oh, man. Yeah,
So what do you think? We're in for a bumpy ride or a smooth ride regarding Trump?
What, in the UK? The UK better
No,
start. That's why.
We're in for a very orange. I repeat again, orange ride. Yeah, that's what we're gonna be in.
The UK right now, Keir Starmer right now is talking to leaders of other EU countries trying to make deals with them and ASAP Priemi. So you soon start hearing about different little trade deals with different European Union countries. Start popping up and all that with lower tariffs than the US sort of style trade deals, innit? That's what I think still. Trump will stop us all ending up in World War III. By doing what? No, it's funny the way that these men think. Like Donald Trump's like some big savior guy. He's just gonna walk in like some bumbling orange permatan dude. Just walks in and just, yeah, man, I'm Donald Trump, so you gotta stop the war. Vladimir Putin's got fucking Melania Trump's tits on fucking national TV because you mean.
Oi, Dean Stevens, when did you become a fan of Trump? Since when?
Yeah, you know what it is, yeah? In them times there, yeah, when a pagan's in power, all the men them have to make sure that they're putting in work because, yo, no help and no handouts ain't getting passed out at all. So when there is a racist ass motherfucker like Trump in power, of course there's going to be more black employment. You hear me? The man that didn't even want to work's got to work now. You alright? Child of mercy. Donald Trump, you know. Man like Khan. Oh, go on.
Big up.
What you say, man?
Khan.
Thought I'd jump on, innit? Represent for the Muzzies.
Boo.
What's going on? Why ain't everyone jumping on? What's going on? People shook.
Hey, but obviously it's not an all-night thing, innit? So it's a quick thing still. That's a quick as. So I'll go on though, man. What's happening? Any updates? What's been going on through the daytime though, man? True stories. Who's been crying?
No idea.
What tears have been dripping?
I don't know, bro. I was too busy listening, playing back. I saw your comment, Khan. I was too busy playing back Nick's live, so I don't even know what happened today, to be fair.
Which particular comment?
Oh, Nixie's video, I was reading it. I was like, come on, Khan.
Oh,
Come on.
yeah. Was it you that liked that? One person randomly liked it. I don't know. I forgot what I put.
No, sir. When I saw it, it had about 4 or 5 likes. Oh, yeah, sir.
Yeah, I don't know what's got into Buddha, man. Like, ever since he come back online, he's been like, oh, I don't believe in immigration. I want zero immigration. He was explaining, why are you pushing right-wing narratives, bro? Like, are you feeling all right? We should get respect to phone you and chat to you and give you a refresh, bring you back online, back on side, sorry.
9. Hold on, sorry to cut you. I'm calm. 9. Where's the 999 there? See me one. Yeah, where you there?
Might will see Bugs pop out the corner like, yo, hey boy, me here say you run to Jupiter. Me here say you run to Tiger. Nah,
He's
listen.
unsynchronized like that. He's an unsynchronized
Hey, Buddha,
black man.
on the level though, yeah. If Respect finds out that you did run to Tommy Robinson's brethren for help here, then
it's over for you, bro.
That relationship's going to be a bit techie still. It's going to be a sticky one still. Trust me. It's going to be a sticky one still. You know what I mean? It's a bit of a sticky one still.
Where is that line from?
Yo.
Oh, thing.
Heady one, isn't it? Heady one.
Oh, is it? Do you know what I thought you was referencing there? Do you know that skit about it's the girl in the office and it's her birthday and she's like, yeah, your man's organised a road man birthday for you, and 5 geezers come and start rapping in the fucking in the office. Do you remember that one?
Nah.
Oh yeah, that's a
funny
top.
still.
Oh yeah, that is so funny.
It's a bit of a sticky one.
Big up Jill from accounts. It's funny.
That's funny still. That would actually be funny if your wife worked in this proper corporate place like that and you did send.
Well, if I find it, I'll send it to you, Billy. It's the funniest thing ever. They all come in with like ski masks on, looking like they're fucking like just gonna do a mission. Everyone in the office is like shit, like, bro, what's going on?
And then you start rapping.
And he started rapping, going, yeah, this is the roadman birthday. Your boyfriend, Jimmy, thought that this would be a nice present for you. And he starts going into a little rap and he's like, big up. It's quite funny.
That's funny, yeah, because most people would probably start moving away and getting all shook, innit?
Yeah, all the white people looking all shook.
And
and she's just like so embarrassed. She's like, oh my God, I can't believe he's
white
done.
people.
He's
Just
actually
people in the
done
office.
this.
Whoever's in the office is going to get shook.
I
It
think
could
she's
be a
the
whole
only black
black
person.
office.
I think she's the only
Yeah,
black
I'm saying it
person
could
in
be
the
a whole
office.
black office. The people them will still get shook. Can you mean?
Yeah, of course. Man's are coming with ski masks on.
Everyone's coming with ski masks in your office.
Yeah.
So, hey, why you got sunglasses on, fam? It's cold outside.
It's true. And they're like holding them hostage while they deliver the rap. The rap prison. Jokes, man.
It's called
But
Drillagram.
it's actually the rap that kills it, though. So funny. Man, them rap prison.
It's called Drillagram Famalam. Okay. Man said Famalam. I hadn't heard that for time. Famalam. That's funny still. Yeah, man. So, yeah, calm down then, man. So what's been going on today, then, man?
You look like Jupiter done a little review. She's like, oh, we had to quickly review Nixie's thing because we thought she was going to take it down. So we reviewed it quickly. But now we're reviewing this one, which is the one before Nixie's one. So it's not running in order. But this is the reason why. She's such a mastermind, isn't it? She's just like such a fucking fat controller. No, fat controller from Thomas the Tank Engine.
Jesus. Stupid bitch. Listen, Con. How can you hear somebody? Remember, you claim to be reviewing, yeah? This is the funny part about this whole reviewing thing. You can claim to be reviewing from now to thy kingdom come. But if you're listening to a fucking review and you hear a person say if I say, Khan the Turkish bastard, yeah. So if I say that, yeah.
Yeah,
And then
yeah.
in a nanosecond, she said, Khan, you fucking Asian fucking American Turkish bastard. She will add on, take up. None of those words came out your mouth, you know. But if
Yeah, she's
she
got her own
heard
style.
that
She's
come
got
out
good
your mouth,
style. She's got
her
good style.
fucking reviews are
It's true.
bullshit, just like her.
I
It's
know.
retarded. When
It's
you
like
can
you're talking
literally hear the
normally,
words and
nothing's being
somehow
said.
repeat opposite.
People just talking normal. She'll pause it and go, "Oh my God, I can't believe she said that. The cheek of it." I'm like, but no one said anything. It's
Hey,
just no one even said anything.
hey, you know what though, yeah? This is what I would have said. I would have said,
You don't have future here. You don't have future. You can never make it. You're supposed to be a dinner man, serving dinner to the students in the secondary school. Because you cannot do basic 1+1. You are here breathing heavy like a dog. Think about your life. You are a failure. You are a failure. You can never make it. You know you cannot make it. You need to be cutting grass, making this place fresh for the actual footballers that want to use this place. You are tired. You are here. What have you done? Useless. Me with my pregnancy, I'm better than you. Idiot.
One life.
yeah, that's what I would have said, fam.
Yeah, but that's even beyond the joke because her breathing. I'll put a comment. I said to
You
Jupiter,
never make it.
your breathing has gone really bad. Like I just actually did have to put that as a serious comment because
It's
she
them
talks to that
40 a day.
belly.
It's the
No, but
40 a day
yeah, she's got
habit she has.
emphysema.
It's
She's
the
got
40 a
emphysema.
day habit.
Lady
It's
D, she's got
disgusting.
like Lady D, no Anifa, belly. Lady D, no Anifa, belly. She can't even breathe, bro. She can't
It's
even breathe. It's
disgusting.
mad.
It sounds hideous. It's just
I
disgusting. In
know.
and out. It's just
Can you
ugh.
actually? Am I the only one that can hear it? Can you actually hear it as well? Every time she stops, like she's gasping. I put in the comment. I said, to her, "It sounds like you're gasping for air. Sounds really bad." Like that. I don't think she's even capable. Like, she don't even know she's doing it. I don't think she knows. She's not thinking of it. She's not conscious of it. It's really bad. I think that is called. What's that called? Emphysema.
I think the bit I heard is when she said, I'm going to review that Belly thing because I'm sick of people saying I'm a liar. I don't like, what? Bitch, you're the record-breaking lying record of fucking YouTube. You couldn't even,
The
we look up in
original
the
liar.
fucking sky right now and ask her, what colour is the sky? She'd say, oh, it's orange. It's orange. Okay.
Well.
I like the bit when she's like, even scientific method jumped on. Even sounds like science, you little pom pom. Wait till I catch you. Even scientific method jumped on. She was well happy to see that. She's like, yeah, divide and rule. I've got them now. I've got them.
Nah, but he ain't though, man. That's what I was saying to EIE, innit? But oh man, sorry.
I thought she was going to speak.
I think it's Veli's phone. I think his phone must have rang. Go on.
No, he said for you
Hey,
to
sorry,
say
I'm in the shop.
Oh, right. You know what? I've been living on teas lately, man. Do you like have thingy tea? Like with the little herbs in it, herbal teas.
I don't like those, you know, Carl. I'm not gonna lie.
Really?
I'm
Would
not
you
a
have
fan of herbal.
straight
It's just
tea,
the
just like
smell and the
Fiji?
taste for me. I don't know. I don't know. I just don't like them kind of herbal business. I'm not like.
You know, Turkish do this extra tea bag, yeah, with just cinnamon in it, and you just put it in with your normal tea bag to make cinnamon tea. But it's like normal tea, but it's got it's like a chai in it. It's like chai, like with the extra little Christmassy little flavor
Chai
to
is
it.
nice. I do like chai. Yeah.
It's got that cinnamon, cloves, that extra little kick to it. Makes the tea nice, man.
And I went to one Indian woman's house. She made me tea and it had thingy in it, cardamom pods in it. It was so nice. Proper refreshing, man. But yeah, that's what I've been living on lately.
Where did Freddy go? He's in the shop, innit? You're saying. Yeah,
Yeah,
man. But
her reviews have been funny.
Lines is
Yeah.
still barbecuing at the moment. She said she's got a little bit of residue on her. Hey, Nanifa, we're just checking the temperature. You all right over there, gal?
Yo, Nines is on a spit roast. Pause.
Yeah, pause for that.
Spinning it real slow.
With the apple in her mouth. Yeah, I couldn't believe what Lady D said, man. Lady D, you're a joker.
What did she say?
She was like,
What did I say?
you was like, don't fuck with me. I'm not naive for you know. I was like, nah.
I said what?
Said, don't fuck with me. I'm not naive for you know.
Oh yeah, I had to say that because Nanifa likes to do this. I ain't got fucking time for Nanifa anyway.
No, I did not. I didn't agree with that one. I didn't agree.
This is
But for the transcript, when you heard back the show last night, yeah? Or was you there live? I don't know if you was there live or if you played it back. Either which way. Did you not hear when my man, when Nani was like, why you want to leave for? Why do you want to leave for? What did he turn around and say to her? Who heard it with their own 2 ears? Everything I said on
Well, that on
Nani's show.
Nixie's. Was that on Nixie's one?
Yeah. Who
Yeah, I
heard
was
his
listening to
response?
it, yeah. Yeah, of course.
I fucking like you, innit? She knows this. She knows. So don't play like she don't know. She knows this. Oh, I don't know. Yes, you fucking do. You know he don't fuck with you. Stop this.
Yeah, that was a pussy old thing to say anyway. I don't want to talk to you. I've decided. I don't want to talk to you. I don't like you. Moving like one wet, bro.
Yeah, Carly. The cooking
Yo,
season. I
can't drop off, man.
I think he might off, you know.
Hey, then I got in Yamim still, man.
First, Ultra got taken out
Look
by
like
the
I like
YouTube god.
biting him. I like.
Now Carl got beat up.
Carl got yeah, man. Look like a lion biting him. Boy, man, it's peak eye anyway, man. You know, it's like this is how you know. Like I keep trying to say, this Uno reverse racism season that we're in. We've got actual racists trying to tell or call out other people for saying racial insults. But you're racist. You actively use racial insults in your life on a daily basis, probably. You know what I'm saying? Brother, listen, yeah? Hey, Lady D, yeah? Have you ever heard this, yeah? Think about this, yeah?
I'm here.
Have we ever been online, yeah? And you've heard any of our children come out here and say to us, hey, Dad, Mum, I'll go to school in the morning. Keep the noise down.
I find myself at the core back of my yard, you know. See, when I know there's time for me to get cooking, I'm going to the core, to the back of the yard where no one can hear me. You know? And in between in the passage, I got the little radio playing. Yeah, you don't hear nothing I got to say. I'm going to start cooking. Yeah, when I start cooking, ain't
only
no one
person that
turning
can
me
hear
turn
me,
down the
yeah,
pot.
it's because Mrs. Velli's got fucking, like basically enhanced hearing, fucking smelling and all that sort of shit. I'm like, God damn, you can hear everything, but the youth can't hear nothing.
Yeah, some people like that. I've noticed that recently as well. Some people do have that mad hearing where they're like next door and they can hear everything. Like, it's crazy. I don't know how they do it.
But isn't that but hold on, isn't that how it depends on what kind of house you got or what yard you got? And if you got them paper thin wall yards, then I can understand it.
That is part of it, because sometimes I'm walking down the road and there's people far away and they're having a private conversation. I can hear every word and I'm like, wow, the sound's just traveling. But sometimes that can happen. But I've noticed that with the kids as well, my kids, they can hear everything. Like even when I'm whispering, if I'm like, Mom, don't tell the kids, but do you know what I mean? Like they can hear everything. I'm like, raw. Like either I'm getting old and deaf or they can hear everything.
Mine. That's like my missus can hear that.
Yeah, some people, it's what I'm saying. It's the same with tasting. Apparently, some people, they call them super tasters. They can taste everything. Like it just is what it is. We just assume that everyone's the same.
Statue straight to food.
Well, someone's got people out here.
No, apparently, you know how they work it out. Apparently, at altitude.
Hearing out here.
Yeah, at altitude, apparently, some people can't taste. Like you lose your sense of taste when you're in an airplane. So they're saying they have to adjust the salt and pepper and the seasoning on the airplane food. But with some people, they can taste the same, like even when they're at altitude. So they're saying these people are classed as super tasters, and they can taste like more things than what we can taste in the food. Yeah, there's a test for it. There's actually.
Wait, how is that
get
measured?
tested.
Hold on. How do they know if you're tasting something that I'm not tasting?
Yeah, there's a test for
How
it.
do they
I think
measure
I think it's a genetic thing. I think it's a genetic thing. It can come up on a blood test or whatever. But with the hearing, it's like, you know that thing, hearing test that you have when you go to the opticians and they put their headphones on you and you can hear boop, boop, and there's like a little test.
Oh, yeah,
that's how they work that
yeah.
one out. Yeah. Mad. Yeah, it's crazy.
My missus can smell things that people can't smell as well. It's like,
Yeah.
So
Wait, and what are you married to? Superwoman? She can smell
Yeah, man,
good.
I'm
She
like,
can
God,
listen. I'm scared of her already.
God, that's. God, damn. Can you smell that? That's what she always said. I'm like, I can't even smell. I can't smell shit.
He's like,
Hey,
did
that
you have a
dude
shower
stinks.
this morning? I'm like,
can't even smell
yeah.
nothing.
He's like, don't lie. Don't even lie to me. Didn't even have no shower.
Man, you get out there, man.
You know the ones where you just try to mask it with the deodorant?
Like that. No.
Some certain days, yeah, when it's too cold, man, just lick it with the right guard. Just run out the door.
No. Never them days for me. You
Never
mean,
ever.
Yo. You mean you feel like us?
Now certain people can't pull off that. Listen, if you got the horse genetics where your BO smell like horse, you can't pull off them moves, innit?
I don't stink. I don't stink on the area anyway, yeah. But like I'm saying, yeah, I come from a place where I'm from 90s dancehall area, you know. Yeah,
So it's like washing's an
I grew
everyday
up
thing.
on tunes like All in the Bed from Morning, Rangola Fresh. How you mean? In the morning, come and you're not all that fresh. What are you talking about, cuz? Like, saying, my parents didn't learn about Jamaica and Brixton, you know. It's talking about hey, you feel like, fam, they're real. I keep trying to tell you, guys, inside my house was actually in Jamaica, outside the front door, which is back in England. So,
But bro, you got a whole new person in your chat. Who's this Keir Starmer person talking about?
What's Keir Starmer on?
Oh my god, you got a Keir Starmer in the chat, yeah? He said, "Good evening, Britain." I want the mum.
Oh, imagine the real Keir Starmer turned up. That'd be so funny.
In the chat.
Who was the other day saying Diane Abbott in the chat?
You can't. Really? I thought you supported Jeremy Corbyn, really.
That is actually a good reproduction.
Jeremy Corbyn, really. Yeah, trust me. Honestly. What it is, yeah. I'm good at doing impressions, like a little bit. Not exactly still. something similar, you know what I mean? Ellie, you supported Jeremy Corbyn and you said we shouldn't have suspended Diane Abbott. You know what's mad, yeah? You know how these lots lied on, they try to lie on Auntie Dai Dai.
I heard that dialogue between. I think you played it on your show when I heard it. I think I heard something. Was that the one with Raj? Yeah.
Yeah, when Raj is like, I hate Diane Abbott.
I heard that.
I hate that. Well, Raj, why are you hating Diane Abbott, bro?
Why
you're not in her constituent.
real time again? Why
you're not
do
in
you
her constituent. You don't live in Hackney.
No, why do you consistently lie and then complain that people call you a liar? You're a fucking liar.
Hey, do you know what was the mad thing? Yeah, was that I apologise for what I said. Diane Abbott didn't apologise. She stands on it. It's like, well, stands on what? What, the thing that she had nearly got suspended, lost the whip for, had to regain the whip, went through a training thing, had to issue an apology, said it was clumsy language. That you took that thing. Is that what you're talking about? Because no, I'm saying, yeah, that can't be. You know, you can't be chat about my die. You know what I'm saying? Die.
Bye bye, die.
Just sweet. Die.
Bye.
Oh, here she is. By Aoife. Well done.
Check the temperature. Don't trust it, Carl. Don't trust it. Don't trust it, Carl. Check the temperature first.
No, do you know what I'm cracking up with Naniva? Wait. Do you know Thingy jumped on and he put his name by Buddha or whatever? She's like, look, I know you're taking the piss. You spelled by B-I instead of B-Y. This is getting too much now. It's getting too techie. There's different buys going on out here.
There's only one buy, and that was B-I. But yeah, to be honest, I don't. Fine, did you get to hear the show? Yeah.
What? Thank goodness for Nixie. I got to hear the bit I need to hear. I get to screenshot the little bit I need to screenshot.
She got a heart of gold, Nixie, man.
Yeah, big up Nixie for that. Yeah, anytime I catch him, I'm confronting him with that very same fucking thing. I'm not taking that out of my phone till I catch him.
Did you hear the lies, man? I couldn't believe it, man.
I heard the neat brushovers.
I heard the lies. Tell me blackface lies.
I heard the nice. Yeah, I tell you what I heard. I heard the neat brushovers. I heard the nice little interesting new version of events. I heard him finally confess that he don't fuck with you. Yeah, I definitely heard that. I heard all of this. I heard the victimhood. I heard all of the crying and bawling, but I never heard none of him own up to nothing. And then I heard him talking about he's forgive for what? Is you supposed to be begging us for bumper clock forgiveness? So what the fuck? Who's he forgiving, sis?
He's chatting shit, man. But did you hear the bit when I was chatting to him and we were going through it?
I got it. I told you. Thanks to Nixie. I got it. Yeah.
I think you said I'm gonna play you said I'm gonna play the thing now. I'm gonna play it so you can hear it back in context. And he went, I don't want to talk to you no more. I want to talk to
you. Actually,
and why doesn't he want to talk to her no more? Because he doesn't want to go back and hear the fucking truth and the real version of events, yeah? But no, Mr. I love the black community so hard, yeah? I've got all this love for the community. He's allowing the black community to be lied upon, dragged upon, and he won't correct his bullshit. Fuck off, yeah, Buddha. Fuck off. And another thing you didn't tell Nixie about, I'm black and I need for a lady divine know that I don't have. We don't fucking know nothing about you like that. How the fuck are we supposed to know? We don't know nothing about who your parents are. The only thing I know about you is what I asked you live on that fucking panel. I asked you, who's the last black person in your family? My guy, you told me the last black person in your fucking family was 10 generations ago. You're not black. You're not fucking black. I turned around to you and I said to you, but if you think you're black, then if that's the case and you're black, cool. But Khan's more black than you by that measure because at least Khan's got a fucking black great-grandfather. I literally
Yeah,
said these things to
she was.
him, but he won't correct it. He won't correct it. But let him go on, man. We're gonna catch him slipping. We're going to catch him.
Yeah, but my great grandmother was Ethiopian black though. She weren't like Bantu black. So like that genetic within 2 generations, you could say is gone. But I don't know who Buddha's who he descends from. He might descend from some hardback people. Like, do you know what I mean? That genetics lasts a good 8 generations. So you know what I'm saying? I ain't seen Buddha's face. All I'm saying is someone's seen his face and they messaged me and they said to me, Buddha's a straight Indian. I was like, is he? They were like, yeah, he's just straight Indian. I was like, wow, shocking, shocking. Yeah, man. Apparently. I don't know who's seen him. Who's seen the guy? Anyone seen him?
I've seen Buddha. I've seen him. But when I'm asking you who is that, because remember, we were just having a normal conversation in it. So I go, Buddha, come on with it now. You're black. Okay, calm. I go, so Buddha, tell me, when was the last full black person in your family? My man said about 9, 10 generations ago. I was like, there, that's the argument. Done. Me no want to chat no more. Yeah, next.
When I showed Jedi in my family, he was like, they're not even black. He was like, they're not even black. It's like, they look like Arabs. I was like, why? I never thought, from my angle, they look black. But from his angle, he was like, nah, man, they look mixed. Like, they mixed with Arabs and whatever. I was like, yeah, it could be that. Could be that, bro. I don't know, like, Buddha, bring your family tree in it. Jump on, man. Like, let's hear, like this is your time to shine, Buddha. You should be lapping up all this
He's
attention.
left YouTube, man.
That's a bit drastic.
That was his final survival. He went on a couple of he went to Nixie's, then he went to Danny Roscoe. So yeah, man, he's left, man. It's too toxic. So I'm gone.
Do you want to get adopted by Jupiter? He's like, I'll adopt you, Buds. Come on.
I mean, when you know what? Well, I actually don't care, man. But yeah, man, when you run into a man that won't even accept slavery basically existed, and then you want to talk about the black community, just stay where you are, bro. Not a problem, man.
I don't know. I find the cheek of it though, like she's so cheeky that Jupiter, she's trying to say that EIE is racist. I was like, nah. I was typing in the chat. I was like, nah, Hector's more racist than EIE. The standard that Hector's got is much higher. Like if you're not born in Africa, to him, you're not African. If you're from Jamaica, Caribbean, he's calling you a BB. He's calling you a black, whatever starred. Yeah. That when you call someone a bastard, do you know what that means? It doesn't mean that that person doesn't know their dad. It means that they don't know their lineage. It means that their genetic could be anything, right? That's what Hector. Why is Hector calling Caribbean people black bastards? That's what he's trying to say. He's trying to say you look a mix-up. That's what he's trying to say. Like he's disowning you. That's what he's doing. I've heard other people from his background doing that as well, and it's wrong what they do, and it comes under racism. It is racism, yeah. So what EIE is saying is different. EIE is saying, but wait a minute, we're from the Caribbean, yeah. Obviously, 94 weren't agreeing with this, but he was saying there's an element of a mixture within our community due to groping. So we're already mixed but he's speaking as a community. He might not speaking about Nyanifa's direct family.
If the definition of bastards is a mix-up,
yeah.
If that be the case, then his children are bastards. Then correct?
Yeah.
All right, then. So I saw it go.
Yeah, but that is the definition. That is the dictionary definition. When you're calling a nation of people a bastardized people, you're basically saying that they're detached from their father's lineage. So when people get taken to slavery, for example, you can't guarantee the fatherhood.
You have a child out of wedlock.
Yeah, no, but it's not. It's like even if you speak in, for example, if you're speaking a language and you put a little twang in it and you mix it, it's called a bastardized version of
Yeah,
the
yeah.
original language.
Now,
So
you
when
see, I could make an argument between bastardized and you know what I'm about to say in it, but I'm not even gonna bother because people them ain't got the IQ for it.
But what I'm
But
saying is
yeah,
EIE's statement was uncouthed, it was blatant and a little bit direct. But when you look at what the man's actually saying, he's portraying the history of his people in a vernacular that is raw and untamed. He's just speaking raw. But what he's saying, the actual facts of what EIE is saying, is not racism. It's not racist. He's not being racist. He's
oh,
saying,
it's historical, but that's what
yeah,
it's so funny, right? Because I even heard, you know what I mean, in this some bullshit review or whatever, yeah.
go
And
on.
when I was obviously saying that the slaves were products, yeah.
Yeah.
And then I was hearing something like, yeah, but we don't. So obviously, to try to nullify my argument, they would be like, yeah, but we don't agree with that. So blah 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 blah. Do you know what I mean? So what I'm saying is, yeah, you see some of these people, yeah, they're still traumatized from their own history. Not traumatized. That's the wrong word, actually.
In denial of it.
There you go. That's probably a better. Amen.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. That's why they want us to forget it so quickly because it'll be easier on the.
I ain't forgetting shit. Sorry, newsflash. I ain't forgetting shit.
Hey, listen. I need to duck out still, man. But I can use that on the panel for a little half hour or something if you want to chat with you still. Or Nines could fire up in Canada.
I thought Nines was gonna do a historical one still. I think I heard her say still, but I don't know when she's gonna do that one. Oh, and I got a question when you do that show. Do black women have pain or only Buddha has pain? That's the next question I've got on the fucking table.
Oh yeah, shit! I forgot to play this video. Hold on a sec. Let me run this real quick, man.
The black people that are racist, even if they don't realize it. You're so articulate. Why is it racist? It assumes that black people are generally expected to be less intelligent or incapable of speaking well. Complimenting basic communication feels patronizing and reveals a biased, low expectation. I don't see color. Why is it racist? It erases the lived experiences of black people, including the discrimination they faced. Ignoring race doesn't solve racism. It ignores its impact. Can I touch your hair? Your hair's so exotic. Why is it racist? Black hair isn't an exhibit for public curiosity. This fetishization reduces a black person to an object of fascination, ignoring their humanity. Where are you really from? Why is it racist? It implies that black people can't truly be American, are British, etc., and perpetuates the idea that they don't belong. You're pretty for a black person. Why is it racist? It generalizes all black people into a monolithic group based on harmful stereotypes. Black people are individuals, not a hive mind. I have black friends, so I can't be racist. Why is it racist? Having black friends doesn't absolve someone of racism, nor does it mean they understand or even respect black experiences. It often comes off as a deflection rather than addressing someone's problematic behavior. You're not like other black people. Why is it racist? This is a backhanded insult to the broader black community, reinforcing negative stereotypes while positioning the individual as an exception. Slavery was a long time ago. Why don't you just get over it? Why is it racist? It dismisses generational trauma and systemic inequalities rooted in slavery and ongoing racism, showing ignorance of history and its ongoing effects. All lives matter. Why is it racist? It dismisses specific struggles black people face by undermining the purpose of Black Lives Matter to address racial inequality and police brutality. Saying all lives matter ignores these disparities. Comments like these often come from ignorance, not malice, but it doesn't make them less harmful. These statements invalidate, stereotype, and patronize black people and perpetuate the very biases many of them claim they do not have. It's important to listen, learn, and engage with humility to avoid unintentionally reinforcing racism.
Can I just say I agree with Rika B's comment when she says I think Buddha was shamed because his woman heard him get cussed out. I agree because I think that was the smoking gun because he did mention that his woman was in the background and all these things. And we know other guys have spazzed out when they've been online and their girls in the back and all the rest of it. I can think of two directly. So I agree with that, Rika. I think that was definitely part of it as well, to be fair. Man, them and their ego, you know it go. Ego's taking man off of the net star. He said he's too toxic. It's too toxic.
I've never heard a man say, I don't want to talk to you because I don't like you. I've never heard a grown man using that. I've never. He just got feminized on the spot, turned into a woman. What happens? I don't want to speak to you. I don't want to speak to you. I've decided I'm not speaking to you. Son.
Yeah,
The
what's
thing
happening?
is, what I don't understand, yeah, I'm gonna make this point. Everything what Buddha's done, yeah, from going on Thingy's panel, Gummy's panel, everything what he's done, he's brought the situation to a head. And now that it's all kicked off and he drew out EIE to say what he wanted him to say, yeah, now the subject's been opened and it's your time to shine, you're missing. I don't get it. You should be here front and center, like Ironside in your wheelchair, ready to prosecute. But no, you're missing. Like, what was the point of all of it then? Going behind everyone's backs, going on gummies, saying racist things, pushing right-wing narratives, winding people up. I don't get it.
Just in case you are.
Hold on, can you not hear me? Hold on.
In case you
No,
are
you're breaking up.
Buddha.
Breaking up. Go
Like,
on.
I didn't know you were harboring them kind of feelings for me, Bedrin. Like, the amount of times you've been on my panel and on the block and and this one's trying to say, like, how can you have them kind of feelings and chat to me like regular? That's very Buddha of you. Like, you used to email me and all these things, give me little bits of what, and you're harboring them. You're fake, bro. You're fake, man. You're fake, man. That's why you're supposed to go which part you're gone, man. You're fake, boss. Fake, man.
Long time. But I kept calling it out, and I neatly called it out, and I kept calling it out, and every one of you ignored me. Every time it was live and he did it, I said, look, Buddha, it looked like you got something on your chest. I can get it off. Come on, I'm listening. I opened up the floor about 4 or 5 times on 4 or 5 separate shows. You all ignored it. Serve on the blood clot. Right. Wanna do your thing.
Yeah, I think it would have been a really good conversation if he was here and he put himself like. I don't even think he's capable of putting himself across articulately in such a important subject because this is a really what was uncovered was a really interesting subject with like really deep social kind of like repercussions, and it would have been a perfect conversation to be had, especially after all this rioting and like obviously Lady D just fucking smashed the right wing to pieces to the point where they can't even come on the panel no more. We really did need something like to get our teeth into, like a juicy subject matter, and this would have been perfect. But the geezer just let it down, and I think deep down he knows he's too emotional. Like a lot of these kids that come out of care and all that, they managed to get their lives in order and sort of like survive it. but he's always going to be a survivor. He can't really ever come out on top. Like, it's a shame though. It is a shame because he engineered this whole thing, and when it comes to the execution, he floundered. He flopped it, which is I find it a shame because obviously, like Lady D already mentioned, I've got that kind of like Ethiopian little mixture in there, and my kids like they're from an English woman. So all these things to me is like the way, like this subject, this conversation is the key to moving forward in multiculturalism in the UK. How's our lives going to be? Like, are we free to mix with each other and there not be any kind of like repercussions? Do you get me? Or when you mix with people, are you then having to fully understand their point of view of history before you start mixing your genes with them? Surely you should put some effort into understanding these people and where they're coming from. Like these subjects, man, we could talk about this for days and days, honestly. But Buddha's just like fucking bitched out and just like he started crying, I don't want to talk to you. Like, bro, there's a lot at stake here. There's a lot to talk about here. But now he's just passed the ball to fucking Jupiter, and Jupiter's doing back-to-back shows on this now. Like, this is stupid what he's done. He's really let the side down. He has really let the side down.
He's not let
I
no
feel.
side down. He did what he was supposed to and what his intention was to do, which I kept calling out. And this is what EIE was saying. Some of them, and Buddha was a perfect example of what EIE was saying, are good tools. And he's a very good tool. All of the antagonizing and trying to do this whole doing it. Remember, this has been going on for weeks. You don't remember that one time when I was going at him and I had to all catch Kale in between getting at him. You lot all ignored it. I kept pointing it out. I kept showing, and everyone ignored it. And now it's come to a head. Now me a far back and I watch. But I done saw this coming months ago. I saw it. Remember, and I had to come into your show, and I said, "Oh, brother, I didn't even mean to get you. I Buddha me did I send for." Do you not remember none of that? Oh, but I put out the fucking warnings out there for all of you. And you all ignored it. Keep going, though.
Yeah, you're not just a pretty face. I'll give you that. I do think you're being a bit too harsh on Nyanifa though, Lady D, because like to me, Nyanifa seems to be like one of the most like loving, compassionate, decent people. She's not trying to bring anyone down. She's not trying to break man down, innit? She's just saying, come, Buddha, let's talk. Do you get me? Meet me halfway at least. And I respect that. Do you know what I mean? Because she's obviously putting her own feelings to the side and saying, well, I'm not going to spaz out. I'm not going to go for the jugular. I'm just going to I'm going to show some restraint here. And let the subject just deal with itself, basically. I respect that. Do you know what I mean? Obviously,
To me, that's just bullshit.
I'm in my
That's
50s
bullshit.
now. I
That's
respect
bullshit.
that. No, it's not bullshit,
Someone
man.
can't
It's
keep
like,
coming up and keep testing you right in front of your face, in front of your audience, and letting you know what time it is, and you're gonna play blind, deaf, dumb, and stupid every single time. Now, at some point, I forget wicked on and ask her, what happened to you, my girl? Time for drop the allow it, girl thing. We're not depend that no more. Start blaze on fire around here. I can't keep watching and listening to this shit.
no,
Nope.
there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with you doing that. Like, that's your call, though, isn't it? Like, not everyone has to do it. Like Nine said, not everyone has to do it your way, innit? Like, that's your USP, innit? That's what you do the best. Like, that's fine, innit? Like, that's for you to do, which is well and good. Like, when the time's needed, yeah, step in and like come with a machine gun, obviously. You know what I mean? But I think Nyanifa's slow cooking method is also good. You know what I mean? Put man in a slow cooker and let him roast like over 24 hours. I think that's it. That is almost as painful. You know what I mean? That's just my opinion anyway. Like obviously I'm old now, innit? So I see the benefits of like.
But apparently it's more painful, calm, because seemingly Buddha's carrying feelings from a conversation how much years ago regarding me saying that he dates the United Colors of Benetton. But either he's again being deliberately dishonest, yeah, or all these years is been carrying it that I have described him as the United Colors of Benetton. But I know that that's not the case. Like I know that he knows exactly what I said in it, but in order to shoe fit this whole bullshit that they're on and he's on, that's what you have to say. You get what I'm trying to say? So slow cook, listen, slow cook's always the best way, man. Like, trust me. Hey. Although I wasn't even cooking him, I was actually just describing at the time what you get me, you know. So, but and then and you know, at the
It
same
was a
way,
push. I kept saying it. He's pushing and he's pushing and he's pushing, and now you got what the fuck you wanted. Where you at? Where you at? But me, I saw this. This is like watching a fucking car crash waiting to happen, and it happened. And I'm like, I told you, look. I've been trying to call it out. All one time I all tried to light up Brother Kel to get to him. Everyone's telling me to chill out. Okay. Well, every time I've been proven to be the one in the fucking right all the time, though. Just remember it. My track record ain't never failed me yet. Let's go.
Yeah, no one could take that away from you. You're right. When you're right, you're right. You get me? It's just a methodology, innit? It's just the way you, like I'm saying, like, you know, slow cooking brings out the flavor. That's all I'm trying to say. But yeah, respect to you, man, Lady D. Shame there's no one else to pick up the mantle and run with it, because it seems the closest thing to Buddha we got is fucking, ironically, Donny Rasco. Donny Rasco's like picking up the baton and running with it now for Buddha.
Him for the
I
fucking
find
mutt.
that
I ain't
that's
got
a
nothing for say to that pussy. Fuck him.
I have to say, like, for me watching this whole situation over the years, if the Signats, if the right wing racists manage to get the mixed race people on side and bring them in and say, you know, like, yeah, you're half white, so that makes you white. If that's the narrative we're moving forward with in this multiculturalism, in this assimilation society, yeah, then that is going to be one of the most like significant things that's happened in this country in a long time, you know, because you know, like I've heard certain black people saying that why should we always be taking mixed race people into our ranks? One sec.
It's a mad thing, though. It is a. L9, do you like watching history repeat itself over and over again, does it? Talk to me. Where's she there? Where's she gone? Guys, I'm eating biscuits and drinking tea. Give me a sec.
Yeah, man. And like it's a strange thing. It's like a quantum reality that we're living in where Buddha transformed into Donny Rasco. He's the new Buddha now. Moving forward, it's like Buddha's gone from being like the yin who became the yang. He like went from the black, no, sorry, the white amongst the blacks to becoming the black amongst the whites. It's like, what? Are these two people's lives somehow aligned? Has God planned it this way? This is crazy. This is crazy. But speaking of it in a quantum field, it is possible. It's possible that moving forward now, people like Donny Rasco going to open the door for people to be accepted into whiteness. Like, who remembers the Black Betterment slides where the brother was showing how it is that mixed race people have got this option of either becoming more white or becoming more black. It's like they've got the option. You get me? Like he was showing how many generations it takes for you to like become like what white passing, for example. Yeah. Now, if that's what's planned for us as ethnic minorities in this country, Yeah, it is possible that we're kind of getting a sneak preview of this future plan of how they're going to assimilate all of us gradually, and how, like, because this is like, I've looked at this historically, these things have happened before, where there's been a mixture, an admixture into a group, but then they become homogenized and it becomes one again. Yeah, so there will eventually be like one Britain, and all the immigrants that are here now as separate entities would eventually be assimilated into the mainstream British society. But like they have to, it's like the whip and the carrot. They have to offer you something. Like they have to offer you jobs or freedom from oppression, or they have to offer you something for you to give up your culture, right? But when you look at it that way, you can say, all right, so up until now, they haven't tried to, deliberately haven't tried to assimilate us. They haven't given us the opportunity to become properly part of this country. They've just left us in the cities, in the places like Hackney and Newton Green with the shit schools, and your children could never ever get to university level. And even if they can, it's going to be the local comprehensive London Metropolitan on Holloway Road. Like your kids ain't going to Oxford and Cambridge and rubbing elbows with fucking Boris Johnson and running this country. That ain't never happening. That road's blocked to you. They've kept you in your little bubble, your little urban bubble, right? So we can genuinely say that this is being done to us. This has genuinely been done to us. So when they talk about multiculturalism has failed, it hasn't. Multiculturalism is them setting us up to kind of like live in our own little bubbles and not penetrate into the intelligentsia, the ruling elite, or what they call Middle Britain, which is the Bible Belt of Britain, where they're all white, all Protestant, all Anglo-Saxon, all go to church in their little parishes. And a lot of England is still like that, right? And when you look at how protected that is, people like Tommy Robinson, and even though he's half Irish, half white, because he's from a Catholic background, even he's not allowed to enter into that realm.
Wait, Khan, did you just say half Irish, half white? Like white people,
Or half
like Irish
Irish,
people
half,
ain't white?
all right, half foreign, half indigenous. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So even they're not allowed. This is why they're all screaming and shouting, because they're like, wait a minute, all these people from London are going to move up to places like Luton. Like they're going to have to branch out from London. They're going to not only catch up to us, but they're going to take over us. The people like Tommy Robinson, who've had Luton all to themselves, yeah, they're going to have a bit of competition going on, and they want to jump ship and move up the ladder, but that road is blocked for them. They don't want Catholics or mixed people who are mixed with Irish moving into this Anglo-Saxon Protestant belt of England, which is Middle Britain. They do not want that. And they've ensured that, not ensured, but they've basically put a thing there, a border that these lot can't cross. And they know it. So they're looking at themselves as some sort of frontier where they're like, we're on the edge. Yeah, behind us, we've got all the immigrants catching up to us. We've got people fucking swimming across the channel to take our jobs. But moving forward, there's nowhere for us to move no more. We can't move up. Because England's such a small country, what are we moving up to? The fucking aristocrats.
Scotland.
Yeah, there's nowhere for us to move.
Moving up to Scotland.
So that's why they're under pressure. That's why they're under pressure. So they've got a two-tier system now, but they're mainly concentrating on assimilating us into they're saying, well, if we can't assimilate them in terms of color, we'll assimilate them in terms of politics. Yeah. So if you're joining our ranks, you better adopt our way of thinking. Yeah, which is to push the next man down. So when people are trying to swim across the channel, you better fucking stick your foot on his head, and you're going to be like Sarah having that conversation with that what was his name, Sargon guy, sitting there going, yeah, my people been here for ages. I'm not like these lot that just got off the boat, you know. I'm British. I don't identify with.
Don't stop.
No.
Yeah, because the chat is going wild. Don't stop,
But
Carl.
it's
Keep
true.
going.
But it's true though.
Keep
Like,
going.
I chatted to Sarah the other day on his live stream, and I was going to bring it up, but it wasn't that kind of conversation. So I was grateful he let me on, and I chatted to him about something else. But like Sarah was the one who they wheeled out in a little Tesco trolley, her honorary person to speak. And he's sitting there going, yeah, I ain't got no allegiances to these people that are coming over from Africa today. Nothing to do with them. I'm British. I was like, wow, this is really happening. This is crazy. But this is the world that we're living in, right? Like for us to move out of London now, like this drive's been going on for a while now, getting us like even offering people council flats. Oh no, you can't get a council flat 2 roads up from your mum. No, we're gonna have to move you to Liverpool. What? What the fuck? Now, this has been going on for a while now, right? So these poor people, like who are like the guinea pigs, right? Like have been living in, I don't know, Hackney for like fucking 10 generations. Now all of a sudden, man's getting moved to fucking Liverpool, and he's fucking living next door to man like Heathen. And it's like,
Wait, how did
what?
he even get involved in this?
Do you know what I mean?
Khan, they're in the chat asking scientific method if you're talking sense or not.
But this is what I'm saying, that this is the potential future that we've got faced like ahead of us. Because if they're saying no immigration, right, that means that they've closed the doors to immigrants. Danny Roscoe's sitting there going, what was he saying? It was so funny. What was that lyric he used? He was going, it's changing it. If we accept these people, we're accepting a change to the demographic. Change to the demographic. Bro, your mum's from Ireland, your dad's from Jamaica. You ain't part of the demographic. I don't know what you are thinking. You do not represent this demographic, bro. You are the change to the demographic. And he's sitting there going, we can't accept it. It's forcible change of the demographic. They're forcing this change on us. What is this guy talking about? But this is the mentality, right? This is what we're being faced with. We're being told all this time, stay in London, stay in the ethnic areas, yeah? It don't matter if you're Turkish mixing with Jamaican, Jamaican mixing with Mexican, Mexican mixing. Like, just keep it bubbling, innit? Keep it mixing, but keep it in your little borough. Yeah, keep it in your isolated little area. But now they're saying, no, you got to branch out to make room for the new immigrants, to make room for the new proper people that's coming in. We need you lot because you can speak English, you know the system, you know like how everything runs, yeah? So we can move you lot up in it into a higher level of infiltration into this country, right? But you have to adopt this right-wing narrative. Do you know what I mean? If you want the jobs, when the racism is getting fling around the fucking coffee, the coffee spot in the office, yeah, you better fucking keep your mouth shut and keep your head nodding and say things like randomly throwing a little line of, yeah, I'm British. I don't relate to these lot swimming across the sea from Africa. I ain't got nothing to do with these people. If you can do that and not feel a way about it, you can be part of Tommy Robinson's Black and White Unite. You know what I'm saying? And Jupiter as well. This is what she's like. This is what they're trying to like. Really and truly, these people are trying to say to us: give up your culture, give up your history, give up your blackness, give up everything that you fought for, give up your idea of equality, and just get on the conveyor belt. Like, just be grateful we're letting you jump on ahead of these lot, innit? Like, these lot coming up hot on your heels, you can jump on now. Get ahead of them. Do you know what I mean? Now, some people taking it like, don't get me wrong, I've been on TikTok, I know about like, there's diversity in this situation. Some people are taking that point. Some people are running with that narrative. Good luck to them. But where it becomes forced assimilation is where the people who don't want to join that conveyor belt into assimilation, yeah, people who don't want to be that and want to opt out and say, no, I'm standing firm on my thing. People who want to do that, all of a sudden they're an enemy. They're racist. Now you're the racist now. You're the supremacist now. This is where this whip, like I said earlier, the whip and the carrot. They're offering you something, yeah. But if you choose to say no to it, then the smack comes. And the smack is, if you want to remain how you have been, which they've actually encouraged you to up until now, you want to remain how you have been, you're going to get the smack. You're going to get called supremacist, racist. Your culture ain't assimilated, like your culture ain't for this country. Do you know what I mean? Like they tell some Muslims, because they want to forcibly assimilate Muslims. They do, because they've left Muslims alone. Muslims have made a lot of money. Now they're saying that money needs to join the majority pool of people. Let's get that Muslim money into the economy. That's what they want. So they're going to force you now. Yeah, your culture don't fit in with British culture. Don't fit in with British values. But it does, though. That's why they're more successful than you. Anyway, nice little rant that I went on, man. Thanks for letting me. Appreciate it actually every time, man. Like all the years that we lot been together, like you lot always let me have my say, and I do actually fully appreciate and respect it, like 100%. Thank you. Anyway, I'm done.
Thank you. Sorry, my phone overheated and I got kicked off, yeah. But in the back, I'm hollering because I'm looking in the chat while I'm waiting to get on, yeah. And all I can see is fucking Banana in the chat talking about can't start again.
Yeah, my
Big up
phone,
God, big up
my
God,
phone was
man.
struggling with all that as well. Too much bullshit. Even made my phone spaz out as well.
All right, listen. Instead of chatting shit, yeah, just get on the phone your mate Buddha. We know you got his number. Just get him to come round, bro. Get him to come round. Like we
Yeah,
can
no,
sort all
I
this
got
out.
Buddha's number. Me and Buddha used
I
to
know
chat
you
before
have.
years ago. Buddha's
I
cool,
know you
man.
have.
He's alright. He's alright. I don't
Yeah.
know what's happened recently. Obviously, like I'm not fully up to date with what's happened. But yeah, some weirdness has happened. But you know, you gotta allow people, let them go through what they go through,
I'll
innit?
give you a clue what happened. He went round to visit Gummy and she pulled a Palpatine on him and she said, Anakin, you want to live forever? Yeah, get on your knees to me right now. And Buddha went, yeah, I believe in zero immigration. Fuck them people in the channel. They shouldn't be coming over here. They're coming over here legally. Right? They took the knee to the right-wing narrative. And then here we are today. We went round in a big circle. He come face to face with EIE. EIE in this whole scenario is Samuel L. Jackson. Yeah? Samuel L. Jackson said, Anakin, you can't be running with Palpatine. And he went, and Anakin went, but I have to save my girlfriend. And then Mace Windu went, choo, 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 chopped him up into little pieces. Get me? And
Are
he
these
ran.
Star Wars references? Because I've never seen those movies.
Yeah, of course you haven't.
I swear I've never seen them.
Big up EIE, aka Mace Windu.
I'm not that old, bro. No,
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are.
No, I just think that Buddha and EIE have had this weird spazzing at each other every time they see each other in the chat or anything, yeah. And I never understood like where it started from, innit? But yeah, they just
Years
they just had a
ago.
long
This
term
is
beef.
not new. It's not new. That's why I'm not paying it no mind. It's nothing new.
Yeah, it's been going on forever. Like I just thought that's just usual, innit? I don't know about all this other stuff. Buddha's said some other things, done some other things, gone to other panels. That's different. But as far as I know, the main thing that them two had was just beefing each other constantly whenever they see each other. But yeah, come on, man, don't stop now. He was on a tirade, bro. Like
Khan was on what? I don't even know what he was talking about anymore.
that was it just went on and on and on. And Khan, you do this. You've done this to me a few times at fucking 4 o'clock in the morning, bro. Yeah, bro.
You know,
I've been wanting.
there's a Chinese saying that if a man talks long enough, he will eventually contradict himself. All right. Now, no matter who you are, you can't really be on such a long algorithmic thought pattern that will never repeat itself. Like you will eventually come back on yourself, and the chances are you forgot what you said originally and
repeating yourself.
contradict your original point. Yeah, but
Yeah.
you're more like because you come to the same point twice, the actual delivery of it won't always be the same, so it will look like a contradiction. Whereas with me, it doesn't happen because where I've had a mental breakdown and I've had to literally regrow my brain. All my synapses have been literally been formed as an adult, like under a conscious effort of let me regrow my brain now. Yeah. So I don't really. I can talk for hours without contradicting myself. Like whether people agree with me or not is a completely different scenario.
Yeah, but then you're not even sure that you're right about what you're saying, then, isn't it? Because it's not.
Well, because if you start like as an algorithm is an extrapolation.
I take offense to that S&M. Do you not
No,
know
but I
that
can answer that.
Khan is a walking encyclopedia. How dare you?
Facts.
How
I'm
dare you?
I'm old now. I'm old.
Yeah,
than
but
Santa
all right,
Claus.
fair enough. He's a
I'm Santa Claus level old.
Yeah, but Khan, then how about this? Yeah, then I would say that fair enough. You're right that if someone talks for long enough, they're bound to contradict themselves. That's probably true for every human being. But what I would also add is that someone who's got a very kind of tentative grip on reality, meaning that they don't really understand what's going on around them, but they've got some ideas, that sort of person's more likely to contradict themselves within a few minutes. Whereas somebody who's got a very solid understanding of how the world works and their place within it, they're less likely to contradict themselves early on, and they'll probably talk and talk and talk, and they'll get to a place where it's kind of, you know, you're talking about science 1 minute and you're talking about love the next minute. You're bound to
Some
contradict
people do,
yourself.
yeah. But if you, like I said, if you start from a firm foundation, like if you start from a fact that is like the consensus, and you extrapolate from that point, and your extrapolation is correct, like in an algorithmic form, let's say, you're not going to break your own pattern. Chances are you can maintain consistency in your conversation. You get me? But like from my point of view, what it is that a lot of people form their view of the world before they're consciously aware of the fact that they're doing so. So they take on beliefs without actually confirming that. Like you could believe something for long enough where you forgot where this information come from. So your critical evaluation processes get bypassed. So you're believing a whole load of shit, like, I don't know, religion, politics, your parents' point of view, things that your kids told you at school, things that you saw on telly. Like these things could all be forming your opinion of the world before you actually consciously become aware of the fact that you need to have a filter of critical evaluation before things are actually allowed to become core beliefs. Like a core belief is something that is
that
so a lot of people
process is
believe shit.
continuous, though. That process doesn't stop. You should always be doing that, even at your age.
Yeah, that's
my age.
yeah, like you said, it's a refinement process, right? So you're actually taking, like, reevaluating everything continuously. But I'm saying is that depending on who you are as a person, some people have arrived at this idea of who they are, right? Before they can actually initiate this kind of critical evaluation of like a refinement of
what
their
happens with
position.
religious people. Like what happens with religious
Yes.
people, they're forced. Their
Right.
definition of themselves is forced upon them with physical violence from the moment they are born. And let's just say critical thinking faculties come into play probably by the age of 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, something like that. It's probably very difficult to employ proper critical thinking before that, because the concepts aren't simple enough for you to really get to grips with. So until that age, then say, even religious people, people that have strong politics, bring their kids up to believe the same politics as them. This happens to everyone, really, doesn't it? And there is no other way of redefining yourself but to take that step of continuously reanalyzing your positions. And then what happens is layer by layer. Like it happened. I remember it happened to me. Like I used to think to myself when I was a teenager, all right, there is a God, because that was just a given. There must be a God. But then, Islam is the true one. And then I thought to myself, maybe it's not. So then I peeled back that layer. Yeah, once I was brave enough to challenge that idea. Then it came to, well, is there a God at all of any type? And then I had to peel back that layer. Then I had to think about, is there any type of entity or controlling or, conscious force out there? And I had to peel back that layer and accept that actually there's no good reason to think any of them exist. So I had to start again as well. Like, when I was like a teenager or in my early 20s, when I had to peel back all of these core beliefs that had been instilled into me, but that I hadn't chosen through logic and evidence.
And
so then
reason,
I did the reconfiguring of your brain via the principles of critical thinking, logic, and evidence, and I've come to a completely opposite conclusion about things. Like I've gone from one side.
But that's what I'm saying. But once you've been through that process, you're more likely to be able to hold a conversation for like maybe an hour or two without contradicting yourself. But I don't think the majority of people that we speak to on these panels have been through that process. They haven't, and they don't have the ability to speak for half an hour.
Well, that's what the problem is. You have to do that. If you think something is true, then you should be listening to every other person that thinks it's not true or thinks something else is true, and then genuinely comparing them and working out, whether you're right or wrong. Because if you care about being actually right or not, then you would do that. But if you just like the comfort of thinking you're right without doing the hard work of establishing it intellectually, then you'll do the same thing what all religious people do: carry on blindly following their religion, or follow their parents. Their parents are racist, so they're racist. Do you know what I mean? Like, so whatever it is,
it is your relationship with your parents, because there comes a point in your life where you don't idolize your parents or see them as gods anymore. Like they become normal people. Do you get me? So it depends on what stage you're at when you reach that awareness of, my dad's just another guy just like me. Do you get me? Like when you arrive at that conclusion, it's liberating, but at the same time, it's worrying because you're like, well, now I don't just get to blind follow and defer all my personal decisions to this other person. Then I have to take responsibility for myself. Do you get me? So it's a double-edged
Well, I mean,
sword.
I'd say, parents are a big part of it, definitely. But then there's a wider. It's also the community because some parents might not be that active in that sense. But then the wider family, the wider community, they will instill, a certain set of kind of core beliefs as well. So then you can't
I'm a firm
escape from that.
believer in Jungian kind of like schools of thought on, for example, the super ego. So you have an ego, but then you have a super ego, which is like your internalized version of an authority figure, right? So you don't think of it as a separate person, but really your super ego is all the things that your mom and dad said to you when you was a child. You recorded them. Don't do this, don't do that. Or if you do that, you're going to fall over flat on your face. Like all these sort of things creates this super ego where you don't identify as yourself, but it's like a voice in your head that kind of constantly advises you, right?
Yeah, I remember reading a bit about that.
Super ego, right? Yeah.
What's the
like,
id? What's the id? The ID thing. That was something I remember.
I think the id is the ego. It's the who you identify as id. I think that's what that is. But then obviously then you have the id and then you have the shadow self, the things about yourself that you can't accept, that you put them all into this dark closet where you're like, I can't accept the fact that I could be, I don't know, this angry tyrant of a person. Like, no, that's not me. I don't identify with that because that reminds me of when dad used to get upset and fucking smash up the whole house. So I'm going to take that part of myself
but your dad went about,
and put it in
the... You said your dad went about. You said that he was like a drifter, that he went off one day and never came back or something like that, didn't he?
Yeah, but he was a Vexnick still. Don't forget, my dad was a thing. My dad was a war veteran. Like he'd been through a war. He was a prisoner of war. Right. They tortured him and everything. Like my dad got proper, you know the Rambo treatment. You know that Rambo First Blood where Rambo just spasms and he starts getting flashbacks. Like that's literally my dad. That's the dad that I had. Like he's obviously outgrown it now. Do you know what I mean? Like his other kids didn't have to endure that kind of. I was the oldest, didn't it? So it was like fresh out the fucking nut farm. Well, not nut farm, but. Yeah, I got the beatings. Yeah, I got the whip. I got the fucking bamboo stick. Have you ever been hit with a bamboo stick?
No, I've been beaten with a cricket bat. My dad broke a cricket bat over my head, bro.
Yeah, but you must have been big though.
Oh yeah, I was like about 14, bro. Man,
yeah.
First time I blocked it with my arm, bro. Can you believe I remember it to this day? I blocked the first nip with my arm, and it hurt so bad because it hit me on my arm, the bone of my arm, between the elbow and the wrist. It hurt so bad that when he swung again, I just said, "No, I'm just gonna take it on my head because it can't hurt that bad." On the bloody arm.
Did it make that noise? Did it make that noise?
That made that, bro. I made that conscious choice. I made a decision, bro.
Knock all the senses he had in there. That's what had to explain.
I might have had a chance before that. There might have been a chance for me before that, innit? That was a crucial, pivotal moment. Anyway, listen. Let me just address one thing. Yeah, Safa in the chat, she said something which makes me laugh. Yeah, she said that scientific is as old as the dinosaurs he believes in, which implies that she doesn't believe that dinosaurs ever existed. Like, I mean, come on, are you serious? Like, Safa, seriously, do you disbelieve in the existence of dinosaurs? Like, that is some proper retard level.
Yeah.
Just confirm that. Safa, confirm that, innit? Because if you don't believe in dinosaurs, then you're just a spastic. Like, what can we say?
Did you get vaccinated, Con?
Yeah, I had to, man, because obviously I live with my mum and she's really old, and I didn't want to have to bear the brunt of that.
It's okay.
That guilt.
It's okay.
Why does that explain a lot for Khan as well, sis? Would that explain a lot for Khan as well?
No, I was just asking because True Scientific was there chatting, and Scientific believes.
Yeah, if it ain't in a textbook, it ain't real.
No, I've never said that.
No, but you have to provide evidence.
So you still 100%
if it's an assumption or a guess.
No, Nifa, let me ask you a question. Did you ever get the smack? Huh?
Very few of us in my family.
Yeah. That's good to know.
Well, I mean, I had a conversation recently with somebody, or they mentioned it recently, about all these deaths in the last 6 months or the last year or so after the COVID. So they were saying that, oh yeah, there's this evidence that the vaccine had contaminants in it, and this was known. So the point is this, yeah, like you just have to look at the global statistics. 75% of the human population on planet Earth took a COVID vaccine. If there was a serious problem with it, we'd be seeing mass deaths and mass illnesses, unlike we've ever experienced as a species. That's not the case, as we can all tell from our friends and families around us. 75% of the human population is a massive amount of people.
Wait. I mean, I don't know. I mean, if you're going to use friends and family as evidence, I don't think that's a good evidence base, because I know a lot of people that have passed. I know of people that have passed since it, that you would not expect to pass this, that, and the other. So I wouldn't go by that, man, to be honest.
Yeah, well, given the fact that 90% of people in the UK took the vaccine, so what percentage of your friends and family have died? Given that 90% of them took the vaccine.
Listen, 1 second, scientific, because before you go off on one, I'm not going to try and sit here and talk about statistics in terms of percentages and the rest of it, yeah. But what
obviously not, anyway, because otherwise you'd be saying what I'm saying.
Told you, if it ain't got no evidence, he ain't accepting it. I keep telling you.
No, and this is why I wouldn't even
because that's sensible. Like, why would you accept something without evidence? Like, doesn't that make sense? We were just talking about critical thinking a minute ago.
No, because you asked a particular question, yeah. Because you said what statistic, and the thing is, I couldn't give a because it's not like a true what do you call it, like a true sample, isn't it? But I'm certainly saying, I don't know about Divine or anyone else, but I know of many different passings since that thing there, many that you would not expect to be passing. That's all I'm saying, man.
Well, no, you might not expect.
It could be coincidental. Sorry.
Yeah, you have to clarify that you don't understand all these deaths. It's not saying that the medical community don't understand it.
And the people that are burying their people don't understand them neither, because they're, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but when you take your car to the mechanic, you might not understand what's wrong with it, but he's going to fix it.
Excuse me?
Yeah, but it's the same as if you took your car to the mechanic, you might not know what's wrong with it, and he has to do some job that he has to convince you that this is what's wrong with it, and therefore you have to pay this much to get this job done or this part changed. Like, you don't understand that. You can't check or test whether he's telling the truth, can you?
That's actually a good analogy. I can't lie. That's actually a hard bar still. Go on, S&M. Come on. That's actually a good one. Because think about it.
Yeah, but it's the same with all technical things.
And we don't know nothing about cars or nothing yet. And we know if something's wrong, but we don't know what it is. It's only till it gets to the mechanic, and the mechanic then tells you, okay, it's this, that, and then you might be questioning, but nah, I don't remember having trouble with that.
Yeah, and then the mechanic hasn't happened though. You've taken it. You've taken your car to a mechanic.
I'm not gonna lie.
Listen, I've taken my car to a mechanic out of desperation, and I've been unhappy with what he said. So then I've said, you know what, I'm going to wait and go and see my guy, like my friend who's a mechanic. And then I've gone to him, and he's told me the same thing. So then, what am I to do there? Then I kind of know that the first mechanic was telling the truth as well.
Hey, science. I'm hearing that you got beat in a debate about gravity or something. By Gurdy still.
Oh, bro, he locked off that stream, man. I was just started listening to it. I heard him say my name.
What you saying, Gurdy? You beat science in a debate, yeah? I heard that still.
Yeah, that must have been the worst day of my life, bro. With Gurdy.
Mad. Yeah, said that science wouldn't even have a spanner in the chat if it weren't for Gurdy. Still, man, you better thank Gurdy.
Yeah. No, it's true. He twisted you up, bro. Like, he must have made so much noise that you had to fall under the pressure of his comments. Like, he's that serious a guy. That he manipulated you. He got me in my mod ship. Like, nah, I still haven't paid him for that.
Come on with your view, Motion. I want to hear that. He's saying they're telling healthy people about the vaccine. Come through, Mosh.
Yeah, no, the healthy people we've talked about. I think I talked specifically to Motion about this as well. Healthy people are obviously not the target group for vaccines, because their immune systems will roll over and deal with the problem. But that's why the first people to be targeted for vaccines were old people, isn't it? Yeah, because they're the ones that are most at risk.
You know, the young, I don't know if you've heard like the different reports of a lot of like young, healthy, fit people just sort of keeling over and dying
That was always the case before COVID. People have been dying at every age since the beginning of time.
Well, I don't know. You know what? I'm not even gonna just talk off my neck now. But nah.
Well, I mean, like the statistics are that half of people die by the age of like 20 anyway.
Yeah,
like,
there's
for
the
one
adult
reason or another.
version. Sorry to cut you. There's the adult version of cot death. I forget what it's called, but it happens to men in their 30s, but they just randomly die in their sleep. That's it's the equivalent of cot death, but in men. And I do know somebody who did die of that, and it was
That
like
happened to one
years
of my friends
before.
still.
Yeah, so it's not really that rare. It does happen. Yeah,
I only say that it has to do with like the covers and the breathing and something like that.
What, the actual cot death or the adult version?
I don't know what the adult version.
Adult
What
version.
cot
I don't know, man.
You just
All I
pass
remember
away
is
in
when
your
I
sleep,
had.
innit? You just don't wake up. Sort of
Yeah,
thing.
but with cot death children's one, I remember when my
And
kids
it's
were
painless
little.
as well.
I used to have the constant fear that they would stop breathing. So I'd just be like waking up randomly,
Checking
just
it.
watching them. Yeah, just because they're
Making
so
sure you
small
can
and their
see it.
their lung movement is tiny, so they don't hardly even move. And I'm like, a few times convinced myself, like, I can't see him moving. Like, what am I gonna do?
Yeah.
Like, do I shake him and wake him up? Like,
That's
and my
paranoia,
missus,
bro.
yeah,
That's
my missus just
paranoia,
like,
yeah.
chill the fuck out, man. What you doing? Like, yeah, but that cot death thing's scary, bro. It's fucking scary.
You just
But
put your
like I
hand on
said,
their back, man.
the guy
You
that
put your
I know,
hand on
yeah,
the
I
back. The
always,
back's
yeah.
moving.
Yeah, it's true, it's true. But like the guy that I know that died of it, his wife woke up. Well, she said she felt him wake up at 7 a.m. to go for a wee. So he went for a wee, come back, got back in bed, and at 9 o'clock the alarm went off, and she was waking him up to go like to work, and he was just dead. So he died between 7 and 9. So it was a sudden death, basically. It wasn't like something where he suffocated in his sleep or anything like that. He just suddenly just stopped living. There's no explanation for it. It's just random. It's just like there was nothing wrong with him. There was no markers for it. There was no like genetic reason for it. Nothing. It's
When
just
did
sudden.
this happen, Con?
Years before COVID. Years before.
Yeah, but it's still
Years
probably
before.
COVID's fault, though. Let's be honest.
You dickhead. Now this was years before that. So I was aware
Are
of
you sure they weren't testing one of the
sudden death
vaccines on him?
syndrome.
You know what?
No,
While they were planning,
I'm just
while they
saying
were planning
I was
COVID, they were
aware
probably testing
of
vaccines on people.
No. This guy, man, like, I know kids here through uni who've gone through testing, like where they get paid grands to get things tested on them, and nothing's happened to the motherfuckers.
Well,
Like,
yeah,
I'm
because
just getting $5
the things
grand to
that they're
get
allowed
these
to.
injections.
Yeah, I know, Khan. I know people that have done that as well.
Wait,
Yeah, and the
Khan,
reason is,
turn down your mic a little, Khan. It's a bit overpowering, I beg.
Beg your pardon. Beg your pardon.
yeah, the reason for that, Khan, yeah, is because the time that they're allowed to use the general public or even human beings at all for testing, yeah, is that those medicines by that stage have been through basic chemical testing, basic biological testing, basic safety testing. So it's unlikely that the substances that they're now testing on for human beings in at that stage are going to have any major problem. But what they do need to establish is very precise and accurate readings for what the medicine can or can't do. So by that stage, it's not that much of a risk. You know, you might get a rash for a few weeks, you might feel sick for a few days or a few weeks, you know, symptoms like that is side effects you're likely to suffer. But if you get $5 for turning up once a day for 30 days and, you know, an hour of your time a day for 30 days, like, come on, I think that's not even that bad a deal, bruv, if you're not doing nothing else.
Now, hey.
Well,
Yeah, the thing
where
is,
you at?
Hello?
Hey, Eunice.
Hello?
Can't
Hi, how
leave
are
him
you guys?
alone. We're going into a new year, Khan.
Yeah, I just came back from work.
What?
I just came back from work.
Did you say work?
Khan. Khan.
How long you been?
oh, he's more of a man than you, bro. He's got a job in that.
Hey, wait. You said how long you been and said Alhamdulillah, yeah? Mad. Oh, wait, say nothing.
Unias, how long have you been in employment?
Quite a while.
Yeah.
Why did you tell him though, Eunice? Eunice, why did you tell? Why would you tell Khan that though?
He's
Seriously, bro.
boasting. He's
Why would you
boasty
tell
about
Khan
it.
that?
It's not. He's proud of
No, Khan,
himself.
Eunice, he trolls the shit out of you every time. Stop telling Khan your business. Do you hear me? Stop. Don't
West.
talk to Khan about no business.
These West Londoners stick together, don't they? Yeah, Eunice, man. So tell us
Just
about
don't spend all your wages on brasses, cuz. You know what I'm saying? Save some for the rent and shit. You hear me?
Hey, time out motion.
Don't
Somebody
listen
time
to
out motion.
rent,
Don't
cuz.
listen to Billy. Don't listen to Billy. That's the best thing you could do with your money. Trust me.
No,
That's the best thing.
No, man. Don't follow Khan. He done it for you.
He done it for you.
You don't have to do that. He already did that.
Imagine Eunice jumps on like, yeah, Khan was right. I'm a real man now.
You know,
You've
only been a man
That's
for
what
5
you're gonna
minutes.
hear. I can't. Listen. Say nothing.
The evolution of it, of a Eunice. Yeah, it evolved.
Well, when Eunice starts asking Triller for more WhatsApp numbers, then you know what that's about.
You know you're a piece of shit, that S&M.
Hey, these times here, yeah, when you start hearing people say, talk about these different bars in Southall that Triller ain't even been to, you're like, nah. Eunice is on job now, because this guy much.
Did it? Triller just let him into one WhatsApp group, bro. That had like 1,000 prosies on it. That'll keep him busy for 2 years.
Game over.
Hey, these times that 3 weeks later, Eunice is like, because I hit them all, fam. What are you talking about? I'll run through them all, B.
Did it? No money left, no energy left. Shrunk 10 kilos even from his slim frame.
No, but serious thing, can you not like serious
Eunice,
thing
that's
though?
what
That's
hip thrusting
actually a
at the gym helps you
conversation,
with, man.
yeah. No, but hold on, serious thing. Can you not imagine what it would be like looking through fucking Triller's fucking phone and getting through his like? Can you imagine what's in there? Think about it.
Nothing,
Triller.
just messages
Oh
from
my
his
days.
mum. That's all.
It's
Just messages from his
probably
mum.
all
Like,
fucking
Triller, you
porno
want dinner?
pics and shit in
Triller,
there.
what time
All
you
kind
coming
of
home?
shit.
Triller, what do you want for dinner today? Triller, what time you coming home? Triller, what do you want for dinner today? That's literally every message.
Or the attic, right?
That's what I said. That's what every message is on the phone. Yeah, it's Triller. What time you coming home? Triller. What do you want for dinner today, son? Triller. Is everything all right? Triller. Stop wanking. Triller.
Triller, should I pick out a bottle of wine? Triller.
Triller, tidy up. Your room stinks.
Yo, big up Triller still, man. Big up. Triller. Triller's funny.
So where's Triller been hiding now? Since he's gone from here, where's he been hiding at?
What did you do to Triller, actually? I'm team Triller around here. What did you do to Triller? Why is Triller not
Who,
around?
me? Nah, bro. Triller's been he was set out of line, bro. He went on to other panels talking about how Veli deserves to his family to get doxed. I heard him say with his own mouth that Veli deserved
I'm
it
sure you're
because he
putting
started.
20 on them.
Come on,
I'm
man.
sure you're putting 20 on them.
No, I swear to God, he might not have said it all in one go, but he literally said that. He said that. Because I asked him directly, innit? I said when he came on, you were here, Lady D. You set it up that night.
You swear to who? You swear to who?
I know I was here one of the times when Triller was getting called out, but I can't remember if he said those words or was he just not agreeing. I think he.
Hey, you might slip my ears.
I tell you, man, that means a lie. I tell Define Crime, same swear to God. And you know, say this guy.
And you don't believe in that God. Move, man. I like that. Leave Triller alone.
Nines was on to him, you know, straight away. Rah. These times here.
Yeah, fair
enough.
Nah, for real, that did invalidate.
I kept it 100.
I didn't even hear it.
told Triller,
Validated all the arguments from earlier, guys. I lie.
Nah, but Nines, you was there that day because we heard what was going on, and then we started a new show, and you set it up that I was Triller, like what he said on a different panel, because we were hearing all kinds of things that he's gone somewhere and he's said things about Veli and his family and how
Yeah, man,
Veli
free
deserves
Triller, man. Free
what
Triller.
done to him.
Free Triller.
Nah, Triller can jump back on the panel still, man. But you know, he was the Arsenal still, man. He was being a dickhead for no reason. You know what he was doing? Yeah, he was doing that fence sitting game. You know, where you basically, you know, where you just try to appease both sides for whatever they're saying. That's basically what man was doing, and it was just
Like when he's there, he just chap along, nod
He
along
done that to me
with that
bare
thing.
times. He
Just
tried to
all
do
the
to me on
time, innit?
Billions, little fucking idiot. Yeah, that's what he tried to do to me live on the panel. I had to cuss out Triller. I was like, "What the fuck you doing?"
And this
Triller,
fence
you're
sitting shit. Let me
shady, you know.
clothesline you off the
Fucking
fence,
hell.
man. You
And
little
you're
motherfucker.
shady.
Right? You try to sit on the fence. Hey, you mean lava for man sit on fence anyway, man? Hey, you mean why for that? Because you hear me? Cause let me just box you off the fence, cause yeah, like Macho Man Randy Savage. Just run up and oh yeah, dig it. You hear me? Cause go off the fence and you mean? Yeah, man. Yeah, but Triller could jump on the panel still, man. But you know, about
What happened
differently,
to
like we're
Hampton?
saying, man. It's not going to be them long panels again, still, man. Like even yesterday, today's kind of a longer panel than usual, still, but it's going to be back. It's going to be them short panels still, and then Friday's going to be open panel for a little piece, couple hours, and then that's it, still, man. Oh, you know, I like. I said, man, Triller.
Yeah, I think that's good vibes
Yeah,
still,
some of
bro.
you
It's
that are
more
pagans.
punchy like this. It's better like this. Now, and that's from my swear to God comment. Yeah, one thing we got to realize, is that a lot of things to do with
Don't try
language
and
are
no,
built
no,
into
you're not
us. Yeah,
getting no
so
escape
I
route.
say that because it
Absolutely
communicates the
not.
point that I'm
No.
emphasizing. You know that it really,
Absolutely
really
not.
did happen.
We're
Like for
not
example,
giving you
we
no
say
escape routes.
no.
No,
Listen. We say the word goodbye. Phrase goodbye comes from. Hang on. Let me just make this point. When we say goodbye, what it really comes from is saying "I swear to God" just means yeah, I'm really, really serious. That's all it means. You know.
He's trying to finesse the thing, guys. Listen, he believes in God. Listen, we're talking to a good Muslim boy here. I told you, lot, for the last year, the entire year I've been telling you, he's not no atheist. You lot are listening to him slowly confessing his sins of pretending to be an atheist. He believes in God. If she's a good Muslim boy, and I'm not going to change my record, S&M, we're not giving you no escape routes. Just come out and just own your Islamic, come on life, and you believe in God. Just let us all hear it, and we'll leave you alone. Come on.
Nope.
You need to go to church and pray. Oh, you
There's
need
a
to go to
time
the
and
mosque.
place. There's a time and place when I might do that, but it's not now.
Remember, this is S&N guy that told you the last time he was up here that he went to the mosque. Yeah, remember? Told you he is a Muslim boy. No one's listening to me.
But he takes his sons, he takes his children to the mosque, isn't it? So
I told you. He slowly
Yeah,
tells you, like, no
my
one
kids.
listens.
My kids learned to read Quran. My daughter does Quran studies and Hadith studies. They quite like it actually. So I don't, what can I say? It's up to them.
Here's the thing though, like I don't think you really need to believe in God to be a Muslim. I've always said this. It's like
Hey, you know what's
it's a
funny, yeah?
it's a training program.
Hey, science is banning Islam Monday to Thursday, and then Fridays praying in the mosque.
He's finessing. He's pretending. He's a
Full
pretender.
Nah,
uniform.
bro,
He's a
I
pretender
have actually done
atheist.
that. I have actually done that.
Oh my
Even this
God.
weekend, there was a death in my family, like not close relative, but like definitely relative, like my mom's
Rest
uncle.
in peace.
So
Rest
we
in
all
peace.
had a funeral.
Condolences.
Yeah, we had a funeral over the weekend, both days. And I remember I was there, and we're doing the whole thing with the body and the burial and all that. And people read out these duas and that. And one of my cousin's kids, he read out this dua, and then he read it in English, and it was a bit dread because in it he said, "Oh, and at least we are not. I hope when I die, I have all good Muslim people like today turn up for my funeral. Not." He almost said filthy non-believers, but like he said non-believers, but the way he said it was just funny. And like people of no faith, and I was sitting there thinking like, right, that's a bit disrespectful, man. I'm here trying to show respect and love for my mum's uncle, and my man's just like proper classing me out of the situation. Yeah, like. Yeah, like putting me all to one side and that, but obviously like, I didn't say nothing. It's just part. It's just part of the script that they have to read at that time, isn't it? That's all it is. But yeah,
Anyway,
that point
he
being,
just said,
I take part in all those sort of
the
things.
next time he goes to church, he's taking Lady D with him. That's all I heard him say.
He's a
literally,
cultural
all that
Muslim.
time.
Cultural.
Yeah, I'll go to the church. I mean, at the end of the day, social, cultural, all these things, you know, they help with family ties and bonding and things like that. You know, even when I was in Pakistan on my holiday, one of my cousins, he just really religious, wanted to pray. So when we was on our travels, I just bumped into him in the middle of somewhere, and I was rushing to do something else, but he was rushing to go and pray. So I dropped what I was doing and just went with him and done all the wuzu and the prayer and done it to my ability, just to join in with him because he's my cousin. I'm not going to see him again for many years. It's something that he does, so I'll just do it with him. So the memory that I remember that time we bumped into each other and we went and prayed together. You know, it's something that they do. So it would be silly for me to miss out opportunities to bond with people I love just because of my intellectual position. Like none of that's relevant, brother. Like you could support different football teams, but you can still appreciate football together with your friends and family.
You're
Even
doing
if they
too much now,
support
bro.
different teams.
Listen. You're doing too much. You just say you're Muslim, and Veli's gonna come out here and he's gonna confess to being a Christian. He was at church a couple months back himself. Yeah, let's just remember that. Yeah. So the both of them guys, I'm letting you know, they're not atheists out here. One's a Christian, one's a Muslim. They both believe in God and they both pray. End of story. We don't want to hear no more about this atheist business, man. Atheism
Athean.
And ultras and
Athean. She said athean.
Ultras and ordained priests, remember? Or pastor or something.
Ultras are all day
Ultra's
minister.
about to go and pray to
Performing gay
Sancho
weddings in
second,
church
so
and
leave
that.
Ultra out.
Mad. Oh shit. He married a trans couple as well. Yeah. Mad. Alright, let me meet up still, man, before Ultra goes mad.
No, what for real? Ultra didn't he ask them all them questions he was asking me about it?
Oh, do you know it was funny when Ultra was driving one day and we heard some Rasta man talking to him and he goes, "Wait, I've got to stop, there's my dad." I was like, "What? You pagan. You really turned against your dad, boy."
Mic check. I hope my mic is working today.
Go through.
No, your mic's still shit, man. It's doing that cutting out thing.
It's not, bro.
All the XRP and you can't get a good mic, man.
Come on, man.
Right, these times.
We up.
Man cashed in on drip,
I just came
can't get a mic.
Did I just hear
What
that?
to this brother, man?
Hold on.
Hey, Gay, just take off
say
the headset and talk into the phone mic and speaker. Trust me, it'll be much better.
I skate. I'll mute your mic for a sec. Let me try something.
I can hear now. Can you hear him now?
It's the same as
this
is.
I don't think it's the phone. I think it's his actual connection that's bad. However you're connected.
No, but that's a mad thing. No, but then he wouldn't be hearing us so clearly. Then his hearing of us would be as choppy. But he can hear us clearly. Yeah, it can't be to do with the transmission of data because it would be both ways, then, isn't it? I used to have a Bluetooth headset that used to do that. That's what I was saying.
Mic check. Fucking hell, man.
Just type it in the chat, man. What's the question? I know what it's going to be. He's going to say,
got no fucking manners.
He's going to say, Khan said you don't have to believe in God to be a Muslim. Explain that. And I say scientific method is the explanation for that. He's a living explanation of that.
Yeah, like meaning that in a lot of ways, I am a good Muslim. Like, you know, I qualify.
What I'm saying is, science, if we didn't know you and that you've openly apostated, right, and you lived in, for example, a Muslim country, right, and you'd be basically living as a Muslim. You wouldn't be openly apostating.
No, of course, bro. What do you think most people do?
What I'm saying is nobody could have any complaint of you.
No, like listen, what do most people do? Most people just pray on a Friday and say Bismillah and Salam Alaikum and a few other phrases chucked in throughout the day, and that's it. They don't really need to do anything more than that. And
Well, it depends on
that's
your
not
level.
that.
What I'm saying is, it depends on your level of iman. If your iman is 0.0.1, right, which yours is, right, then
I say it's way less than
Good
that.
one.
Way more
what I'm
zeros
saying,
before the one.
but what I'm saying is, from Allah's point of view, He's saying, I've got this creation that I've created with 0.0001% belief, and look how He's outperforming, yeah, and He's overpowered, and He's doing more than what most people who claim to believe do.
But then, so do they have less
I
than
think
my 0.001, or do
no,
they
they
have
have
more than
more.
it?
They have more belief than you, but less practice.
But then there's something I bring to the situation, isn't it? That makes
No, I'm
the
saying that
difference.
God, from God's point of view, He'd be very happy with you because
Yeah,
He's
but he's not
created
taking credit
you.
for it all. I'm not giving him full credit. that's where you're going. I can sense it. I can sense it already.
No, but I'm saying if you accept the fact, right, that there's people with different levels of iman, right, different levels of belief, right, does their practice or does their outward exhibition of that inner belief always correlate with a consistent kind of gradient? Can we therefore say people who are scholars, people who studied Islam for years, their belief, is it higher than mine? Do you get me?
I don't know how
of
you would measure belief then. I don't know how you would measure its strength of belief.
This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. So as men,
apart from behavior, I guess
we can't read the hearts of men. That's what we need to know. That right. So somebody can study to be the highest level scholar and still deep down be a scumbag. Do you get me?
Yeah,
that's possible.
You know what? Actually, it's actually interesting you say that because I often get to this point in discussions with friends and family. Like when I say to them, for example, like what you said, that even though if I say out loud, I'm not a Muslim, I don't believe Muhammad, blah blah blah, that disqualifies me as a Muslim. But if I look after my parents, respect my wife, allow my children to learn Quran and stuff, if I do loads of things which still qualify, like you said, I could qualify further to a better percentage than someone who's a full believer, takes the Shahada and prays 5 times, but they don't do all this other stuff they're supposed to for their family and for their community and for their children, like I do. Then I guess I would pass in it. Like there's no way around that.
This is the argument right now.
Like, it wouldn't make sense. It wouldn't make sense for God to disqualify me and punish me when my actual behavior that's affected other human beings has been the right thing.
As you know, right, there's certain things that God regards as worship, as ibadet. Yeah, looking after your parents is high on the list of that. Very high on the list of ibadet. You're doing that. If you're looking after your parents, or if you've got a crippled parent, or if you're having to be the home help for your mum and you have to stick her in the shower and wash her and all sorts of shit, yeah, that is one of the highest things that you can do in your life. And God counts that as a form of worship. You understand? Making sense? Yo, my headphones gone dead again.
Yeah, you're making sense.
Yeah. So this is the argument now between the so-called Salafis, like Shamsi, who are telling people, don't go and protest for Palestine. You're free mixing. God doesn't want you to do that. Yeah. And the normal Pakistani Muslims who are Brelvi, or the Turkish Muslims who are Naqshbandi, they've got this Sufi kind of background, right? They're saying, man, fuck the Salafis. Like, what do you mean? How are you telling us that? Oh, don't do nothing for Palestinians except for pray for them. All you've got to do is pray for them. Like, you can't do nothing more than pray for them. And people are saying, but wait a minute, like, God has given us a breakdown of things that we have to do. If we see injustice, we have to act against it. If our hands are tied and we can't act against it, we have to speak against it. If we're being told we can't speak against it, in our hearts, we have to turn against it. But there is still a process of how to deal with oppression, whether it's oppression towards you or others. If you see the oppression, right? Now that is what God has charged us with. He's given us that. He's saying, this is what you need to do. So you can't just be sitting at home going, oh, pray 5 times a day. I'm a Muslim. No, there's more to it than that, brother. There's more to it than that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, look. This is my point on a philosophical level. This is where us people, us atheists and naturalists, this is where we get to with it. Yeah. And that is the point that if it like, does it make more sense? Yeah, for a sensible, moral God to see someone like me who's saved loads of kids' lives, who's gone out there and done his best to defend and protect people as much as possible, and made a very conscious effort to not cause pain and suffering myself. Yeah, someone who's lived a life like that, but has always said, "I don't believe in any God. They're all bollocks. They're all rubbish. It's all made up." Now, would it make sense for a more decent moral God to send me to hell just for internally not believing or vocalizing that I don't believe, whereas my actual life and effects in the world have been purely positive? And then at the same time, someone who's gone out and raped and murdered and abused loads of innocent people and has just professed to believe in a religion which turns out to be the right one, is that God then going to give that person heaven, even though just for believing in him, even though what he's actually done in his life has been utmost pain and misery to everyone around him? Of course not. That doesn't make any sense. So us atheists have already worked this out, that on a moral level, as long as we are good, decent, moral people, every God will accept us, because otherwise if not, then he's the idiot, and there's no point praying to an idiot.
How you got?
Do you know
Hold
what I
on.
mean?
How you gonna mad at God and call God an idiot? Hold
No, I'm
on.
saying
What
if
you
he
doing?
were to do that, it's hypothetical. If God was to take a purely decent man who saved hundreds of people's lives and spent his whole life serving people, if God was to take that person and send him to hell for not believing in him, then that's not a God I can respect. It's not. So I don't care what he thinks or he's going to do to me.
To me, it's
You're
like
gonna
this.
go
Yeah,
to
it's like
hellfire. Scientific
imagine.
method. You're
Yeah,
going
he's going to go
hellfire.
hell. Imagine scientific method that you're colorblind, right? But I can see color, and I'm telling you that there is a color, right? There is such thing as color, but you're incapable of seeing it. Now, when we die and God tests us and said, "Well, you was colorblind. I didn't give you the ability to know that there is a God, right? I took that away from you. I let you live your life as an atheist, right? Just to test you to see how good you would be, right? It's a possibility that you could still go to heaven. But what I'm saying is, if you're going around and protesting the fact that other people believe in colors, and you're like, no, there's no such thing as color. Fuck the God of color, right? It doesn't exist. This kind of like will nullify your good deeds when you don't really even need to do that. You could just carry on
Well, who have
living
I
it.
harmed by saying that? By going
No,
around
but I'm
telling people
saying,
that they're deluded
I'm
by
saying
seeing
you
color?
can't see
How's that harmed
the
anyone?
harm. You can't see the harm because you're colorblind. You're saying I'm just denying
No, but
something that doesn't
there's
actually
no harm in
even
it.
exist. Yeah,
Wait,
but
I'm
other
asking you.
people who
Wait, Con, I'm asking you. What is the
yeah.
harm? Like
The
if I
harm
go
is that
around
there
saying
are
that
other
these people think,
people.
yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
but
just
there
telling them
are
they're
other
wrong
people.
when I'm
Hold
wrong.
on, hold on, hold on. There are other people that believe in color, and they're saying to you, "I can't prove it to you because you're colorblind, but there is this thing called color," and you're like, "No, you're an idiot.
Yeah,
You're
and
a
who?
fucking
So where's the pain
spastic."
and suffering? So where's the pain and
What do you
suffering
mean you're calling
inflicted?
man an idiot and a spastic, and
So is that so? If I weigh that
you're
against me,
undermining,
so if
you're
you weigh that, hang
undermining.
on, me calling someone a spastic and saying that they're wrong and an idiot, well, you weigh that against me saving people's lives and donating to thousands of charities, and you're going out of my way to serve people. How does that balance out in any way, shape, or form?
Well, I'm not the judge. I'm not God's the judge.
Yeah, but even common sense wise, wouldn't you be suspicious of a God that couldn't see the difference between those two
No, but what I'm
examples?
saying is, you can't really see the effects of the things that you do, right? If you do good and you have a good intention, that's all you can really do. Like sometimes you try to do good and even works out as a negative. They try to help someone and you end up harming them, for example. So this extrapolated knock-on effect of the things that we do as people, we're not really responsible for it, because the only thing we can be held responsible for is the things that we intentionally do. Right? I could try to help you. Let's say you're a crackhead and I gave you £1,000. And I'm like, go and buy some clothes, yeah, book yourself into a hotel, sort
Yeah,
your life
but I
out,
OD'd
and you go
instead.
and fucking, yeah, and you OD'd
OD, yeah.
instead, right?
Yeah.
This is
But
the
that wouldn't
conundrum.
be a
This
very
is
smart,
the,
bro. That wouldn't be a very smart thing to give a crackhead £1,000, though, would it? Like,
right,
you would have to
but
take
the
some
fact that you had,
responsibility for
but
that.
it's based on your intention, right? If you had a good intention and that for
Yeah, but
some
the
reason
road isn't the
slipped
road to
your,
hell paved with good intentions.
exactly. Exactly. So what I'm saying is this: if you don't believe in God, right, what is the benefit of you going around telling people? Like, this is what I said to Sarah. I said to Sarah when I jumped on his panel, I said to him, I agree that to be a Pan-Africanist, and to want the best for Africa, if it's split 50-50 Christian and Muslim, you have to come with a higher authority than religion and say our unity is the most important thing. But I said to him, so why are you wasting your time trying to disprove religion? It doesn't make sense. It's just a distraction. What you need to do is do what the pan-Turkish people are doing, which is having a one bank for your whole continent, having one language for your whole continent, having one free movement of labor acts, yeah, and basically supporting each other in the face of foreign interventions.
All
That's
right. Well,
really what
I'll
you need
tell
to
you
be
why you're wrong.
concentrating
Yeah,
on.
I'm surprised you said that because we've all heard Sarah speak extensively on this, and I'm sure Lady
But
G
he's
could do a much
wasting
better
his
job.
time.
Wait. Let me just make this point to prove that you're wrong. Yeah, Lady G, please correct me if I make any mistakes here. Yeah, but Sarah says that the reason what he's got against religion is that it was instrumental in the basic colonization and
Right.
the whole oppression and everything that was done. One, the cultures and religions and languages and names of people, for example, was robbed from the groups of people, the tribes of people. Yeah, so that was taken away from them, and the reason for that was so that this
Yeah.
new thing could be instilled, which was Christianity or Islam. And these two ideological frameworks have served to be a massive spear, yeah, that has been very helpful for people to maintain control over. Yeah, the fact that you do something horrible to people and then you give them a religion which gives them salvation and tells them the more they've suffered, the better it's going to be for them in heaven and stuff like that. These are ways of controlling their mentality to accept the horrible shit rather than kick up about it. Yeah, so this has been going on for hundreds of years and thousands of years, and even to this day, people use the religions that they've been indoctrinated by to justify the oppression that's happened to them. Yeah, slavery was a test, or all sorts of stuff. So the fact is that I have to think that Sarah has got a good point in attacking the religions because they have been used instrumentally to oppress his people and hold them in the position that he considers that they have been. So it's a big part of the whole situation as far
Yeah,
as
but
he's concerned.
his position is flawed because he's saying if we undermine these beliefs that held us back, then we clear a space for some imaginary new. So
Is that my sound?
I
Can't
missed the last 10 seconds there.
Oh, can't you cut out? Oh, his phone. He must have got a call.
Yeah,
I
I mean,
thought
I'm
it was my
surprised.
phone.
Something happened there. Something cut out because I couldn't hear nothing either for about 10 seconds. But yeah, I think that's a bit strange. Khan said that about Sarah's belief because Sarah's made that clear from day one why he's attacked religions,
Hmm. Yeah,
and
that's
that's one of
no,
the reasons I agree with
publicly
him about.
known.
That's actually something that me and him agree on quite a lot. And I think I
I
think you
kind
also
of share
agree
the
with that
same
a
thing
bit.
as Sarah. Because
Yeah,
Sarah's not an
that's
atheist. Don't
yeah.
get me wrong. He's not an atheist or whatever,
Mm.
but he does not support religions and all of that. Yeah, so I think I'm more on in that thing. I got that aligned with him in that sense, but
Yeah,
everything
because
else now I
but
should start
you
cussing
have a
out.
deistic, you're deistic about the whole religious thing as well, which means that
Yeah,
you're not really into any particular um,
I just like
religion,
knowing
but
about them and finding out what's
yeah,
got behind them and that. But I do
but-
believe in a power or God or energy, whatever it
yeah,
is. But yeah.
yeah. Same like he does, same like deists and pantheists do, um, but not a particular one. So yeah, so you're on board with that as well. Mm.
Where's Khan, boy? Khan, come back, man. The
I
chat
think
message. He was on
I
his
think we're
phone
gonna lock off.
earlier.
I think we're gonna have to lock it up now,
Science, you
isn't
know
it?
what, you?
Okay.
I wanted to ask you a
Yeah.
couple questions. You know,
Oh shit.
let me ask you this.
Yeah.
I said, oh, shit.
I've been waiting for this day for a long
isn't it? And I'm like, oh, mate. I mean, let me
I
ask
knew
you a
this
couple
day would come,
questions.
bruv. I knew this day would come.
Hey.
Who told you?
Hey, so that's funny stuff. But I was saying, yeah. Hey, check this, yeah. Is this a fair question to ask someone, yeah? So, if someone makes a statement about something and they set a standard, and the standard they set is higher or lower, sorry, than the standard that they've or a standard they've previously breached or whatever, even if they've apologized for that, is it
Yeah.
okay to call them out for the standard breach?
Well, I don't know. It's a tricky one, isn't it? Because if someone's, this happens with conspiracy theorists all the time. Like, for example, with science, when it suits them, they set the bar for evidence so high that it's physically impossible. Like, you didn't see it with your own eyes. You can't show me with my own eyes. You know, they bring shit down to that. And obviously, you can't tell them what happened millions of years ago with your own eyes, can you? You can't show them. So, like, when it suits them, they set that bar really high. But then at other times, when they're trying to smuggle in things they want to be known as facts, the bar is very low. Oh, my mate told me this, or I'm sure my friend saw this and he's telling the truth. Do you know what I mean? So the same is true, like when you're talking about politics, race, and all that as well. And it is a fair point that if you hold someone to a standard, like for example, a definition of racism, like, you know, typical examples might be if you're someone who calls people racial slurs, that could well qualify you as racist, according to a lot of people. If you hold the position that one race is superior to another, that definitely qualifies you as racist because it's the textbook definition. There's a number of things you could do which could, you know, which we could all say, all right, that's racist. And then there's some gray areas, you know, like, see, people can have certain mentalities and then not outright say something directly racist, but their mindset is always against a particular group or foreign groups or whatever, you know. And if you speak to people for years, you pick this up as well. But yeah, I mean, it's just a logical thing. If you hold a standard to someone and then they breach that standard and you say, right, that proves you're racist. All right, well then we have to look back now and see every time you've done that, and then that many times we can call you racist according to your own standard, isn't it? Like, you do have to hold yourself to the same standards that you hold others to. It is a classical common sense thing that, you know, in conversations, debates, discussions, it is valid. Like, you can't be holding people to standards that you won't hold yourself to.
You know what's sad, yeah, that as adults, yeah, some people are grandparents, that you would even have to make a statement like that.
I mean, yeah, like sometimes I'm
yourself.
Yeah, sometimes I'm happy with the younger generations. Yeah, the younger generations actually pick up on this sort of stuff a fair bit, because I don't know what it is, but amongst like my kids and their cousins and that, they've got a healthy banter, you know what I mean? So like they can, like, anybody that does something wrong or whatever, they'll dig it out, you know what I mean? They'll get what they deserve, you know, and that's all good, like whether it be intellectually, physically, socially, whatever, you know. And it's good that people do that. But this is what we should be doing here, is holding each other and pointing out to each other when we say things that are not wrong. This is what the process of like peer review in science is all about. Like, you have an idea about something, even if it's in your own field, there's no guarantee that you're the Einstein that's hit on the next major step forward in human knowledge and human understanding. So you have to run that new idea by all the other experts that are roughly in your level of understanding about these things. And then sooner, you know, most likely what will happen is one of them will point out some flaw, one of them will point out some bias that you've employed without realizing it. And then, you know, that will get done intellectually between you guys, and, you know, that's it. It's put to one side, and continuously you have to go through that process. So when we come here to discuss, we should be doing that. Like, you say what you think, and that is what you do. Kind of, you make that kind of atmosphere in it. Like, everybody say whatever they think, whatever they believe, but just keep it to the point that you're making, and then other people will say what they think about your point.
Like, that's what I was trying to say. Like, with any arguments that you're making, right? If your argument is only to, like, the question that you're asking is only to the question that you're asking, then there's no other option but to either answer the question or not answer the question. Now, if you've only given me that answer, yeah, if you choose not to answer the question, then you shows that you actually didn't have the answer. Anyway,
yeah.
So.
Yeah, because if someone makes a claim about something and you ask them a direct question, then, you know, they should either answer the question or then either retract the claim. Then, innit? Like, if the question is specifically about them demonstrating or validating their claim.
Yeah.
But no, yeah, I've been hearing what's been going on, man. It's just typical stuff, isn't it? Like, at the end of the day, or they all do it, bruv. Everyone, like, you know. Whenever someone they don't like does something, they're all over him. Throw the book at him. He should get 10 years. When someone they do like, it's that same old shit, bro. Bias.
Does worse. What it is the hypocrite side of people that have done worse themselves coming out to try to jump on the bandwagon. That's fucking nah, bruv. Then
Like
obviously,
well-known people that are well known
yeah,
for doing the same things themselves.
well-known, and people that are just hypocrites, calling other people certain things when it's like, bro, the bar that you're setting for calling this person a racist means that you're a clan member. You know what I'm saying?
you're in the higher levels.
You're card carrying. You get me? Like,
Do you know what this
card-carrying
reminds me
clan
of?
member and all that.
This just reminds me of, like, you know, in your family, you might have like a black sheep or two black sheep that are, you know, always up to mad stuff, yeah. But then what I noticed is that when you got two black sheep in the family, they will always be bad mouthing the other one. They always be saying like, "Oh, guess what he's up to? Guess what he's doing? He's doing," you know what I mean? Like pointing out his flaws. But that's just to take
That's
the
called dry
to take
snitching, S&M.
that's to take
dry
the spotlight off
snitching.
them. But that's just to take the spotlight off them, innit? Because they don't want people to focus on what they've done and what they do regularly. They want now the focus to be on someone else, and so they can jump in and say, "Yeah, see, I'm not the real racist. These are the real racists."
Yeah.
But it doesn't.
It
Someone
was
else committing the same crime doesn't make you not guilty all of a sudden.
Yeah, same shit. Same shit. We trying to say that for a minute still, bro, but you know, but they don't hear me though.
Bro, you know
You know
what?
what I mean?
Sometimes I see these things happen, and what could have been a 5-minute conversation, like yesterday with Luke and Nyanifa, what went on over the whole fucking weekend, half of it could have been sorted out in a literally 2.5-minute conversation between Luke and Nyanifa when they're just openly just being normal. Like, I don't know how to explain it, just being normal with each other. And in 2 minutes, we got to the bottom of it, and it's a misunderstanding. Up until that point, everything I'd heard about the weekend, I was actually thinking, no, that is a bit dread. How can you call someone a byproduct? Like, that's actually rude. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, but obviously, I didn't
So
think of
that's
the other side of it.
That is
Yeah.
the point, to drag it and portray it that way. That was the
Yeah.
whole point.
Yeah, because it does sound a bit off, but then obviously
Yeah,
we're
but
not
how
thinking
shit
that.
must your life be, yeah? How shit must your actual real life be, yeah? For something like that to be the highlight of being able to like an actual lie anyway, yeah. But just something like
No,
that.
apparently,
Like, let me do
yeah,
a
but
month
Veli,
of shows
yeah, but
of chatting lies.
even if you did believe it was true, apparently Nyanifa clarified on the spot that she was saying "be I," as in, you know, that meaning of it. Apparently, she clarify that on the day on the spot, but
Yeah,
no one
well,
really listened.
at the time when on the recording of what it was, yeah, when it was Buddha did take offense on the spot as well, but Nines did say, right, so give me a better word to use instead, innit? But then Buddha had already taken.
Oh
offense,
right, yeah, meaning that she was immediately willing to change the word because it came across that negatively, right? So she did. That means she didn't mean it in that way. Yeah,
negatively, but she didn't. Yeah. So and even that shows that right, it wasn't meant for you to take offense, because when you did take offense, you was given the selection to pick a more suitable word. That Nines could have picked a more suitable word, obviously, as well. But you said like, you pick a word so you don't be offended if with the next word.
Yeah, because that's not her. That wasn't her. That wasn't her reasoning. That's not what she was trying to do, to offend him by using that phrase or that word. Because otherwise she would have stuck by it and, you know, done what she wanted to achieve. But from she was willing to change it and give him options that obviously, you know, if it offends you, I'll say something else. So her point was just about it being, you know, a multi-parenting a child with parents from, you know, 2 different places, 2 different cultures.
Bless
Yeah,
up EIE. But before you
2
go, let me
minutes.
just quickly
2
say
minutes.
this, yeah. Bless up. Let me just quickly say this. Your mic, EIE.
I have a quick question.
EIE, your mic, bro, your mic's bad.
Can you hear me now?
Try again.
Yeah, your mic's not Black Power, cuz.
You hear me now?
It's not Black Power right now, EIE. It's white noise right now. Yeah, it's white noise. Behave yourself.
Yeah,
But
because
here's what
I
I'm
see
saying.
Nines them though, man.
I was gonna quickly say this, yeah. You lot gotta understand something, because you lot weren't there for all the shows before, hence why I'm so heated. Remember, it's not even to do with me and that, but the reason why I'm so heated with him, because I've had to sit down there for weeks and weeks and watch it all play out and warn them, and then not listen, yeah. Listen, how much times has Buddha has gone out of his way to jump on that panel to
Yeah,
initiate
respect.
a
Can you hear me now?
conversation? Yeah, we can hear you now. Yeah, to initiate a whole thing with nines over this mixed race thing. Hence why you look clearly hear me say, fuck this mixed race thing. I'm tired of hearing it. Take it to the relevant place. Because what you don't understand is for the last how many weeks before, he kept jumping on the panel trying to get corner nines on this mixed race thing. At this point, I'm fucking sick of hearing this bumper clock mixed race. We don't even talk about mixed race over here. He will interrupt a conversation about, we're talking about Tyson, he's inserting this mixed race thing. We're talking about Diddy, he's inserting. He's just constant trying to, he's trying to get at her, but he's not doing it with the rest of us. He's doing it directly to her. Hence why you hear me and EIE saying, but you're not here. We have to listen to this. We can hear it. So when I got sick of it, I see you saying now she's acting like she don't understand Wagwan, and we can all see Wagwan. I had to jump on that panel and just let it know what time it is. Take your bumper clock problems and go along with it. We don't want to hear it. We don't want to hear it no more. I can see what you're doing. Move and go. Take it to the relevant people. Because right now we're not talking on that. This girl's talking about politics. He's coming up there talking about mixed race. What the fuck you keep bringing this problem over here to us for? Move. But he wants to get 9 on this mixed race thing. He's been trying to get her on that for time. And okay, now you've achieved your goal, Buddha. Where you there? That's all I'm saying. Where you there?
Yeah, but me get in like me agree with you still in Lady D, 100%. But more scientific method. What's the first step in the scientific method?
Sorry, you say that again.
I'm asking scientific method. What is the first step in the scientific method? Well,
would you asking me as if what? As if you don't know, or what do you mean?
No, I'm just asking you a question, man. Stop being like that, man. I'm asking you a question.
So it would be to observe something.
Observation. Okay. Let me explain something to you because I hear you keep beating an issue where I understand that theoretically you speak scientifically, but you don't seem to apply it and understand the practical aspect of what science is. We black people use our observation in proximity to Europeans and our first-hand experience over years to develop certain ways of dealing, talking, reacting to these Europeans. Maybe you're not keen to it, but we are. Okay? We are. And to a variable degree, some of us are more conscious of it than others. Okay? So when you hear me use certain verbiage, you can live on it and dwell on it all you want, but I'm going to tell you again, you have to stop misrepresenting what I say. I go by a different definition of racism than you guys. Prejudice plus power. If you just deploying prejudice, cool. You're just prejudicial. I would ask you after I notice you're prejudicial, what is the reason behind your prejudice? See if it's valid or not valid. Now, when we're talking about the aspect of power, we can debate power all you want, but we understand that there is one, uno, power, one white supremacy that reigns supreme. You try to make a big deal out of my explanation of that the last time and keep doing that. I'm telling you, supreme. There's one supreme group of human beings running this fucking planet, pardon my language. It's white Anglo-Saxon people. You understand? That's the power. Until it's changed, that's what we're working with right now. So my verbiage is based on my reality, living in this sphere, and my age, being on this planet, dealing with these people, watching things change.
Your mic's gone crackly, bro.
You might. Can you hear me better now?
Your mic's just gone crackly. It's gone. It was all cool,
let me just
and then it just went crackly.
Let me end the conversation there. Then. I don't want to drag it out because I gotta get ready for.
Hey, rejoin because it went normal when you rejoined, but when Calm was in the waiting to join, it went crackly. So
Yeah, I think
I gotta
I
get
messed
to
it
work.
up. I
Yeah,
messed it
He
up.
messed
he
up his
tried to
mic, cuz.
rejoin and then try again.
He messed up his mic, cuz,
And
man.
keep that
You know what I'm
energy.
saying?
Keep that energy right,
That
Nessa.
Turkish
Don't move
judge.
it. Don't
That
move it
Turkish
one
judge
inch
messed up
up.
Get
EIE's mic,
me.
Yeah,
cuz.
got the Turkish
That
judge.
Muslim judge, the Muslim judge.
The
The
Turkish
Muslim
judge.
judge.
Yeah.
It got EIE, yeah. Oh, mate.
Yeah,
Yeah, make
scientific
sure he
method gone
stays
on
on
mute,
that
yeah?
energy. Stay on that energy, right? That's a EIE.
Yo,
Big up yourself.
scientific, why you on mute, bro? Ain't got
Well, I
nothing
was
to
letting
say
the
to
guy finish.
EIE.
I
No, he's
was
letting him
letting the
Ain't got
guy
finish,
nothing to
man.
say,
finish.
bro.
Yeah,
I was
man.
letting the
Come
guy
on, man.
finish, isn't it? All right.
It's,
So
it's
what
what
do you?
civilizations do, man. You know
All
what I
right.
mean?
So
It's what the civilizations do. You know what I mean,
I'm a
yeah.
Cards?
barbarian now. I'm a Turk. I'm a Turk, bro.
All right.
You
To
know what I
address
mean?
what he
You know what I mean?
to address what he said, like in a quick minute. Yeah, it was just absolute nonsense. He started off with asking me if I know what the first step of science is,
Oh
and it's
Lord.
observation. But
That
that didn't
belly
have
is free
anything
from
to.
this.
That didn't have anything to do with what he proceeded to say.
No, but did you
So
know
he's
that or did you just Google it quickly?
well, obviously I knew that, bruv. Come on.
Well, I have to ask you because you obviously don't have a scientific background, do you?
Yeah, but this basically learned this in primary school. Anyway, the point is, yeah, that he said that observation is the first step of the scientific method, and black people, use observation and have come to a conclusion whereby they have decided that their observation, their scientific observation of the world, means that they can redefine a word like racism, a concept like racism, and inject a particular race into its definition. Now, this is obviously false, yeah, and this is obviously stupid. You can't just do that. Yeah, the fact of the matter is the word racism has a meaning independent of a particular race. And I've said this many times before. You can say that a group of people are able to exercise more racism, but to say that they are the only ones that can ever be racist because of their superior position is just stupid. You can have black people being racist to white people. That can happen. It does happen. It's a real thing that occurs in reality. So the definition of racism is a generic term which applies both ways, every way. An Indian person can be racist to a Pakistani person. Neither of them are the white supremacist group. Do you know what I mean? It's a literally stupid redefining of a word to match a concept that you have forced into your brain and you want and need to be true. That's not sensible. It's just stupid. There's no further conversation to be had about this. You are using the word wrong, and you're doing that purposefully to match your narrative. That's it. It's just a pathetic, childish tactic.
Okay. Can we apply the same methodology to the word byproduct?
I don't know. I don't know what you mean.
Well, if I said to you, I really like Jewish women, I think they're gorgeous, right? But
They don't like you though. You know that, right?
but the byproduct of that union would be something that I would not be prepared to deal with. Now, me referring to the byproduct of a union between a man and a woman obviously refers to the creation of a human being. Now, referring to a human being as a byproduct, would you say that that's something where someone could get upset and get offended over?
Yeah,
Is
if
it
like
an offensive term?
well, look, they've already done this.
Is a hypothetical person we're talking about?
Yeah, but Lady
And
D and them have already done this, bruv. Like the byproduct, the reason why it's offensive is implies that it's like it's not the main thing. It wasn't the target. It wasn't the goal of
yeah,
it wasn't what was meant to
of
be
course,
achieved.
it
It
was
was a
the piece
side
of gold.
effect.
Yeah,
It
that's
was
right.
the
That's
rubbish
right.
left over. It
Yeah.
was it
Well,
was a side effect.
Like the waste or
I don't
something.
agree. I
That's
don't agree with
it.
that.
Right.
No,
I
no,
don't
I'm
agree with
saying
that.
yeah, but I'm saying the word byproduct in many
It means it wasn't
usages
the
of the word.
intention. It was just a byproduct.
Yeah,
Right.
but
I agree
yeah,
Yeah,
with
but
it
that.
yeah,
wasn't
but
the
yeah, but
intention,
No,
but
it
like
can
I
mean
said at the
other
yeah, it
things.
time,
wasn't the
though, it's just
intention.
a
Exactly, it
portrayed
Yeah,
wasn't
but
the
word.
intention.
yeah, but it can also mean all of those other things I stated as well. But all of them have a negative connotation, and that's what the
No, they
problem is.
don't.
Is
No, they
that
don't.
they do
No, they
if you're
don't.
talking about a human being, bruv. That's what I'm saying. A byproduct of gases, two gases get together and they let off a third gas as a byproduct. That's different when you're not offending
Why
anybody by
is it
saying that.
different? Why is it different?
Because even if you get it right or get it wrong, there's no one to
No,
be
but 1 minute. Let
offended.
me break it down though, because if I meet a woman and my intention is to love her and be with her, and the byproduct of that is a formation, a creation of a human being, right? That is still a byproduct because the
And that
main
was
product
Hanifa's
is the
thought
love.
process in saying it, Khan. But
I
how
know.
they want to use it
But
though
why
is
is
like,
it
you're calling me
offensive?
a waste and and all this stuff.
No, but it's not a waste though. Like if we look at like plastic, for example, plastic is a byproduct of the extraction of petrol from the ground to make petrol for cars. Now, when they go to make petrol, right, they don't think, oh, how much plastic can we get out of this? They're not thinking that, right? Because the plastic production is the byproduct. Same way with whey protein. Whey protein is a multi-million pounds product, right? But it's the byproduct of the milk process of making milk, right? The leftovers, the curds and the whey, right, is left over from making things like butter, right? Whey before used to get thrown in the bin. Now they found a use for it. They're making more money out of the whey than they are out of the fucking milk and butter. So it's a byproduct, but it's not devalued. It's not lesser than. So the word itself, byproduct, doesn't signify if the thing is more valuable or less valuable. It just signifies the fact that it wasn't the initial intention. The initial intention was to meet someone, fall in love, and actively love that person. Right? In the ancient times, people didn't know that having sex makes babies. They used to think the baby just used to magically come out of the
No,
woman.
they did know that, bro. Don't be
No,
silly.
they didn't.
How far
No, they
back are you
didn't.
going? Listen.
All right, whatever.
They knew
However far back you need to go.
Don't
right?
make me laugh, bro. Don't
But
make
it's
me laugh.
true though. But it's true though.
Well, what time in history do you think people
Yeah,
realized
that
that
is
having
actually
sex
quite
leads
true.
to
I think they've
babies?
even depicted that in a couple movies. Who remembers that movie? That is it, Blue Lagoon? That kind of scenario was depicted in there when there's
Yeah, but that's because they were no,
wreckage and all that.
wait, Lady D. That's because
Oh,
they were
go on.
children who'd never been taught about it, and they grew up by
But then that's
themselves
what we
alone.
same for the first humans who weren't taught; they had to learn.
Yeah, so you're talking about the first humans. What you mean, 150,000 or 300,000 years ago?
Right.
Is that? Yeah, but we're not talking about. He's talking about the last couple of thousand years.
Are you denying scientific method? Are you denying the fact that some of the earliest religions was the worship of women because they believed that women were magical creatures that actually produced children out of their bodies? Are you denying that fact?
No, that's not you. No, why would I deny that?
There is evidence. Wait, there is evidence for people, civilizations, worshiping women, right, for having these magical powers. So for you to then deny
But that
it and
doesn't
say,
prove that
"No, it's
they
not true."
could. That doesn't prove that for thousands of years they couldn't work out that sex leads to babies. It would be very obvious that anybody who didn't have sex never had babies, and those people who did have sex always had babies. That would become very
No,
obvious
because
very
everyone was
quickly.
having sex though, but everyone was having sex.
Yeah, so
because there was no such thing as monogamy or marriage.
Trust me, bruv, they worked it out, mate. They would have worked it out. They would have seen the difference between children and adults. Or
see, this is what I'm saying about, like, you're not employing the scientific method, are you? Like, you're just looking at things.
There's nothing scientific about this.
No, but
This is not a scientific
you're looking
conversation.
at things retrospectively, where you're saying, well,
we're
going back to
talking
the
about the
earliest,
past.
most primitive humans would have had the same ideology that we have.
No, I'm not saying the same ideology. I'm saying they would have worked out basic stuff like having sex leads
How?
to
Like,
babies.
that's an assumption. But wait, there's no evidence for your assumption. There's no evidence for that. The evidence leads, but the evidence leads us to believe that women were worshipped. Females were worshipped.
Women are still worshipped.
No, I mean as deities, as gods. They were worshipped.
Some people still do. Some spiritual religions still worship women as like, godlike, goddess and all that sort of stuff.
But when women were initially worshipped, it wasn't for no reason, was it? There was a reason behind it, isn't it?
Like, what is your point? Like, you're trying to actually make?
I'm showing you quite simply. You can't you can't pick and choose with where to employ the scientific method and where to just start making assumptions.
There's nothing scientific about this. We're not talking about
I'm
scientific
showing you that
thing.
there's evidence for primitive belief systems.
You're showing me that there's evidence that women were worshipped. That doesn't prove that nobody knew how to make babies. The two things don't have anything to do with each other, you idiot.
People, listen, you're denying the evidence that I'm putting in front of you. I'm showing you
because it's definitely
people
scientific.
believe that women naturally just produce children out of them, out of their bodies.
And that's the reason. But Khan, even if people had worked out that we have to impregnate a woman and then she gives birth to a child, that still means we can, that's still good enough for us to worship them because they are the ones that hold. Yeah, because because we do something that is necessary for one stage of the situation. They
But
do everything else. They do
you're denying something.
999,000 other
When
things.
you work
So,
out, hold on 1 minute. When you
no,
work
you're not listening to
out
my point, though, are you?
listen. No, because you're talking shit. The fact is, when you realise that there is actually a physical mechanism behind a woman producing a child, that takes away the spiritual and the mysterious element of it. And there's no reason to worship her anymore.
No, because people still have spiritual elements to it, even today when we know so much about it. So what are you
Like
talking
what?
about?
I don't know anything about it. I'm sure it's
Don't you think?
sex
Don't you
and
think women?
reproduction is strictly
So,
a physical, biological process.
yeah, but some women consider themselves to be special or magical or godly
Well, that's
because
by the
they
by.
give
That's by
birth.
the by.
So
That's by the by.
no, it's not. It's the
So,
exact point that you were denying, you
No,
idiot.
it's true. That's true, Khan.
It's the
but that's
exact point you were
irrelevant.
denying. It's not by the by.
That's irrelevant. I'm saying to you that this
It's
is one
not
of the
irrelevant. It's the exact
earliest
point you were
forms.
denying. That
Listen,
you
it's
that
one of the
oh, for
earliest
fuck's sake.
forms of religion. It's one of the earliest forms of deification, right?
I'll be willing to say that women have been worshipped throughout history for a long time, and I'll be willing to concede that at some point in our early history, people didn't know how babies occurred. But
Thank you. That's enough for me. That's enough.
yeah, but
Stop
that would have
there.
been hundreds of thousands of years ago. So
I'm not
the
putting a
fact,
number to it, mate.
yeah, but when you were talking about things 2,000 years ago, and then you chucked that in there, it kind of
All right.
looked like you meant that it was at the same
Leave
time.
that to one side for a second. Is it possible for me to fall in love with a woman and want to be with her no matter what? Whether she has children, she doesn't have children. If she does have children, it's a bonus. If she doesn't have children, she's got more love for me. I just love her more. Yeah?
Of course.
Yeah, of
Is that
course
possible? Right.
Of course it
So
is.
therefore, if that's my intention is to be with her regardless and love that woman regardless, and the child, could it not be a byproduct of that love?
Yeah, and that would be a perfectly reasonable usage of that word, byproduct.
Right, but
So
I'm
what?
asking
So
you,
what?
is it offensive, yeah, for the child to be hearing that, me going, yeah, you know what? The byproduct of my love for this amazing person was that I had 4 children sprang from that love, came out of that love. Is that offensive? Like, if there's an offense there, I want to know, innit? Are you saying that it's an offensive thing? Because you just said that it was offensive. You're like, oh, because byproduct means that the product is less valuable. It's like, you know, something, you know, that you didn't want. But is it though?
Yeah, when you clarify it properly, like they did do, you would come to the misunderstanding. The point is that when a phrase like that is used in the context of talking about somebody's birth and somebody's existence and their parents' matrimony, then it can be a bit touchy. So because the word can also be used in those completely cold, mechanical, chemical, and biological ways. You know, when you're just talking about raw matter and cells interacting, where it doesn't have any opportunity for someone to take offense to it, then that phrase said to somebody in a touchy conversation, it just Buddha took it the wrong way, and he maybe because he was upset or whatever, he took the meaning to be the negative meaning when
No,
that
that's
wasn't what the person.
I'll tell you why it's nonsense, yeah, because number one, it was never referred to him as one, so there's nothing for him to be taking offense at. Two, he wanted and was willing to take offense. I'm telling you, he's just looking, he's been trying for weeks to get at her. No one's listening, yeah. So he was looking for
but that's why I said.
anything she said, anything she
But
said
that's
that
why
was
I said as well
harm.
that she didn't
Yeah,
intend
but
it
then
that way.
also
He
you
took it
meant
that way.
out. Also, you got to mention the part afterwards. As soon as he pointed it out, she immediately tried to correct it. Why are you still
Yeah,
now offended? Crime
now
number
that,
two.
as far as I'm concerned, that's it. Job done. Anybody can say something and be taken the wrong way, and then they clarify, and that's it. You move on. You don't go back to that. You don't
It
need
comes
to.
to the point of 1 minute science. It comes to the point of is it reasonable? Was it a reasonable assumption to make that that person intended to offend you? Now, when we look at the situation, we
No,
can
I
see
don't
that
think so.
somebody
I don't think
who
so.
deliberately took umbrage to something to use it as a get out of jail free card because you couldn't really deal with the situation, so you basically wanted to bitch out. That's what's happened.
Yeah, of
Look,
course, that could well be a perfect explanation. Like, I didn't hear it myself, and I like Buddha. He's cool with me, and I'm cool with him. So I'm not gonna like be dreading him. But that is a fair summation. That is
No, I
very possible
respect your
that he did
loyalty
that.
because I've heard people say things about me, and you've been there to go like, nah. Like, that ain't what happened.
No, bro, listen. Buddha's a big man, yeah. I could tell him straight to his face, bro. The way you reacted, I think was wrong, and that's it. Me and him not even going to fall out over something like that. That's what I think, and he carries
Bro,
on, does his thing. But
if you gave him the shit sandwich, do you know about the shit sandwich? Like if you sneaked
no.
into the conversation by giving him the bread, then the shit, then the bread. Right? You basically managed to sneak into the conversation without him detecting it. Like, you could tell him that, but if you straight listen, if you straight told Buddha, I don't agree with something that you said, trust me, brother, it would be World War III.
Nah, me and Buddha have disagreements. Me and him don't
because
actually
you're
interact like that.
Because you're diplomatic and you don't step on any on any nerves that he has. Do you know what I mean? You avoid.
No, even if I was to be like this is how I would put it now is as straight as be is like, bro, I think you were wrong. You were just being a bitch. At the end of the day, she didn't mean it like that. You made a big deal out of taking it like that to basically make a big deal, a mountain out of a molehill. Even if I said that to him, bruv, he'd just be like, all right, cool, that's what you think, cool.
Do you really think?
Let me point this out. Yeah, you know how you know that this is all some fake business, because even after all of these days and all of that's passed, and she's now finally got the opportunity to speak directly to him. The bitch fled. Yeah. Fled. He didn't want to hear the truth. He didn't want to replay and then take back what he needs to take back and apologize or correct his wrongs. Nope. He done a I don't want to talk to you. I don't fucking like you kind of flex and fled. Yeah. Do you, boo? Do you?
Yeah, nah, fair enough, innit? Like if that's what you're saying, then fair enough. I can accept that about him.
Meaning, what I'm trying to say to you, and catch on my T's while I'm talking, what I'm saying to you is, even when there's remember, his whole premise is coming up on the panel was he wants to make sure he clears up everything before he takes his fucking sabbatical from Bumba Clark YouTube and all them thing there, even though we know he ain't going nowhere and he's listening right now as I'm speaking. But here's the thing now, even though you come up here with this false Bumba Clark energy, hence why I was gunning for him, when he had the opportunity, remember, it's just him, Nines and Nixie. What is the reason why you're running and doing up the most for? Even when she's telling you, okay, I did not mean to offend you. It wasn't for you. You know it wasn't for you, Buddha. And right now I need you to acknowledge. He's asking her, what would it take for us to move this along and put an end to this? She told him, listen, we're going to correct it because right now narratives are being painted out here. Fucking barbecues are being having out here. And it's going to take for you and it's going on the back of your lives. So we need to correct this. I need you to play it back and hear it with your own. He refuses. Right there, sir, is showing you lot Buddha is a disingenuous motherfucking little liar. Because if Buddha was a fucking man, and I'm not going to stop calling him a bitch, what he would have done is stand 10 toes down as a man while him and Anifa there, and he would have corrected that shit, but he chose not to. You're forever going to be a bitch in my eyes, my guy. Anytime I see you, it's on site. I swear down.
Yeah. And if you want to be with, and if you want to be down with Bad Boy, then fuck you too. Fuck Bad Boy as a staff record label and as a crew.
Someone in the chat said Jupiter.
Scientific, that includes you,
Yeah, I know. Someone in the chat said Jupiter meeting Hector is a byproduct of immigration.
Well, apparently he had a job waiting for him. I'm proud of him. He had a job waiting for him. Yeah, so he was like taking jobs from British people because he had jobs waiting for him, yeah? Go and tell that to the fucking ethno-nats. You daft cow.
So how come it's a problem when my dad done it? He had a job waiting for him when he came. Well, not a legal one, but so what?
Exactly.
My dad even had his brother's passport, so he was fully legit.
That old passport switcheroo. Back in the day, it used to work though, innit? Because they used to like think everyone looked the same. Like, huh? Oh.
Bro, I know people that have gone in the
picture?
last 2 years with their brother's passport or their friend, someone's passport.
Serious.
Yeah.
Ah. Yeah, so we put the world to rights. What should we talk about now? Scientific.
I wanna
because Lady D's gonna.
I'm wondering how good he beat me on gravity, bruv. Like, That
No, but
just
what?
just
Like, give
upset me.
us the recap. What happened? Like, where do you see your flaws? Where's your mistakes?
What
You
in what?
underestimate what? Did you underestimate him? Did you let him talk for too long? Like, what was you
Nah, do you
too
know what it
on?
was?
Like, what?
He
How
he
did it go
he
wrong?
he won the debate by insisting that gravity
Hmm.
doesn't exist again and again, like literally saying the
Right.
same sentence again and again. And I
Okay.
couldn't beat that because he was consistent, he was correct,
Was
and he
it the
stuck to
ramblings
it.
of a drunk man, or was it just normal dirty?
Nah, I think he was trolling me. I think he was just
No, but
trolling
when
me,
you
to be
apply
honest.
that
I don't know.
format to anything, he would always win. If he said to you,
It
"Oh,
might have been the whiskey or the brandy
like
talking.
God does,"
Actually,
if someone said
yesterday.
God doesn't exist, and you wanted to argue with them, right? How you gonna prove them wrong? You're gonna like turn
Yeah,
up with God and say, "Look,
yeah,
da-da!" You get
yeah,
me?
exactly. Yeah, yeah, you can't.
So there's no like the way he set you up was like sly, innit?
Yeah.
Like
But did you hear
this
him
is
this morning? He seemed quite
no,
upset.
I
Like
missed it.
he
I
was
missed
all
it.
like he was like zipping up bear bags and that. I think he was leaving home. I think he was leaving the country. He zipped up
No, I
about
think
11.
he lives in bags. I think his whole house is
Oh, he
like
lives. Bro, the amount of
yeah, there's
zipping he was doing,
yeah,
bro.
like there's no wardrobes and cupboards. It's just bags.
Angry zipping, bro, while he was cussing
Yeah,
us.
yeah. Or maybe he was going gym. You never know.
Jim, like what? He's taking his whole team, his whole cricket team's like pads and that.
Maybe there's like gym for disabled people. I don't know.
But another thing he said was funny is that Lady D and Nimes and them. He didn't. I can't remember if he said their names, but basically he was talking about them. He was like, "Oh, they're so full of shit," and he goes, "These people. If I talk to the elders in their communities, like, I couldn't
I
believe he
love
said
it when
that.
he says things like, "I
I
love
Eh,
it when he
couldn't
what?
says."
Talk to
believe
them at the bottom of your fucking gin and tonic. Yeah, that's
Bro,
when you should talk to
he
him.
said one day, don't be surprised if one day one of your own elders comes and puts it on you because of what I've said to them.
I remember he
That
said
because
something
he
like that to
knows.
Triller.
He's a
He said something.
Yeah,
dickhead. The
come on.
only
Oi.
elders he talks to is the fucking imaginary black people in his head. Like, shut up.
He said that to Triller. He said to him, "I know the elders in your community." Triller spazzed out. He's like, "Yeah, come down. I know people too." That was mad.
Nah, Triller don't know nobody. Trust me, Triller is a nobody.
That's Gurdeep standard bar though that he always says. I know people in your community. I know people that will put you straight.
Yeah, but
It's
nobody
actually
knows him. Nobody knows Gadi though,
that's the
because
thing.
the
No,
same way
that's
Triller's
the
a
thing.
nobody, Gadi's a nobody
That's
as well.
that's the thing. That's the thing. No one actually knows him.
And he's even
I
got
don't
like
know.
a sound system. He's got
Maybe
like
the
a
elders.
landmark. Sorry, a
Maybe the
trademark.
elders in their community have like like a walk-in surgery where you can walk in and talk to a GP. Maybe they're like all at the community centre, like the Gurdwara. They all sit around, and you can just roll up there and go, "Oh, that fucking Raj was calling me a fat Turkish prick." And they're like, "Don't worry, we'll deal with it."
Yeah, that probably is true. That's where Triller goes every day to
Chill
complain
stand
about
there.
Raj.
Yeah.
But it's funny
Fat
though.
Raj.
Triller, Gurdeep, and Raj are all from the same area. They like probably live within a mile or two from each other. Like that's mad. Like, and they don't know people that know each other. Like, it just sounds a bit mad to me.
Yeah. It is a bit mad.
And they're all from the same. They're all Sikh, innit?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. People just keep themselves to themselves, innit, bro? So Raj made a comeback in it, a little resurgence. What was he doing? Why was he talking about all this now?
Yeah, Raj was on Manny Cinder's. Manny, the conspiratorial idiot. Manny's a flat earther, by the way. I just put that out there.
Oh, is he? I
Yeah,
know
that's how dumb he
I
is.
know he's a Christian. Apparently, he's converted to Christianity.
Well, he's an anti-vaxxer, but he's also a flat earther, which emphasizes how stupid he is.
Yeah, no, he's done.
There's no coming back from that. Literally, same as
Raj is
Gurdeep.
a flat earther.
Yeah, no, not Raj. Manny.
Oh.
Like, that's all you really got to know about somebody. Like, if you know something like that about them, like you know that you can never take anything they ever say seriously about any subject.
Which thing, the flat Earth thing or the anti-vax thing?
The flat earth thing. The anti-vax thing is a bit
Yeah,
more
I
complicated.
agree with you. Definitely,
Yeah.
definitely.
The anti-vax thing,
Yeah.
I allow people because it's a bit more complicated. It's a lot more technical. The flat earth thing is just a child can understand the geometry
There's very
that it
few
takes.
things that would be in that group of things where I would immediately not diss you, but like disregard your views. If you come with flat Earth, you come with any kind of like incest behavior, like, oh, I married my sister or whatever. There's certain things that.
Yeah, all right, mate. Well done for having such high standards.
This is what I'm saying. Like the bar is set really low, right? But ironically, flat Earth does make it into that category. Flat Earth is one. Like if you sit across the room from me and start telling me about flat Earth, after that point, whatever you say, it's just like you're a madman. You're crazy. Like I've got nothing to say to you.
Even
I
if
won't
you
even bother
randomly,
arguing back. I'll be like,
even
whatever.
if you happen to know something about other things, which is true, which is possible, like flat earther
It's
could actually be an
possible,
expert at
yeah.
something.
But I would still
So
look at that as an accident. You accidentally managed to know that.
yeah, I just wonder, how did you ever learn so much about something where something so basic has escaped you? That'd just be like worrying to me. But yeah, I just know there's
Taffy
something
soon
wrong
hit
with
the
me, man.
panel, and if Taffy doesn't go on mute.
Taffy
Taffy,
don't.
when they bang you up, bro, and you get your little library cards, just start reading, bro. Start reading about physics and planets and that.
Taffy's been dragged through the mud as well, like a couple of weeks ago, innit? I saw loads of stuff about him.
He said, probably spazzed out and said
What
something he
happened to
shouldn't have
him?
said. He said some things, innit? Apparently someone fingered him in.
I
Grass
never
Oh
is
no,
saw
yeah,
green.
none
Ghost
of
was
that.
getting at him. Yeah, Ghost last week. Ghost was getting at him. Yeah, that was it.
I like Taffy, but I don't like drunks. I can't stand drunk people.
Yeah,
Two things I
the
can't
thing,
stand.
belligerent.
One,
The two belligerent. They
yeah,
won't shut
one
up.
exactly. One thing I hate, Joker. One thing I hate is drunks. And the second thing I hate is compulsive behavior. People that do things out of compulsion really irritates me. Really gets, because you're just demonstrating that there is no logical reasoning behind anything that you do. You're just compulsive. Like you can't be a fully grown adult and you're doing things out of compulsion. To me, that is just irksome. I just hate it. And alcoholism also is one of the things that would just put me off you straight away.
Yeah, I mean,
That's just me.
there's no problem with people going out for a drink once in a while, but this all day, every day shit, like fucking, that's some psycho behavior, man. Like, what's wrong with
No,
you?
it's just called thriller behavior.
Yeah, it's true. Not many people are like that. There's very few of them. But then I don't know. There's quite a few that like a drink in the evening time.
No, but my problem is when you get drunk to be able to express yourself, that like, and you've got this alter ego that comes out when you're drunk. That truly is a bit like that. I wouldn't like to put it just down to drink with him. Substance abuse in general.
Thriller turns from thriller to Godzilla.
Yeah,
Godzilla.
Thriller to
Yeah, that's it.
Godzilla straight away.
Yeah.
This is what I don't like, bro. This is like,
You see,
you're not
people
high
like
enough
Baz,
to be that person.
people like Baz is a palatable drunk, meaning that he's actually cool. You can chat to him when he's drunk, and it doesn't really affect the situation much because he's equally as thick when he's sober. So there's nothing changes.
You know you're so fucking
I like that
disrespectful,
one.
though.
I
You
like
know
that
that,
one.
right? Isn't it?
I like that one. That is true.
I can't help myself. Nah, Baz is cool, man. Baz is good for a chat. I always roast him in the chat, and he doesn't know why, but it's just because he reacts to it. That's the only reason.
But what's happened to James Jones, man?
Nah, he ain't really allowed around here nowadays, bro.
Next he's going to be well upset by that.
Yeah, James is not a serious person, bro. He just comes on to flirt with some of the girls. He don't really know much or debate
Wait,
much.
who
Or,
is that
you know.
flirting with Jimbo? They need a slap. Tell me who those women are so I can go slap them.
Nixie definitely does. But then again, Nixie
Nixie's
flirts with
definitely
Triller.
getting a
So
slap.
I used to think Nixie was, like of a decent sort, but when she started flirting with Triller, I realized she must be, she must be low standards as well. Then.
Oh, I think she enjoys the flattery, It's like she just.
Oh, Nixie's been on some shit recently as well. I saw something. Was she on Nines the other day? And I listened in a bit. Is that what it was?
Go on.
I think so.
What was she saying?
Yeah. You know what? She gets herself into all these debates, yeah. But she's just really not good at debating at all. Like even when she's right, she's just not good at putting her point across. If you know what I mean.
What's her flaw? What did she do wrong?
I think it's that she just genuinely doesn't understand anything.
You know what? You know I'm wrong with you. Hey, Nixie, come and get him together.
Man, you make it too easy, bruv. You ask the right questions.
No, I set him up. You knock him down.
Yeah. Because I know what I know what you're digging for. Like you've been asking me about everyone's flaws every time.
What's Khan's
but
flaws?
like-
S&M. What's because Khan's doing too much mix up. What's Khan's flaws?
You know Khan's flaws, bruv.
I'm flawless,
I don't know.
baby.
He Khan, yeah, Khan is amazing. Like he's like if you think of a shameless character that would literally die on one spot 1 minute and the next minute be on the opposite side dying on that
People
spot.
have said
And
this. People have been saying this.
And then someone else jumps on the panel who's more attractive or carries more clout on the YouTube streets, and then he'll switch position again, like immediately, shamelessly. Like it's like you know, like on a football match, like if one team starts winning, he puts on the yellow jersey, and then the other team starts winning, he puts on the orange one. He keeps doing that throughout the whole debate.
Shameless.
But it's admirable.
The
Like
one time I think of Khan, I think of what's that thing that Wendy said? That was funny. That thing that Wendy said every time fucking Khan's outside, yeah, on his phone, he's on the phone eating something, going to the shop. What did she say?
what? I don't
And then the
know
next
that.
time Khan jumps on the fucking panel, he done exactly what she said he was going to do.
Eating on
Wow.
eating on mic. Yeah, he's known for that.
I was dancing outside the fish and chip shop. You know, fish and chips now, they don't cook it until you actually pay. When you pay, he's like, all right, I'll be 1 minute. And he goes and starts dipping the fish in the batter and frying it. You're like, but wait a minute, bro. This is going to take fucking 20 minutes now.
Yeah, fish takes about at least 15 minutes, isn't it?
Yeah. That's why I was like dancing outside the shop. I thought, let me do something, let me go online.
All right, well, you proved her to be correct, innit?
Yeah.
But that was funny when Wendy jumped on yesterday to pose a big bad question, and she took it all serious. Then Felly bad her up, just mute her up and kicked her off on that in the middle of it. But it's true though, like people would like take themselves too seriously. Like, come on, no one's that important that they're gonna dictate, you know, morality or moral questioning. Just jump on and be the one to take over and dictate things. No one does that.
Well, yeah.
Well, I mean, some people do, but yeah, some people do, but not you, I guess.
I just made some wicked cauliflower cheese. I'm homemade, made it myself. It's amazing. I'm gonna have a meat-free day once a week. I'm having no meat.
Bro, you still cook meals like school dinners. Like you cook yourself the same stuff you had at school dinners.
I never used to eat cauliflower cheese at school.
Yeah, that used to be
I never. Carvery, yeah. If I go Carvery, they got cauliflower cheese. Definitely.
Is it? They used to serve that at my primary school.
Yeah, man. Marco, do you know what I used to eat at school? I used to get a cheese roll and a portion of chips and then stuff the chips into the fucking cheese roll and just eat that.
Good idea, isn't it?
Yeah, man.
So you remember you told me like about 6 months ago about B12, yeah? I've been taking B12 tablets, but I didn't really notice anything different.
Because you're not deficient, that's why. With any,
is it?
Like they recommend these things because they're basically saying that the modern diet is deficient in it. So if you look at things that are fortified, like cereal, for example, cereal's always fortified, bread's always fortified. Like they find delivery methods to like put it into your food.
Oh, right. So basically, I was already getting enough of it. So me taking the supplement didn't make any difference because there's not really any difference that needs to be made.
Exactly. That they recommend everyone take zinc. They're like, oh, zinc increases your testosterone and blah blah blah, and like all these bodybuilders take it and whatever. But if you're not deficient in zinc, you don't need to take zinc. It's not going to do nothing for you.
But I tell you what, though, shall I tell you one thing that has worked here is I used to have a problem with my knee. I did a hyperextension when I was a kid. Yeah, like you know, you take a kick and then your leg keeps going too far and bends the knee the wrong way a little bit. So I cracked something there when I was a kid playing football, and I've always had this like knee clicking going on my whole life. And that right knee, it gets really like sore and achy sometimes, and then it feels like it can't support the weight. But then I started taking was it vitamin D and calcium tablets, and just generally having a lot more dairy in my and yogurts and stuff like that in my diet, and it's actually helped a lot. Like it's almost it's almost not a problem no more.
That's really good. How did you work that one out? Just like randomly?
Just like I chatted to you a few times about some of these things. I chatted to a few other people, and then I must have seen a few not TikTok, but like YouTube and Instagram doctors or whatever, bone people, and like I follow people like that and just see the kind of advice they give. And I must have found something. And when you watch something, it sends you more and more of that thing. So I must have found some. Some osteo, I think it was some osteopath or something, and he was talking about some of the things that reason, like how it happens, and I started to understand what had happened to me, and what I'd been like dealing with my whole life. It's never been a problem. It's just as I've got older, now I'm like 46. It's just in the last few years it started to bug me a bit. But then I started taking the vitamin D and calcium. It's like been 6-9 months since about January actually. And it's like
just a bit of
it's almost better.
A fun fact. Vitamin D is actually a hormone and a vitamin. It's called vitamin D, but it's actually a hormone as well. It works. It has a double effect in the body. It's I think one of the only vitamins that is also.
Yeah, apparently it's really important, isn't it? When you don't get vitamin D, it's like it affects a lot of things, and sunlight exactly is one of them. One of the ways you get most of it. Like most people get it.
Yeah, you just become me basically. Where you can't fucking stand this fucking country. It's fucking dark, fucking cold, fucking miserable. You don't fucking want to. Yeah, that's what happens. That's what no fun fact. That's what happens.
There's some beds where you can get vitamin D.
Is it from the rays and lights?
Yeah. Not all of them, but they worked this out with police because police were doing patrols, and then half the year when it was winter, they were going out less, so we're getting less sun rays. So they worked out this illness. Ironically, it's called SAD, SAD, and it's called,
I've heard of that.
Yeah, something deficit disorder, or whatever. But it's like lack of vitamin D. They give them sunbeds. Well, not a sunbed, but like a square, like a picture frame with UV lights in it. And they basically have to sit in front of it and absorb the light. And it gets rid of their SAD, their depression. It's amazing.
That's a bit dread then. In hot countries where women have to cover up, they probably get zero sunlight and vitamin D.
Yeah, we covered that as well. They were saying the bad effects of, for example, hijabs on women.
Oh, right. Okay,
yeah. So it's a bit of a touchy subject.
But won't the sun rays not penetrate through the clothing, no matter what the outerwear is?
No, but because you need a certain percentage of your body exposed.
And there's something about the direct impact of hitting on your skin, which is crucial to it as well.
Yeah. So you have to kind of like expose your forearms and your maybe even like from the knee down. There has to be a certain percentage of your body.
Covered, they're not getting to do that. I get it. Right.
Yeah. So the knock-on effects of that is obviously there's a relationship between vitamin D and calcium, which is important to women because obviously through childbirth they lose a lot of their calcium because they're actually actively cleaving their bone to create the baby's bone skeletal system. So obviously the more children you have, the more likely you are to have osteoporosis as you get older. So maintaining your kind of like your calcium intake through dairy, your sun intake, vitamin D, you have to kind of like make sure you don't get that osteoporosis. As a woman, you have to be aware of it. And they're saying that, in hot countries, you'd think that women would get more sun, but ironically, they cover up more, so they're less likely to have good amounts of vitamin D. Yeah, but I'm glad your knee sorted out, Scientific, man. That's great news. Things like that can be really irritating. I had ACL. My ACL went, about a year ago. It takes so long to recover that ACL. It's a tiny little ligament.
One of my cousins
Yeah.
was telling me that at the funeral over the weekend. He's a cage fight, like he's a UFC kind of fighter, but it's not obviously like low level, but that's what he does for a living. And he was telling me that happened to him. He goes, it fucking takes about 9 months to recover.
Yeah.
Yeah. He said he's still recovering from ACL, yeah. But he said he does all the other things that he can.
The thing about ACL is the operation is worse than the recovery from the injury. The operation takes even longer to recover from. They're saying if you don't have to have the operation, don't have it.
What, so you're going to be like literally out of action for like 2 years, or still struggling for 2 years after it? I mean,
Over
because
a
of it.
year. Yeah, over a year. Because what you need to do is build up all the other muscles around the part
Yeah.
where the ligaments are missing. But like,
Yeah,
you know, it just takes time.
yeah, I know how it goes, bruv. I know how it goes. I'm not really
Yeah.
much of a trainer and that, but I do a little bit of football and jogging and a little bit of gym or whatever. But yeah, when you pull a muscle or you do an injury, the worst thing is that now you're out of action for a long time. You can't do a whole range of exercises, but little by little, you have to build up by strengthening all the supporting muscles and little by
Right.
little, just getting that muscle which is gone to get back into action just bit by bit. But you can't overdo it, because if you pull it again once it's already been pulled, now you're going to be out for like a seriously long time. Because that used to happen to us. We used to play football every once a week, yeah. And then if you twist an ankle or you pull a hamstring or a groin, then you turn up the next week thinking, yeah, I'm nearly better, I might as well play. And then you pull it, then, bruv, then you can't even walk for the next like 3 weeks.
Yeah.
So let alone play football. And then now at our age, we've got to be careful we don't do things whereby it causes an injury that puts us out of action for months, because then our health is going to deteriorate so much naturally anyway that it's going to be harder
Yeah, yeah.
to come back from that. So now
It's
I have
true.
to. At our age, we have to be very careful to exercise and push ourselves, but not take any risks of causing any injuries, because we can't afford to waste that time. You know what I mean? We need to keep
That's
going
true.
in the right direction.
I
Yeah.
don't know what S&M's trying to whisper into Khan's ear, trying to preserve their lives. They're both done out here, guys. Yeah, they're both done out here.
No, it's one of these things. It's just common sense. Like, you realize it as you get older. That this is your situation now. You can't afford to go out and just do as much as you want and get injured and carry on and go to work and then carry on doing other mad shit and be fine. Nah, that's not the case anymore.
Don't worry, our new prime minister's gonna have couple Zimmer frames lined up for the future elderly. Don't worry, we'll be all right. We hopefully will be all right.
Yeah, fingers crossed. I think they should have free gym for 50-year-olds. I think you should have given half the chance can like preserve your mobility and your life, your quality of life. You know, I would say
Well, if you
NHS
think
a
about,
lot of money.
well, I'll tell you something. Yeah, given you said that, yeah, this is a true fact, and correct me if you think I'm wrong. Yeah, but if the government, given how much the government spends on dealing with old age, my dad takes, I think, 30 different tablets a day, yeah, to stay alive. My mum takes about 10. You know, most people I know that are over like 50, 60 years old, they take at least 5 or 6 different tablets every day. So given how expensive it is to treat these people, diagnose, treat and maintain the medicines and physio and all that for these people, the old population, if they were to make gym and exercise and sports free for people from birth to throughout their whole lives, that would be a much smaller cost than the eventual cost that
In
they have
terms
to
of
do with dealing with bad health.
in terms of cost, even if they gave you free gym and your own personal trainer for like an hour a week, there would still be like quids in significantly, because they're saying
Yeah,
that.
they'd probably be able to build extra facilities and new technology type stuff, and you know the way things are going, there'd be like loads more stuff you could do. You know, there's even
I don't know
the
if it's
ways of
still true,
monitoring.
but school swimming used to be free for kids and pensioners.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's true. Swimming, did you? Yeah, exactly. Things like that. You know, which is a lot of kind of stuff that socialist governments and Labour governments have brought into play. You know, this is the inclusion of like socialist and communist type policies, all of that sort of stuff. You know, free milk, free swimming, and you know, free sports and after school clubs for all kids, rather than having to pay for it. It's like your conservative governments that have always into that and, you know, cancelled that sort of stuff.
When I was at uni, I realised that people in this subject of exercise and nutrition come at it from many different angles. So obviously I was coming at it from the angle of losing weight and body composition. So like concentrating on, let's say, beta oxidation, the ability to burn fat, etc. But there was other like professors that were there. They were obsessed with longevity. They were like getting funded to research into health for the elderly, like using muscle and fitness to preserve the muscle, because there's a direct correlation between morbidity and lack of muscle. So when you lose muscle as you get older, it directly impacts like your lifestyle, how well you can look after yourself, and it shortens your lifespan. And they're saying that the more you maintain your muscle mass as you get older, the longer you live, right?
Yeah, there's a number
Now,
of that's been proven now. There's a range of
yeah.
studies that have come out recently in the last 5 years, which fully, like, almost prove that conclusively. They've even identified that the one single strongest factor that is the one thing about a human being that means that they're least likely to develop a cancer or die from a cancer or suffer from a cancer is the percentage of body muscle in their body mass.
Lean body mass.
Yeah, how much? That's it. And the one for because you just talked about longevity, I read this article recently, about the two factors they've identified, most recently, in the latest research about longevity, is that there's three actually, but two of them kind of go hand in hand. So the heart and lungs, having strong heart and strong lungs is probably the most biggest indicator that you will live a long life. And then second to that is thigh muscles, having strong thighs. And then I realized, that if you have got strong thighs, that must be because you do a lot of running or football or rugby, some cardio, it's a lot of cardio, or, you know, some explosive cardio, you know, boxing or something. That's the only way to get strong
Well,
thighs, but you have
the
to
reason for that
jump
is
around from one
the
leg to
actual
another.
thigh muscle is very
That's
high
not
in
true. You can also twerk. Another way.
All right, well, you've got your way, I've got my football.
The thigh muscle
As
is
long
one
as
of the muscles where it's 50% strength and 50% endurance. So doing things like running and walking and things like that can preserve that muscle. Whereas muscles that
But I
strictly
think the big picture that everything is pointing towards, all the data and evidence is pointing towards, is basically, if you're an active person that can and does run around a lot, you know, really gets your heart pumping and sweating and, you know, continuously for prolonged periods, and you do that regularly throughout your life, then that's it. Like, that's the biggest factor towards avoiding cancer,
and the second thing,
staying
knock-on
healthy,
effect of that
happy.
would be getting out of the house at least once a day.
Yeah, the social and psychological side of things, obviously, that you know already that's another big factor. But even just the physiological side of it, even the chemical side of it, is your best bet to live a long and healthy life, is to get out there 3 times a week and do an hour or 2 hours of something that makes you sweat and run and jump around like a monkey.
Well, what's the government guideline at the moment? You know?
I think it's 3 times a week, at minimum 20 minutes of medium to strenuous exercise.
I thought it was more than that.
Yeah, but I think it should be way more than that, especially if you smoke or something. You know,
I think they recently brought in the resistance training kind of guideline. I think that's what you're referring to. 3 times a week, strength training.
Oh.
But yeah, but actual exercise, I think it's gone up to like an hour.
Yeah, I think the more you do, the better, innit? Like, up to a point,
yeah.
But
I think the actual government guideline is an hour a day.
An hour a day, yeah.
Yeah.
That's good. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that.
Because they're saying that children in the playground don't get enough.
Again, Con.
I told you I just made something.
Oh my days!
I just made some, what's it? Cauliflower cheese.
But they're talking to us about health and all the fitness, all that. Meanwhile, Khan's over there chomping on his like 4th meal.
Listen, you got to eat to train, man. Eat to train. Anything that kind of like boosts your performance, go for it. Eating is the most anabolic thing you can do. It's like food is more anabolic than actually steroids. They ask like weightlifters, what is the most anabolic substance? And they were expecting them to say, oh, testosterone, masteron, whatever. They were like, food, man. Food is the best thing you could do for your body. And that's a fact. That is a fact.
Yeah, but you'd be the epitome of too much of a good thing.
Definitely you can't stop eating, Khan. You got to eat in the
Ain't that,
problem.
I'm just, ain't that I eat too much, it's just that I'm not active enough.
Well, apparently, another thing for longevity is to give your digestive system an easy ride, meaning being a minimalist when it comes to eating and doing things like 3-day fasts, water fasts, and meat fasts and all that sort of stuff. All of that is helpful. Yeah, it's helpful, man. It's all helpful.
That's what you call fadistic. That's being a fadist, looking at fads, right?
No.
Fasting is a fad.
Nope, you're wrong there, bruv. It's been proven so many times in so many ways. When you fast, your body goes into different types of not emergency, but stress modes, which is necessary for you to maximize your biology. So your muscles have got proteins inside them that don't come out until you get chased by a lion, or you have a proper adrenaline attack, until you have a fight, until you do some serious weight training that breaks your muscles down. There's some things inside your body that only come out when you experience like horrible situations, and hunger is one of those. So what it does is it forces your body to turn in on itself and start cleansing all the dying cells and weak cells, and so it uses them up for energy, and therefore they have to be when you do get your food, they be replenished by newer and better cells. So if you don't starve yourself, your body doesn't do that process, and when you get from 24 hours to 48 hours, it goes into a maximum overdrive of doing that process. And a few other things. I mean, I can't remember the details, but a few other things
Ain't that
start.
what the religious people use as well in the fasting thing? If you
Yeah, but they didn't know all
like
that.
when even the Muslims do it, the Christians do it too in certain groups.
Yeah, but they didn't know all that.
Do that.
Yeah, they didn't know all that, but it does turn out to be a healthy thing to do. Yeah. The reasons why they do it is about self-control.
I'm not saying
they
it's
do
not
it for
healthy
reasons of
or
self-control
useful.
and empathy.
It's not like that's not a useful thing to do. It's very useful, has a good result. But what I'm saying is, in a hierarchy of things, you should avoid fads. It means if you get the basics nailed down, you don't need to resort to extreme measures. Now, fasting is excellent. It's really good. But what is the most
do you see what I mean,
important
Rob?
thing?
Like a minute ago, you called it a fad. Lady D, do you see what I mean?
Yeah, it is a fad.
2 minutes ago,
No,
you called it a
fasting's
fad.
a good thing. You can't call it a fad, man. You can't.
He called it a fad a minute.
It is a fad. Fasting's a fad, right? Everyone's on it now.
Rob, she just said that religions have been doing it for thousands of years. It's a big fad, mate. It's gone on for 3,000 years.
Wow, Khan.
My point is,
Jesus would slap you if he was here.
Anyway.
You would have just said anything that would have come into your mind at that moment, and you would have carried on with it wherever it went.
Fads can be useful. Like, for example, ketogenic dieting, right? Not eating any carbs whatsoever, forcing your body to produce ketones. It is a really good and effective method of weight loss, but it's not really something you can do long term. So it's classed as a fad. Now, fasting is the same thing. If you're used to eating 3 meals a day and then you start fasting, you're only eating 1 meal a day, you're probably eating considerably less in terms of calories than you was normally used to eating. But when you do the fasting for a long period of time, you adjust and start learning to have one big main meal where you get most of your calories from that meal, right? Now, eating all your calories in one meal, if the number of those calories exceeds your basal metabolic rate, you're going to have an excess of calories. You won't lose weight, right? Now, people think that if they just fast all day and then eat whatever they want, because this is the fasting fad, right? Don't eat nothing for this much amount of time.
A lot of people get fat during Ramadan because of that.
Thank you. So give yourself an eating window, and then within that window, you don't have to actually count any calories because you're only eating one meal, you're only releasing one set of insulin, and you can only eat a certain amount And when you're full, that's it. All right. Now, really and truly, if you do it for long enough, you will find ways of getting calories into that meal. If you measured the calories that you ate, it would start off as just one of your normal meals. But as you went on and you felt the need for more energy, you would find ways of adding calories to that meal, like adding more fat to it, adding more salt to it to make it nicer so you can eat more of it. Over a period of time, yeah, you would basically come to what is homeostasis, which is normality again, which means that your calories in versus calories out would be balanced, right? So that's why it's called the fad. Ultimately, how these things all work is by one mechanism, which is calories in versus calories out. That is the most important single fundamental point to know. Now, without calorie counting and relying on processed food, you're fucked, because it's literally impossible to calculate the calories in certain things. That's why now restaurants like McDonald's have to automatically give you the breakdown, the calorific breakdown of everything they're selling you. Because one particular guy managed to sue McDonald's and say that McDonald's was guilty of providing him with like food that was like basically more calorific than what it appeared to be, right? So if you looked at, for example, a homemade burger and you looked at a McDonald's burger, you'd realize that, wait a minute, that all the sauces and all the shit that they add, it just makes it more sugar, more salt, more fat, more bad for you, and more calorific and more appetizing, where you can eat more of it, right?
Wait,
So
is
they have
calorific
to,
an
by
actual
law,
word? Is calorific an actual word? I've never heard that before.
yeah.
Okay.
So really
it's
what
from
people really need to learn,
supercalorific expialidocious. That's where we got it from.
I
what
was going to
people,
say more. I was going up my head now. It's okay. Yeah, I was gonna. That's it. I thought he was gonna say they have more calories. So when I hear him say, I'm like, is that really a?
Yeah, it is a word. It's just it means the same thing. It does mean that, but it's like saying the whole sentence in one word. What is how much calories
Mate.
it's got? Yeah.
I never heard that before. Go on, Khan. I'm learning. Roy Khan, put down the fucking sandwich and get back to talking.
No, don't stop him. He needs his energy. If he's been talking. He needs 3 sandwiches per sentence.
Meanwhile, Khan's in the background gone for the fucking Big Mac.
There you go. You made him drop out now.
Yeah, he went to get a double milkshake.
Yeah, Khan's a good one, mate. He knows a lot. The only reason he'd done nutrition as a degree is so he could work out all the foods, so he could find out about more foods that he could enjoy. That's the only reason. He didn't want there to be things in the world that people were eating that he wasn't eating.
Khan is hilarious. I just love it when he starts, because Khan will be talking to us about health, all kind of nutritions, all kind of things to eat. That's a bit about me. Back. Oh my god, yeah. So I was saying my internet cut out for a second. But I was saying, yeah, can't have me hollering, yeah. Neatly, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I'll be neatly got the phone on mute and I'll be busting up laughing. Because
Yeah, it happens to me a lot as well. It happens to me a lot with
hollering behind the scenes. I'm not
not just Khan. It happens to
will
me
be
with
teaching us all
a lot of
this shit.
people.
Meanwhile, he's got a fucking kebab, fucking chicken and chips, fucking fish and chips, a fucking hummus tank. He's just got the worst going over there, and he's jumping in our ears while preaching to us about health benefits. Can't have Pick up,
Well,
man,
he's
bro.
munching his
Come on,
4th
come on.
McDonald's. Yeah, you gotta love him for that, innit? But the thing is, he does actually know about certain things to do with, like, vitamins and like metabolic processes and calorific counts and stuff like that.
Okay, but I learned something new today. I never knew there was actually a word called calorific. Go on, you lot. See, you do something on the G block. Come on.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever used it before, but I think I've heard it before. This sort of thing, dietitians probably say a lot.
No wonder Khan knows that bloody word. He's a dietitian, ain't he? While he's eating his fucking fat sarnie.
He thought the exam would be to see who can eat the most. He thought that would be the final exam for his degree, is that so you can eat the most cake. That's what he trained for anyway. Lady D, I think I'm going to have to go now.
Yeah, come on, let's go, man. Let's go. All right, big
Should
up,
we
guys.
chop? All right, peace.
All right.